Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
First item in the order paper is member statements, and I call Aoife Finnegan.
Today I want to pay a tribute to an extraordinary woman from South Armagh who has just made history. This week, Sarah Armstrong from Crossmaglen stood on the highest point of on earth and successfully summited Mount Everest. For most people, Everest is a dream. For Sarah, it became a goal. Through determination, resilience and hard work, she turned that dream into a reality. Growing up in South Armagh, sport has always been at the heart of Sarah's life, from representing Ireland in netball and captaining Ireland at the Youth World Cup, to building a successful career in dentistry and establishing her own practice in Jonesborough. Sarah has always pushed herself to achieve more. But what makes this achievement so special is that Sarah has never focused solely on her own success. For years, she has inspired and empowered others through fitness, sport and community leadership. She has encouraged women across South Armagh to step outside their comfort zones, build confidence and believe in themselves. She has supported women through some of life's toughest challenges and has shown that sport can be a powerful force for resilience, well-being and friendship. Everest may be the highest mountain in the world, but Sarah's greatest achievement has always been lifting others up along the way. And as Sarah makes her way across the skies and back to Irish soil, she returns not only as an Everest summiteer, but as an inspiration to an entire generation of young people who now know that no dream is too high and no dream is too big and no mountain is too high. Sarah, we are so proud of you. Your community is proud of you. Your friends and family love and support you, and we are immensely proud of everything you have achieved. Crossmaglen cannot wait to welcome you home.
Erskine.
Mr Speaker, over the weekend there was an irony klaxon ringing loudly from Sinn Féin on the issue of net zero targets. Let us take a very short walk down memory lane. Back in 2022, when climate change legislation was making its way through this Assembly, the DUP warned of the consequences of imposing unrealistic and unworkable targets here in Northern Ireland. But it was not only the DUP sounding that alarm, experts did too. The UK's Independent Climate Change Committee repeatedly warned that a full net zero target for Northern Ireland was not realistically achievable. Their advice was clear. Northern Ireland could credibly achieve around 82% reduction in emissions by 2050, not absolute net zero. Yet Sinn Féin, Alliance and the SDLP decided they knew better. Now, Mr Speaker, we are living with the consequences. The Climate Change Committee also warned that infrastructure, transport and energy policies would all have to align with climate legislation, meaning major roads and infrastructure projects would face increasing legal and planning challenges unless ministers could demonstrate compatibility with carbon budgets. And so we come to the A5. Whilst I welcome the First Minister's blatant admission that climate legislation may now need to be revised, it is nevertheless a remarkable U-turn from a party that championed that legislation not only but a few weeks ago in this chamber. The DUP warned that this would happen. Indeed, only last month the DUP brought forward a motion calling for a proper cost-benefit analysis of Northern Ireland's net zero targets, while we also recognise the impact this could have on strategic infrastructure projects such as the A5. And what happened? The Ulster Unionists voted against it, the Alliance voted against it, the SDLP voted against it, and Sinn Féin voted against it. Mr Speaker, paying lip service in the media is one thing, taking action is another. So whilst I welcome the fact that the Sinn Féin now apparently appears to have finally come to its senses, the reality is this: legislation must be practical, proportionate and workable. It cannot become so rigid that it paralyses infrastructure investment, undermines regional connectivity and prevents the delivery of projects that save lives. Northern Ireland contributes only a tiny fraction of global emissions, yet we've created a legislative framework that risks blocking Northern Ireland moving forward. The DUP is prepared to work on this. It's time others showed their same impotence on this.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last week we saw the Department of Education launch both a key report into the level of demand for integrated education and a new integrated education support programme. These two announcements, coming within 24 hours of each other, represent a classic case of mixed messaging. The report into demand for integrated education, as required in legislation, was regrettably full of political spin and seemed at pains to downplay demand for integrated education at every opportunity. Whereas the message in the report was clear: regardless of whichever measure you prefer to use, there remains significant unmet demand for integrated education in NI. We have the Life and Time survey setting out 55% of those surveyed who would prefer to send their child to an integrated school, or if you prefer, the parents who had been through the admissions process recently setting out 31% prefer to have their child sent to an integrated school. In a context where only 8.4% of the total available school places are integrated, clearly there is a huge unmet demand for integrated education. And when the law requires the Minister not just to measure that demand but to aim to meet it, it is clearly time for action, not spin. A report which sets out demand with those numbers that I have just referenced and then attempts to explain it away as patchy or variable or really just reflective of a couple of oversubscribed schools and so on and so forth That is not taking that duty to aim to meet demand seriously. So the Minister needs to take the politics out of this, because we have seen this before in recent decisions. You can't on one hand acknowledge demand in an area such as the area that a large part of my constituency in Strangford falls into in Ards and North Down, and then when 2 schools in that area bring forward proposals to transform, refuse it. That seems to me to be an exercise in gaslighting the public on this issue. But it is not all doom and gloom. The launch of the Integrated Education Support Fund, which quickly followed the report I've referenced, is to be welcomed. Alliance has argued for years that schools, often in rural areas of different management types, should proactively seek to come together to secure sustainable provision in their communities and, where possible, offer that integrated model at the same time. That the Department is now proactively offering support for schools to undertake this work and deliver these solutions is very welcome, and I would encourage schools across Northern Ireland to engage with the process, and I hope to see that creative solutions to bring schools coming forward are seen in the not too distant future. But it is vital that the Department does not continue with the mixed messages. Either they're serious about dealing with this and the Minister's going to step up and deliver, or they're not. And I think it will be time to see the political spin taken out of the issue and the statutory duties exercised fully and properly.
Thank you. Dan Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to highlight the urgent plight of frontline domestic abuse services in my constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone, particularly Fermanagh and Omagh Women's Aid, who are facing critical pressures to ensure their services remain viable and available. Ending violence against women and girls is a key priority we all share, and organisations like Women's Aid are on the front line dealing with education, prevention and assisting those affected. These organisations are seeing an unprecedented increase in the need for their services, with Women's Aid having to refocus their organisation towards crisis response and safeguarding to the detriment of increased awareness and preventative activity. Raising awareness of these issues has been successful, but increased disclosure has in turn led to an increased demand for support. Unfortunately, there just hasn't been the corresponding investment to respond to this epidemic adequately. Shockingly, more women and girls are currently waiting for support than those who are actively receiving a service. This situation is quite simply unsustainable. If we are encouraging those affected by domestic abuse to come forward, it is unacceptable then that we don't have the capacity to assist them when they make that brave step. My colleague Mike Nesbitt MLA as Health Minister has visited Women's Aid in County Fermanagh and seen firsthand the issues facing these rural communities. However, the Justice Minister must now engage also to develop a greater understanding of the issues facing Fermanagh and Omagh Women's Aid and their hugely straining operational demands. So many rural services feel forgotten, and despite the Executive's commitment to ending violence against women and girls, are struggling to see how they have been supported locally. I urge this Executive to intervene. Meaningful investment, engagement and support is now paramount to ensure that protection and awareness measures are implemented robustly and that women and girls across Northern Ireland feel they have somewhere to turn to in their darkest hour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Grath.
Mr. Speaker, recently I had an eye-opening meeting with nursery and primary school principals, SENCO staff and trade unions from across the East Down area, and the message that they gave me was certainly not a form of political spin or exaggeration, but it was an absolute warning, a warning that our schools are being pushed to the brink and that children with additional needs are being badly failed by a system that is no longer coping with the pressure that is being placed upon it. Those in the front line spoke honestly about classrooms under enormous strain, about support services stretched beyond capacity, and about children waiting months and sometimes years for the help and the intervention that they so desperately need. These children are not looking for special treatment. They're just simply looking for a fair chance to learn, to communicate, to feel included in their own classroom, and a chance to reach their potential like every other child. And our schools want to give them that chance. Nobody enters teaching to watch children fall behind. Teachers care deeply about the young people sitting in front of them every single day, and they want to help that child to succeed. But they cannot do that, and they cannot do it any more with less. available to help them. And despite all of that pressure, they still turn up every morning and hold the system together. And that dedication deserves more than warm words from our executive. It demands support. Because right now, in the middle of all of this, are exhausted parents fighting battle after battle simply to get their child assessed and supported properly. Parents who feel that they're ignored, who feel that they're passed from pillar to post, who are worried sick about what the future holds for their son or daughter. And what concerns me most is this. Major changes are still being pushed forward without any honest explanation of how schools are actually going to be resourced to deliver them. The Children's Commissioner has already warned that the proposals for a graduated response framework are not ready for implementation, and that was echoed by those staff that I met at the meeting. And those warnings cannot be brushed to the side, because if teachers, principals and specialists are all telling us that the system is not coping, then the Education Minister has a duty to listen before things get worse. And the reality is simple. Schools cannot absorb endless pressure without consequences. Eventually something has to give, and when that happens, it's not ministers who will suffer the consequences, it is the children. So today I urge the Education Minister to start listening to those in the front line, like I did at that meeting, and he will see very clearly that there are staff that are at the absolute brink, and we must do something to support them and help them in their work helping our children. Thank you.
May marks Mesh Awareness Month, and for me this month is an important opportunity to recognise the experiences of women and families who are continuing to live with the devastating consequences of pelvic mesh implants. For many women, what was presented as a routine procedure became the beginning of years of chronic pain, trauma and life-changing complications. Women who sought treatment to improve their quality of life instead found themselves facing severe physical pain, loss of mobility, loss of independence, and in many cases profound impacts on their mental health and their well-being. What makes these experiences even more distressing is that so many women felt ignored or dismissed when they first raised these concerns about the complications that these implants were having in their bodies. Too often their pain was minimised, it was dismissed, and their voices clearly were not listened to. This is not simply inequality, it is the reality of medical misogyny. Today we must acknowledge the courage and the determination of all of the women who refuse to stay silent. Through tireless campaigning and advocacy, many have helped to bring national attention to the serious risks associated with transvaginal mesh procedures, and have pushed for greater accountability, improved patient safety and better support services. But while progress has been made, many women are still living with the long-term consequences and the damage caused by these mesh implants, and they're continuing to struggle to get the specialised support and care that they need. We must ensure that those affected are listened to, that they're treated with dignity and given access to the services and the treatments that they need. They deserve redress in terms of financial and in terms of their surgeries. They deserve all the support that they can get, and they deserve it now. The Julia Cumberledge Review was published back in 2020, so that's 6 years ago, and I think the rate of progress has been very, very slow for these women. They've spoke out on these really, really difficult personal issues, and they're still waiting so many years later to see proper progress. And I just want to finish by paying a special tribute, in particular to Mary McLaughlin from Mesh Ireland. I've had the honour and the privilege of campaigning alongside this woman actually for the past 10 years. That's how long the women have been campaigning and shouting about their terrible experiences. I want to thank Mary for everything that she's done for the mesh injured community right across this island, and I sincerely hope that we can really, really see some proper progress in the time ahead.
Jonathan Buckley.
And there is a seething sense of anger in our communities this morning as they continue to digest the news that in the case of 3 boys, 14 years of age and 13 in England, received a lenient sentence for the act of rape. They lured 2 young girls, a 15-year-old and a 14-year-old, to a location in Hampshire in England and raped them and videoed it, taunted them and placed it in social media for the world to see. Speaker, it was an act of saddest cruelty, an act in which falls so far short of what anybody should expect of our justice system. When these three individuals came before the court, they were spared jail, given youth rehabilitation orders. What does that say about the British justice system? What does that say to the victims of rape right across this country? What does it say whenever victims go through trials, some of the most hideous crimes, and yet the system is lenient on them, putting the needs and cares and wants of offenders before that of victims? Why does this matter in this House? Because there is an attempt in this House to raise the level of criminal responsibility from what it currently is 10 upwards to some in the Department of Justice to the age of 14. Under that, one of these boys would not face any form of judgment. It is despicable in the extreme. What message does it send to the rapist? What punishment in this case was there? In fact, there was no punishment. This is a prime example of lenient sentencing which is continuing to dominate our judicial system. Our prisons are no longer a place to be feared. The punishment no longer fits the crime. And it's high time that society gets tough on crime and ensure that victims are centred in all of our approach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not that long ago, a swim school in my constituency of South Belfast closed down overnight, and I was surprised by the number of parents who were impacted by it. And I've been working with them for the last couple of months to try and get compensation. But it was one line from one constituent who contacted me who said they couldn't really afford the swimming lessons as it was, but they recognised that this was a life skill for their child. And so being out of pocket, they'd been asked to pay in cash up front. Being out of pocket meant that their child probably wouldn't be able to go to swimming lessons. They'd really had to scrimp for this. And so it started me on a piece of work with GLL in relation to making swimming accessible for every child. Now, we know that swimming is part of the Northern Ireland curriculum. It's not mandatory, and it's not consistent in the way that it maybe is in other parts of the UK. And there's no minimum standard. And what GLL told me is that actually, the number of children who can swim 25 metres unaided is declining. Right now, 30% of children leave Year 7 unable to swim 25 metres. And if that continues to decline, we're going to reach a stage where we have a whole generation of adults unable to be safe in water. I'm really passionate about this because I think swimming is an essential life skill, not just for water safety, but for the health benefits. And we also know in terms of the costs of physical inactivity to the economy. So it's a no-brainer that we just make sure that every child be able to swim. And one other point that they made to me was that actually what happens is children do go swimming, and maybe it's for one term of the year, and they'll get the bus and they'll go to their swimming lesson, and then they stop. It's not consistent. Actually, you'd be better going every day for 1 week, and you'd be a much better swimmer. So I think there's a lot that we can do in terms of policy work that's being done, not just with the Education Department and the Communities Department, but infrastructure. The key barrier to being able to swim is the cost of transport. Swimming lessons in themselves are a lot cheaper. So it's actually the access to the swimming lessons. I think that there's a lot more that we could be doing. It's relatively cheap. If you look at what is being done in Manchester, for very little money, they've been able to really make a tangible difference. And I think this is something that we can all get behind within this Assembly to make sure that every child leaves primary school able to swim 25 metres. Thank you.
Monsieur.
15th of May to the 15th of June is Tourette's Awareness Month, and Tourette's is a condition that suffers a lot of bad press, mainly down to the fact that it is widely misunderstood, and people who live with the condition of Tourette's are often the butt of the joke. They suffer misinformation and mimicked and mocked at every turn. And I am proud and privileged to know personally a number of people in my own constituency and across the north who have the condition of Tourette's and are involved in the Tourette's support group, who do amazing work for families, particularly young people and children who suffer with Tourette's. And their stories are heartbreaking. The testimony that I have listened to would bring tears to a stone, because this is a condition that is often made fun of, and we see it represented in media, in film and TV shows, as if it's something that is funny and humorous and can be mocked, as demonstrated recently in the news story around the awards show in the wake of the amazing film I Swear, which I would encourage people to watch, as tough as it is to get through. But what I'm told by people who have Tourette's is that their tics, which they cannot control and which often are debilitating, are made worse by the fact that the general public and people who really should know better end up making their condition worse and making life tougher for them. I've had young people who are admonished in the cinema and in church and in queues in shopping centres for something that they cannot control, which worsens the anxiety that they suffer as a result of their condition. And what is more frustrating than all of that is the fact that our statutory services, who should be offering support to our children and young people in particular with Tourette's, end up making life worse for them, because we can see both Department of Health and Department of Education who are ill-equipped to deal with the condition of Tourette's. There's no specific training service for educational psychologists within the EA regarding Tourette's. A recent Assembly answer told me that there's no specific treatment path from the Department of Health for people with the condition of Tourette's. We don't have, Tourette's Support produced an amazing video to raise awareness on the condition of Tourette's, which wasn't mainstreamed from the Education Authority, despite promises that it would be. And we have a Department of Health who don't hold data on the number of people across the north who have the condition of Tourette's. So all of this leads into the misinformation, and we have people fighting for years to get a diagnosis and then not able to access the support that they need because of the lack of awareness and understanding of the condition of Tourette's. So during this Tourette's Awareness Month, I'd ask you all to be kind and remember that people with Tourette's can't control their Tourette's.
We here in this chamber only know only too well Sinn Féin governance and how they don't govern very well. They can't build infrastructure. They can't get a budget that can be agreed. They can't spend money effectively and efficiently. They can't get net zero targets right, and they chase jobs away instead of actually encouraging jobs to Northern Ireland by their intervention. But it seems, Mr. Speaker, they're not even good at opposition either, because when there are two by-elections in the Republic of Ireland that you would expect Sinn Féin to win both of, one in Dublin Central, they can't. They don't win those by-elections, even in their leader's back garden. The BBC has quoted a Sinn Féin source as saying some voters in Dublin Central don't care too much about the real issues. Well, maybe I would suggest that Sinn Féin don't care too much about listening to voters and listening and acknowledging what the real issues are. I think that's the problem for Sinn Féin. And whilst they have their head in the sand, these results will continue to come in, I do believe. It's about Sinn Féin getting it right. It's about time Sinn Féin actually listened to the people. It's about time Sinn Féin even listened to their own support base in the Republic and in Northern Ireland, and shape up and get their act together. Because when they don't govern well here, it affects us all. They're not in opposition here, they're in government. So we need them to get their act together and get with it. They fail countless times on many serious issues, not least immigration, net zero, woke nonsense, and it's about time it changed. So I'd hope, with this battering down south in the Republic on these two by-elections, that Sinn Féin will actually continue to do their U-turns and start governing well. Thank you.
Speaker, May is Celiac Disease Awareness Month. This is a condition that affects about 1 in 100 people in the UK, and it's estimated that around 64% of those people remain undiagnosed. It is a serious autoimmune condition where the body's immune system attacks its own tissues when gluten, a protein found in wheat, barley and rye, is eaten. Symptoms can be recurrent, persistent or unexplained. They may include, but are not limited to, fatigue, stomach pain, nausea, anemia and neurological issues. The only treatment is a strict gluten-free diet for life, but that is far easier said than done. People often think only of bread or pasta, but gluten can turn up in all sorts of places. It can be hidden in soups, sauces, processed meats, soy sauce and snack foods. Some alcoholic drinks also contain gluten, particularly beers and ales. For many people with celiac disease, eating out can be stressful rather than enjoyable. Even very small amounts of gluten can cause harm, and cross-contamination from shared utensils, fryers, chopping boards or preparation areas can make food unsafe. Research suggests that consuming more than 10 milligrams of gluten a day may be enough to damage the small intestine in somebody with celiac disease. Gluten can also appear in products that many people would never think about, including medications, supplements, lip balms and even children's Play-Doh. While awareness has improved over the recent years and gluten-free options are widely available, many people still face daily challenges when shopping, eating out or trying to access reliable information. Greater understanding and awareness can make a meaningful difference for those living with celiac disease and for those struggling with symptoms that have not yet been diagnosed or received the support they need. Thank you.
John Burrows.
Mr. Speaker, last week I brought to public attention the extraordinary level of assaults on our teachers that were physical in nature, 2,500 against teachers and classroom assistants. What is even more shocking is the sexual harassment and abuse and extreme misogyny that some young boys are subjecting our female teachers and pupils to. I've heard shocking evidence up and down the country, repeated at committee and to my constituency office, of upskirting, down-blousing, cyber-flashing, young boys openly telling a teacher what they would like to do to them, where, how and when, standing in front of a teacher who's female and saying, "You can't tell me what to do, only a male teacher can." Deep fakes, extreme objectivisation, and often when the teacher raises the issue on behalf of a pupil or themselves, they are made to feel like the problem. The school asks, "What do you want us to do?" because their hands are tied too often in making decisive interventions. And these young people, and I have to say, we need parents to grip what they're watching, because they're watching extreme porn, they're watching people who are extreme misogynist influencers at home, and it is polluting their young brains. And the extreme outworking of that is what you see in England, where two 14-year-old boys rape two schoolgirls, they video it and they put it in social media. And then other followers actually call the schoolgirls a slag. And what signal did the judge give? Not one single day in prison for the suspects. Aided and abetted by a 13-year-old. What signal does that send to people to report this kind of extreme misogyny? We have to grip this issue in our society. The judge, and the case is now dealt with, so I can comment on this. The judge labours over all the mitigating factors, but not the aggravating factors. I see this time and time again, as with women aids last week. A men who commit non-fatal strangulation, a crime that was brought in this place with great fanfare in order to put men behind prison bars who strangle women. The vast majority of those men don't get a custodial sentence. And yet that crime is at the far end of the homicide timeline. It is a red flag that you're going to murder a woman in our community. For some reason, the human rights lobby, which have a role to play, have got us into a position where public authorities focus on the rights of the suspect and the perpetrator and give a greater store to the rights of the victim. We need a recalibration. We need parents to step up and make sure their children aren't watching this extreme porn online. And we need to support decisive interventions when boys are treating women and girls in our schools like this. It has to end, and we need to address it.
Thank you. Michelle Guy has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have 3 minutes to speak. Mrs. Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present this petition on behalf of the residents of Dromara, which is a small rural village in Lagan Valley. The origin of the petition was a road safety meeting back in February that was attended by residents and local PSNI officers and supported by Saoirse Eastwood MP, my colleague David Honeyford, MLA, as well as local councillors Aaron McIntyre and Curtis Dixon. On the night, the community spoke with real concern about speeding, including racer-type behaviours both within the village and the roads leading to it. Parking concerns and the lack of street lighting on roads entering the village was also raised. Almost 400 residents have signed the petition that calls on the Department for Infrastructure to prioritise road safety for Dromara's residents. In particular, the lack of traffic calming is both attracting antisocial, dangerous racer-type behaviours that create a nuisance and a hazard for the residents. On behalf of the residents, I urge DFI to make road safety improvements to the village before we are left with a tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you. I call the member to approach the table to present their petition. The petition to the Minister for Infrastructure and send a copy to the committee. Members take their ease.
Okay, thank you very much, Ed. The next item of business is a committee membership motion from the DUP. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That Mrs Deborah Erskine replace Mrs Pam Cameron as a member of the Committee for the Executive Office, and that Mrs Deborah Erskine be appointed as a member of the Assembly and Executive Review Committee.
Thank you. I call on David Brooks to move the motion.
Moved.
The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The Speaker has received notice from the Minister of Finance that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members that they must be concise in asking their questions. This is not an opportunity for debate, and long introductions will not be allowed. Minister, over to you.
This executive has set out its vision for the delivery of public services in the programme for government. It is clear that the transformation of how we deliver our public services is central to meeting many of the challenges that the Executive faces both now and in the years ahead. Reform and transformation of our public services is one of the 9 key priorities in the programme for government. At its core, transformation is about changing how we work so our services become more effective, more resilient and more sustainable, something which is increasingly important given the constrained public finances. That means designing services around citizens, not organisational structures, cutting duplication and unnecessary complexity, planning our workforce better so skills are used where they add the most value, using data wisely to guide decisions and support early action, focusing on prevention, not just managing demand, and making sure every pound we spend delivers the greatest possible impact, achieving better outcomes and responding to the changing needs of the community. The Transformation Fund has a part to play in this. Last March, I announced £120 million for 6 transformation projects across healthcare, special educational needs, justice and infrastructure. While these are still in the relatively early stages of delivery, it is encouraging to note the progress that has been made, with almost 300,000 more people now having access to a wider range of supports in their GP practice. 114 student classroom assistants are availing of new training aimed at supporting children with additional needs in early year settings. 4,000 policing hours have been saved, and court time is already being freed up to focus on the most serious criminal cases. The first natural flood management scheme has already commenced, with the potential to reduce flooding, improve water quality and make our urban spaces greener. And a digital maturity assessment of the civil service has been completed, and the work is in train to appoint a Chief Digital Officer. These are just some of the early successes resulting from the fund. 26-27 marks a critical expansion phase for the Transformation Fund and the projects it is supporting. I am therefore pleased to announce today that following a second call for proposals from departments, £102.6 million of public funding from the Transformation Fund is being provided to a further 6 projects across the public sector to support the continued transformation of our public services. This £102.6 million represents the funding remaining from the original £235 million. These projects have significant potential to bring about visible and lasting improvements to the way frontline services are delivered, including to some of the most vulnerable in society. They will embed prevention and early intervention to ensure that people can access the services they need, where and when they need them, address some of the most pressing public sector challenges, and lay the foundations for system-wide reforms to improve the sustainability of services in the longer term. I am pleased that the additional funding of £30 million from the National Lottery Community Fund and approximately £5.6 million from the Shared Island Fund has been levered to support these transformative projects. The 6 proposals that I am announcing funding for today reflect the recommendations from the Board. These have been agreed by the Executive, and I have secured the release of this funding from the Chief Secretary of the Treasury. The successful proposals and funding amounts are £42 million for the Department of Health's e-pharmacy primary care digital reform programme. This investment will deliver digitisation of over 45 million prescription items issued each year, replacing paper prescriptions with a faster, safer electronic system capable of being available 24/7, including evenings, weekends and bank holidays. Over 500 community pharmacies across the region provide more clinical services, improving access to care closer to home and reducing reliance on GP appointments. Reduced waiting and travel time for patients with no need to collect paper prescriptions from GP practices or out-of-hours centres, improving convenience and patient experience. Reduced pressures on GPs, hospitals and emergency services, supporting the shift of care into community and allowing clinicians to focus on more complex cases. £18 million cash, releasing savings over 10 years, with £3.5 million recurring annually, alongside reduced paper use and travel, contributing to more sustainable health service. £29.2 million also to the Department of Health for Together for Families. This investment will deliver earlier, easier help for families at a scale, strengthening 29 family support hubs, region-wide coverage, and adding new targeted neighbourhood support so families get timely help before problems escalate. Reduced pressures on crisis services. £30 million investment from National Lottery Community Fund, a transformative new partnership between the Department of Health, the Fund and the voluntary and community sector. Better value for the public purse by shifting spend left. Investment will focus on prevention and reduce reliance on high interventions at a latter stage. Measurable efficiency and savings potential, with a moderate estimate of around £34 million in savings over 10 years. £16 million to the Department for Communities for its pathway to work and wellbeing proposals. Together with a contribution from DFC, this investment will deliver a redesigned health and work model delivered in partnership with the Department for Health and the Department for the Economy, offering stronger integration between employability and health services to support more people to find and sustain employment. Support for 3,750 people to improve work and wellbeing outcomes, working in partnership with local organisations. A commission on work and wellbeing, bringing together independent experts across health and employability to set a forward approach to tackling health and disability-related economic inactivity and shape long-term recommendations for scaling up interventions. A shift to early intervention and prevention, responding to individual needs as early as possible to prevent long-term economic detachment and higher-cost public service interventions in the long term. An estimated long-term financial benefit of £103 million, driven by reduced duplication, higher productivity and long-term demand on public services. £6 million to the Department of Finance for its digital workplace solution. This investment will deliver modernised records and information and management across the civil service, replacing an aging system used by 26,900 staff. recurring savings of $400,000 per year from 29/30, once legacy support and infrastructure costs are removed, reducing duplication and manual handling, supporting faster access to information, and freeing staff time for citizen-facing activity. The secure foundations required for the future use of AI-enabled tools, with government strengthening transparency and decision-making over the long term. $5.3 million to the Department of Finance NISRA Data Linkage Office. This investment will deliver 2 data pathfinder projects to highlight the power of integrated data for policy making across key PFG priorities, a stronger data-driven culture to provide better outcomes for citizens, and improved financial sustainability by delivering efficiency gains. And £4 million to the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs for a bovine TB pilot for the transformation of disease control delivery. This investment will deliver a first-of-its-kind regionalised research pilot to redesign the control of bovine TB, a preventative evidence-led approach to target a disease programme currently costing over £60 million per year, shared island funding of approximately €5.6 million, equates to roughly €6.4 million, direct savings of around $275,000 by 2029, with substantially larger savings expected as the model scales. Long-term projections show that a sustained reduction in disease prevalence could deliver annual savings of up to £2.8 million, improving the financial sustainability of a programme that has cost around $750 million over the last 20 years. Members will know that I am ambitious in terms of what I believe transformation can deliver. The Transformation Board are too. In fact, reflecting the strength of applications received, the Board have recommended supporting another 5 projects that the Board assessed as meeting the criteria for funding, but which could not be funded from the £235 million funding envelope currently available. As members will be aware, I have proposed in my draft budget that additional funding will be allocated by the Executive for transformation over the budget period. Once the multi-year budget has been agreed, it will therefore be my intention to seek Executive agreement that these proposals are supported using this additional funding set aside for transformation in the budget. I will update members further at that point. I would like to once again express my thanks to the Public Sector Transformation Board for all its work throughout this process, and to departments for their engagement with the programme. The Board will continue to monitor the delivery of all funded projects and is supported by the delivery unit based in the Executive's office, who will work very closely with my officials. Dependent on the outcome of discussions in relation to the draft budget, I intend to engage further with the Board on determining the best approach for commissioning future bids to enable wider reform and transformation. The Transformation Fund on its own will not deliver all the reforms required to our public services. It is essential that we look to embed successful approaches into mainstream delivery and sharing learning and good practice. The Transformation Board is providing an active challenge function, encouraging projects to be innovative and agile, to take managed risks and adopt new ways of doing business. This is critical given that demand for services is outpacing the funding available. It is clear that the Transformation Fund can and is making an important contribution. The projects being announced today will unlock additional funding, encouraging cross-sectoral and cross-departmental collaboration, and will maximise the impact of transformation funding in driving improvements in service delivery, promoting prevention and early intervention approaches, delivering cost savings and placing public services on a more sustainable footing. I believe, therefore, that today's announcement represents another important milestone in the transformation journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Matthew O'Toole, Leader of the Opposition.
Mr Deputy Speaker, Minister, a very important milestone would be setting a budget. While many of the allocations you've just announced are welcome and I'm sure noble in intent, others will ask interrogatory questions about them. You're announcing a £100 million allocation today, while tens of billions of pounds of public spending is effectively irregular because we're operating without a budget. Will you confirm that if the Executive does not agree a budget, notwithstanding the fact that you and I can want the UK Government to provide more money, that if a budget is not agreed, the Executive will be imposing further austerity in public services here, because we will only be able to spend a percentage of last year's budget.
Minister.
Matthew O'Toole continues his gaze as the glass half empty guy in the Assembly. I've just announced hundreds of millions of pounds of investment in public services, following up on transformation, making real tentative changes in people's lives where people are witnessing on a daily basis. And just to remind him again, almost 300,000 more people are now having access to a wider range of supports in their GP practices. 4,000 policing hours have been saved. 114 student classroom assistants are now availing of new training. The first natural flood management scheme has already commenced. Digital maturity assessments of the civil service has been completed. And today's announcement will continue that programme of change across our civil service, across our public services, and citizens he represents and citizens I represent will be seeing a real change in how their public services are being delivered. I will continue to engage with the British Government around the budget and ensuring that this place is fairly funded, and I hope I have his support in that task.
I call on Diane Forsyth, Deputy Chair of the Finance Committee. Diane.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, in the current financial pressures, the Executive are united in calling for extra funding. So whenever £235 million of transformation funding has been made available by the UK Government, it's critical that we get it out and show we can use it well. Though I have sight of correspondence from the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee Chair that expresses her concern that funding has been surrendered for both the 25-26 estimates and the 26-27 estimates for this funding. Minister, can you confirm of the money that has been announced and allocated to date, how much has been spent, how much has been given back to the Treasury, and if that has been handed back, are we guaranteed that we will get it again in future, or is it lost?
Minister.
I don't have sight of the letter in front of me which the member refers to. The first tranche of projects have taken longer to get off the ground than was first hoped, but I have announced, I've just reiterated to Mr O'Toole there, where we have seen significant progress across those. There has been delays in some of the projects, particularly in education, in relation to the delivery of the new investment in SEN, and I would like to see that, as I'm sure everybody would like to see that increase significantly over time, but I believe it will as time moves forward. There's also been a delay in some of the justice funding being delivered. I think that's equated to the ongoing industrial action in relation to barristers, etc. I don't have the exact figures in front of me, but no money has been lost to this project. No money has been lost. It has all been, and the Treasury have agreed to re-profile all this funding. But as I said during my address, the board, the delivery unit in the executive, and individual responsible ministers have to ensure that they continue to monitor this and ensure that spend is taking place at the speed at which we want it to do so.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Gemma Dolan. Gemma.
This positive announcement from the Minister this morning. Minister, just on the announcement around TB, what engagement have you had with the Minister for Agriculture on this?
I want to commend this project. Not only has it been brought forward in terms of this transformation fund, but it has also been able to secure shared island funding as well. And where we can lever in further funding or other funding from other organisations or other areas, then I think that's vitally important. I've had engagement with the Minister in regards to this matter. It's clearly a project which is important, both in terms of animal welfare, the welfare of the farmers as well, because diagnosis of TB in a herd can be quite detrimental to a farming family as well. And the cost of this over this last number of years has continued to rise, so we have to get a handle on this, and I think this project will be a way forward.
Thank you very much, Minister. I call on Owen Tennyson. Owen.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the statement. It's definitely a positive development. Minister, you've already outlined some of the benefits of the spending in Tranche 1. Are we likely to see any financial savings, and when are we likely to see those as a result of that investment?
I've set out in my statement areas where there's going to be projected savings in part of this transformation. In some areas they're higher scale than others, but the importance, obviously saving funds which can then be redirected back into public services is the importance of this. But I think the public seeing an improved public service, whether it's in health, whether it's in education, whether wherever it may be, or bovine TV, wherever it may be, I think that's the important element of this transformation fund, where we are improving public services seeing the public getting easier access to those public services and seeing real results for themselves.
Today I call on Alan Chambers. Alan.
Speaker and Minister, thank you for your statement today. I especially welcome the allocation of £42 million for the e-pharmacy programme. Would the Minister agree with me that this will come as an important development to place our pharmacy sector on a sustainable footing, and one which equally importantly will facilitate service growth? Thank you.
Well, I think it's an important development over a wide range of areas. It reduces bureaucracy within GP services and allows easier access for the public to the prescriptions they need, and then those being forwarded to their pharmacist, and obviously highlights again the importance of pharmacy within our primary care sector as well. It's a project of modernisation. In this day and age, we shouldn't have GPs having to sign off on a paper prescription, that then being sent or brought to the pharmacist and then dealt with, etc., etc. So it's a great project. I think it will make a huge difference to GP services, to the GP, to those who use the GP, and also to those who use the pharmacist.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Deirdre Hargey. Deirdre.
Minister, last year when you released Tranche 1 of the fund, you said that it would make a real difference in improving health outcomes, supporting children with special educational needs and improving our justice system. Do you believe that Tranche 1 has achieved those aims?
I do believe it has achieved those. As I said to one of the previous questionnaires, there has been some delays and maybe not as quick a pace as we would like to see in some of the projects at the start. But I think that is now steadily uplifting and moving forward. And when I've read out the figures, so even in terms of GP services, almost 300,000 more people have now access to a wider range of supports to GP practice. That's as a direct result of this transformation fund. And we've just talked about the next stage in terms of pharmacies, etc. So this is about real change happening in real time, and the general public seeing that difference being made.
Deborah Erskine. Deborah.
Deputy Speaker, I thank the Minister for what he has announced today, and the question I have is around whether the Transformation Fund is delivering quickly enough, particularly when it comes to infrastructure, because just last week we had yet another damning report in relation to planning delays. And money was announced over a year ago, yet not one single independent inspector has been appointed. What is the hold-up whenever planning is so critical to the economic prosperity of Northern Ireland?
Well, the two projects that are on time within the first tranche are in DFI, both in terms of flood management and also in terms of recruitment for independent inspectors. And I understand that that recruitment process, advertisements have been out. It may have closed already, and applications are being assessed and being looked at in terms of a recruitment process. So, of the Tranche 1, DFI is on time.
I call on Nuala McAllister. Nuala.
Minister for his answers so far. Minister, within the announcement that there is that £29.2 million for the Department of Health for Together for Families, an additional £30 million from the National Lottery Community Fund. You know, quite often whenever budgets are stretched, it is the community and voluntary sector, the non-stat funding, that is just cut first. So can you speak a little bit more about this new partnership and what that will actually do to stabilise the sector, who actually provide a lot of the early intervention work, or have those issues not been explored in detail with the Health Minister?
This is a new partnership between statutory and children's social care services and the voluntary sector, providing enhanced, targeted and easier access help for families before problems escalate. It will mean fewer children entering care and more children return to their families where it is safe to do so, improving outcomes for children and addressing rising and unsustainable demand. It will also deliver measurable efficiency savings, and it seems crass somewhat when it talks about efficiency savings. We were talking about such an important issue, but around £34 million over 10 years, which can then be redirected back into the service. The details and the minutiae of these matters are best discussed with the individual sponsoring minister on how this will exactly work, how they will work in tandem with the community and voluntary sector, and how they can support each other in delivering better outcomes for children.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Colin Gilder now. Colin.
And thank the Minister for a statement. There's some really good value within those announcements. But will there be a further round of funding, Minister, to build on this momentum?
Minister. I have set aside around £100 million in the draft budget for transformation, and I would like to see, when we do have a final budget, that there will be money set aside for transformation. I have witnessed firsthand, not only in terms of how this transformation pot has delivered outcomes in terms of the public, but I've also seen when you give our civil service a bit of space and some money to be innovative and allow them to plan and do things differently, they come forward and they present projects such as the ones we've seen successful. So let's give our civil service and our public servants the space, the money to transform, and then you see the changes on the ground.
Can I call on Justin McNulty? Justin.
Thank the Minister for his statements and for the monies that will be afforded to many people in need. Minister, in terms of the digital maturity and in terms of how AI actually is involved, in your statement you mentioned the developing the secure foundations required for the future uses of AI-enabled tools within government, strengthening transparency and decision-making over the long term. How exactly does your department plan to ensure these tools are used responsibly? And have you given some consideration to this increased digitisation whereby the EPIC and Compass system, which cost billions, has actually delayed or has lowered patient throughput because of overcoming some demands on medics?
Okay, well, in terms of the project we're involved in within my department, it is about enabling the civil service and the public sector to move forward in an informed way in relation to digitalisation, the use of AI, etc., etc. And obviously we have to learn from elsewhere and ensure at the heart of it that it is people-focused, that it is based on the needs of the community and the staff and the public we serve, and that we do have a human focus throughout it at all times. AI can and will be transformative to our public services, but you cannot replace and should not replace that human emotion, that human connection that only humans can bring to an equation.
I'm absolutely delighted in relation to the investment for our family support hubs, 8 in the Trust and with 4 in the City, and I've declared conflict that I used to manage one of them, which was the Ethos Family Support Hub. They do amazing work to support our most vulnerable children and families. Has there been any indication from the Department of Health, because I'm sure our hubs are listening today, as and when this could become operational regarding the investment? Thank you.
Minister. I can't put a time frame on it today. That will require ongoing engagement between the department and the hubs, and indeed the community and voluntary sector and all those others involved in it. But we do want to see these funds hitting the ground and making a difference as quickly as possible. And as I said, the delivery unit within the department or within TEO and the board, and indeed individual ministers, will be monitoring the progress on these individual projects over the time ahead.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Mark Durkin. Mark.
I thank the Minister for his statement, and there's plenty of positive news in it. In terms of the Pathways to Work and Wellbeing proposal, can the Minister give a wee bit more detail on this, particularly given its apparent similarity in aim to the employability work that was being carried out by organisations funded by the Shared Prosperity Fund until the Local Growth Fund fiasco torpedoed that. That was by the UK government. There was also a lack of support from the executive here. So how does this transformative piece of work differ from what was being done and has been done before?
Pathways to Work and Wellbeing is around £16 million plus an additional DFC contribution. This will be an innovative health and work model to support 3,750 people to find sustained employment. It will be piloted in 2 council areas on a cross-departmental basis and in partnership with a range of local organisations. A commission on work and wellbeing will also be established to shape long-term plans to scale up interventions. So that work will be carried out over the period of time with DFC and, as I said there, with local organisations. In many instances, I would suspect that will be the community and voluntary sector as well, who the members already pointed out has a significant experience in this area. But it is up to the sponsor departments to finalise how that project will be brought forward.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Timothy Gaston.
Deputy Speaker, the Minister's statement allocates $4 million to a new bovine TB pilot. Will this scheme involve a badger cull, as there are many within the farming community who believe we are simply throwing good money after bad until we finally address the main cause of how TB is being spread?
Those matters will be a matter for the Minister for Agriculture to decide on the best way forward in relation to bovine control.
I call on Jerry Carroll. Jerry.
And I share some of the comments with the member opposite about AI and digitisation more generally, Minister. And there's a lot of concern about the rapid rollout of it without fully taking into account the risks associated and the costs being taken up by large companies. But in terms of family support hubs, Minister, we need some more detail. Are these new staff, are these current staff repurposed? Where will they be located, and what will these family support hubs do, and what services will they provide? Thank you.
I understand the detail required from the question, but in terms of the detailed administration of these projects, those are best placed with either, whether it's the Health Minister, the Communities Minister, or whoever's lead project manager in terms of the individual project.
Colin McGrath. Colin.
And I welcome the Health's e-pharmacy programme. I know many members of the APG and community pharmacy have been calling for that for a long time, so it's good to see that it's eventually arriving. And I suppose the funding actually being available for organisations and groups is welcome as well, given that there has been no budget agreed yet, which is causing a lot of uncertainty. But in terms of the money from the National Lottery, does the Finance Minister at least know, is that 30 million, is that 1 year, 2 years, 5 years? Because obviously that money is great to see it invested, but once it comes out, then there is left a void, and then that has to be picked up by the department later in time.
The investment will be over a number of years, and with all these transformation projects, the principle is that these transformation projects are funded through the transformation funding, but the objective is that departments adopt these and bring them into their own baseline for funding. This is about long-term change. It's just not about 4 or 5 years of change. This is about departments doing things differently, embedding them through this seed funding, and then making this the way they do things in the future.
I call on Diane Dodds. Diane.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and Minister, I don't think there's anyone can doubt that this is a good news day, particularly for the Department of Health and the investments that you have announced. However, I would warn that while this money is welcome and it is very much needed, that without sustainability of the pharmacy sector, then we still have a continuing problem. Can you tell the House how you intend to monitor the particular programme of delivering e-prescriptions, given that Encompass took many, many years and had many problems before it was actually fairly successful?
The Transformation Board will continue to monitor delivery of these projects, as will the delivery unit within the Executive Office. The Minister also has a responsibility, and I have no doubt the relevant committees will also play their part.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Linda Dillon. Linda.
And thank you, Minister, for the statement. And I agree with others in the House today that this is a very positive day in terms of the investment, particularly into our health services. Do you think, just in terms of the 5.6 million that has been brought in from Shared Island in particular, do you think the departments are actually doing enough in terms of leveraging that money in from Shared Island? Because we were at a North-South Interparliamentary Association meeting on Friday, and some of the conversation during that meeting would have alluded to the fact that there is really good potential for some Shared Island, particularly in relation to health, particularly in relation to transforming how health is delivered to those very specific, I'm thinking around women's health and children's cancer, right across this island, that could be done better if we did it together, and Shared Island would be a way to get that. So do you think enough work has been done in terms of leveraging that?
Sir.
I think it has to be a two-way street, and I do encourage my executive colleagues to look at all areas where they can achieve additional funding, and in this instance Shared Island funding, and there has to be an alignment between that and our programme for government, and I think better engagement at Taoiseach's office level and the executive level would be beneficial in ensuring that funding coming forward, which is very, very welcome funding, it has to be said, further aligns with our programme for government and then fits into the plan of delivery and change we want to see across the board. But without doubt, shared island funding, not only in this project but elsewhere, is making a real difference.
Call on Brian Kingston. Brian.
Speaker, and I do welcome the allocation of the remainder of the £235 million provided by HM Treasury for transformation projects which improve efficiency. Minister, you said that the Public Sector Transformation Board has recommended supporting another 5 projects which meet the criteria for funding, and you want to see those supported. Minister, have you or will you approach and make the case to Treasury that this is money well spent if they can provide further funding for the Transformation Fund, as this will deliver ongoing savings on an invest to save basis?
Well, the simple answer to that is yes, and I think we have proven time and time again in relation to this funding that we can and will deliver on it, and that we can deliver the real change. And indeed, those working on the front line in public services are making the real change as a result of it. So I'll continue to lobby Treasury in relation to this matter.
Okay, as no other members have indicated they wish to ask a question, that concludes questions on the statement. We'll move swiftly on to the further consideration stage of the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council Bill. I call the Minister of Finance, Mr John O'Dowd, to move the bill.
Moved.
As no amendments has been tabled, there is no opportunity to discuss the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council Bill today. Members will, of course, be able to have a full debate at final stage. The further consideration stage of the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council Bill is therefore concluded. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. Next item of business, further consideration stage of the Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill. I call the Minister of Finance, John O'Dowd, to move the bill.
Moved.
As no amendments have been selected for debate, there is no opportunity to discuss the Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill today. Members will, of course, be able to have a full debate at final stage. The further consideration stage of the Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill is therefore concluded. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. The next item of business is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That the draft baby loss certificate regulations Northern Ireland 2026 be approved.
Thank you. I call on the Minister of Finance to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
As members will be aware, these regulations follow from the Death, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Act 2026, which received royal assent on the 26th of February. During Assembly debates on the bill, I said that a baby loss certificate scheme was needed to close a gap in our registration service so that we can treat losses which occur early in pregnancy in the same way that we treat births and deaths. I said that I wanted to bring forward a baby loss certificate scheme which is shaped around the needs and experiences of families to provide comfort and support as they navigate their grief. As I set out my commitment to establish this scheme as quickly as possible. Mr Speaker, today's debate provides an opportunity for us to make an important step towards delivering on those commitments. Since the passage of the Death, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Act through the Assembly, my officials have worked at pace to finalise these regulations to provide the framework for a baby loss certificate scheme. My motivation, their motivation, and I suspect the motivation of others who contribute to the debate here today will be the same. To progress this scheme so that we can formally recognise losses prior to the end of 24 weeks of pregnancy. We know that a baby loss certificate cannot take away the pain that parents feel following these losses. But it is my hope that by formally recognising their loss through a certificate which validates the life that was lost, we can provide them with a measure of comfort. We can help them to start a hard conversation with a friend or a family member, or give them a way of reaching out for help in their grief. The details of the regulations before the Assembly have been shaped around what the public told us during our consultation over the summer last year. They include specific provisions about what a baby loss certificate will contain, the form of the application required for the issue of a baby loss certificate, how the General Registry Office will maintain records of the baby loss certificate, and how an amendment may be made to a certificate. In short, they provide the formal legal provisions required to support the operation of the scheme and the issue of baby loss certificates from the General Register Office. Through this process, I have repeatedly been impressed and humbled by the candour and honesty of the families who have been affected by baby loss. These regulations bear the imprint of more than 1,100 people and organisations who responded to our consultation. I would like to place on record my gratitude to all of those who took the time to share their experiences with us. Their bravery in setting out just how deeply their loss impacted their lives, and their insights about how this scheme should look and work have helped us to design a certificate scheme which meets their needs as fully as possible. I know for that many of us this would have been a difficult process, and I am grateful for their contributions. I welcome members' comments and commend these regulations to the House.
Thank you, Minister. I call on the Chairperson of the Finance Committee, Matthew O'Toole. Matthew.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm going to speak to the scrutiny of the Finance Committee's scrutiny of the statutory rule, and I thank the Minister for bringing this motion forward. I want to reassure the House of the Finance Committee's due diligence in scrutiny of the original legislation, but also the regulations that we're talking about today. And I also want to warmly welcome this as, in effect, the final legislative stage in the evolution of the baby loss certificate scheme. This journey first began, in many ways, at least in relation to the Northern Ireland Assembly, when the Finance Committee urged the Department to include such a scheme in legislation. So today marks the final legislative hurdle, and I'm confident, obviously, I would hope that the House will affirm this rule, which the Committee has agreed. Today's motion will allow for the formal launch of the scheme. I hope making a real and meaningful change which will enable those who have lost a baby prior to the end of the 24th week of pregnancy to have formal acknowledgement and recognition of that loss. The Committee first considered the policy proposal at SL1 stage on the 15th of April 2026, noting that the regulations set out noting that the regulations set out how the scheme will operate, who might apply, the form of application, conditions for application, and the information the certificate will contain. The Committee was, as ever, mindful of the need to balance appropriate scrutiny with swift implementation of the scheme. In line with agreed procedures, the Committee issued a short call for views on the proposal and agreed to schedule an oral briefing with relevant officials. This briefing took place ahead of schedule on the 29th of April. At that time, members were able to question the Registrar General on a number of important issues, which included geographic considerations, i.e. where recipients of these certificates are living now. So, for example, people they lived in Northern Ireland when they experienced the loss, but are now living either in other parts of these islands or indeed further afield. If surrogacy use would preclude eligibility for certificates, and on both the timeline and anticipated demand for this scheme. Members also considered the layout, i.e. the layout of the certificates and the contents of template certificates, agreeing to send these to the relevant stakeholders, including some of the organisations the Minister mentioned, people who have experienced this loss themselves, and give us a very candid and at times moving evidence throughout the scrutiny process. And having satisfied themselves with the clarification and detail provided by officials, the Committee was more than content to approve the proposal. This was formally laid as a draft statutory rule on the 11th of May, and at our meeting on the 20th of May, the Committee noted the Examiner's statutory rules advice that it did not require that this rule did not require being drawn to the attention of the Assembly. So we are content, the Committee is content, that the rule be affirmed today. I want to also take this opportunity on behalf of the Committee to thank the Registrar General and his team in the GRO for bringing forward this scheme so quickly, but also providing ongoing clarification. And I think that is important to note, because often as MLAs we are holding not just ministers but officials to account, and sometimes holding their feet to the fire, and very often in this chamber criticising or lambasting, and sometimes in the opposition with my other hat we're doing that. But on this occasion I want to genuinely thank officials who worked to design a novel scheme with sensitivity and professionalism very quickly. So that is, I want to put that on the record on behalf of the whole Committee, and to answering all our questions thoroughly and comprehensively. As I alluded to earlier, the formal scrutiny of this rule began in April of this year. It would be remiss of me not to point out that our Committee, on a cross-party basis, has been key to the development of this scheme, and I want to acknowledge the constructive work we've done with the Minister and his officials on this. We've been pushing for the scheme from 2024, i.e. when we returned after our absence. The applicable primary legislation, the deaths, stillbirths and baby loss bill, was introduced into the Assembly on the 25th of March and received 25th of March 2025 and received royal assent on the 25th of February 2026. Throughout the committee stage of the bill, members of the committee were cognisant of the immensely sensitive topic. We heard directly from those parties who had experienced loss, and it was at times highly emotive and quite affecting. With the indulgence of the House, we just want to give one example because of the work we did. On the 4th of June 2025, we heard from a group known as Forget Me Not, a wonderful group which works alongside the bereavement midwives in the Ulster Hospital. We heard from them what this scheme will mean for those personally affected by baby loss and how it will make a real difference for them. They will, for the first time, have formal recognition of the emotional impact of their losses. So I'm honoured to stand up on behalf of the committee and say that placing this scheme into law is important for all of those, of course, who have been touched by baby loss, and it matters today for all of those babies who have been lost. For Rosa, Matilda, Leonora, Eli and Dottie, and Noah and his brothers and sisters, and those were some of the losses whom we heard about in our committee. Today marks the culmination of the process whereby bereaved parents in this position can have this recognition of their loss. I'm proud to stand up and support the passing of this rule on behalf of the Finance Committee and look forward to the scheme being implemented in the very near future. And just on a kind of non-committee basis, I wanted again on behalf of our party to commend this rule and also commend the officials who worked on, and indeed the Minister for working constructively with the Finance Committee in bringing this forward. This is a small advance in terms of what we do in the Assembly, but actually it will be deeply meaningful for people who are placed in this position and for whom, and it won't be everybody who suffers a loss of pregnancy, but it will be a significant number of people for whom this is an important recognition. So I thank the Minister for bringing this forward. I thank his officials for working on it, and indeed my colleagues in the Finance Committee. We're very pleased to have been able to work constructively to bring this forward and conclude it today. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Matthew. I call on Gemma Dolan. Gemma.
Baby loss is something that has a profound and heartbreaking impact on parents. The development of these regulations will now enable that loss to be formally acknowledged and is an example of a positive change that we can make in this Assembly when we work together in partnership. Last October, I hosted an event here to mark Baby Loss Awareness Week and had the privilege of hearing from many of those families with a lived experience and the effect this has on their lives. I'm honoured to have been part of the committee that has helped shape this compassionate piece of legislation. I want to commend the Finance Minister and his officials for their work in bringing this scheme forward, but most of all, I want to thank those who have suffered the loss of their little angels for their bravery and their contributions, and the organisations who support them. While these certificates cannot and will not take away the loss of their pain, I hope access to them can help people during an extremely challenging time in their lives.
Thank you, Gemma. I call on Diane Forsyth. Diane.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And today I rise and remember all of those babies who left us too soon. They lived, they were precious, they were loved, and they were lost from this earth to heaven. And every single one of their lives mattered, and they should always be remembered and recognised by more than just the memories and the hearts of their parents and families. And I especially think of the babies who passed away before 24 weeks in pregnancy and who currently have no formal record of their life. So I welcome today the progression of the baby loss certificates in Northern Ireland, and I'm honoured to have played a part in bringing this forward. This has been a true example of where the Finance Committee has worked with the Department and brought this forward alongside the Minister, this collective piece of work that will mean in the coming weeks that baby loss certificates will be in law in Northern Ireland. This could easily have passed with a press statement from ministers of future policy intent and nothing delivered, but it has not been that. Joined up working and support to deliver this has ensured it will be introduced, an important, compassionate piece of legislation here. And as today's motion will allow for the formal launch of the scheme without delay, we should note for caution and clarity, this does not mean that parents can go out and get a certificate immediately this afternoon. There'll be a process, and I would ask the Minister if he can provide some further detail on that in his closing remarks and the dates moving forward. These families have suffered loss, heartbreak and trauma, and it's important at this final stage of the process that their application and administration of the scheme to get their certificates happens smoothly and compassionately. And again, I thank the Minister for bringing this forward, and I thank his departmental officials, especially the Registrar General, for being available at any time to committee and for bringing this forward at pace. Throughout our committee stage of the bill, the members of our Finance Committee have worked carefully and sensitively on this topic. We heard directly from those who have experienced the loss. It was emotional at times, but we have taken this on board, those personal testimonies, and done our best to ensure this is reflected in the legislation and the regulations. I thank all who engaged with the committee, the Forget-Me-Not group, the bereavement midwives, and for me, I also thank the local groups and individuals who have reached out to me directly and been in touch on this issue. This means so much to them all. All of their stories have impacted us, and today, as this moves into our law, we should pause and acknowledge that in this Assembly today, we are formally recognising these babies. Today really matters, and I'm proud to be here to welcome it. One of the first motions that came to this House since I joined the Assembly was that on the need for baby loss certificates in Northern Ireland, and today we are delivering on that. Every life matters. Thank you.
Much indeed, Diane. I call on Deirdre Hargey. Deirdre.
I welcome the progression of these regulations, and I suppose to take us back in early 2024 when these institutions got up and running again, the then Finance Minister Keva Archibald had outlined her intent to bring forward a piece of legislation, and importantly to create a certificate scheme. And I'm delighted now, following the legislation that the current Finance Minister John O'Dowd brought forward earlier this year, that we're now seeing these regulations to see that happen. And as other members touched on, this was on the back of a motion in this chamber, but also engagement with families and with lobby organisations out there who are impacted by this issue. So again, I just want to say thanks to them. Yeah, of course.
Would the member agree with me that it is those parents and the organisations who support the parents who lost their babies who really drove this issue? But this is exactly how politics should work. They told us where the gap was, they told us what they needed. They had a department and a minister who listened and delivered, and who listened at every point, and a committee who also listened. So I think this is really, really important, and it's actually exactly how politics should work. We identify the gap by listening to people on the ground, and we address it.
And I think the member's absolutely right, and I think it reflects the good work, and you can hear that from all of the members that have spoken so far, the good work that was done between the Minister, the committee, with the organisations and families out on the ground, and of course with his team who are here also today as well. So I want to give my thanks to all of them. I think it is an important issue, particularly for those that want their loss recognised. Not everybody does. I think it's important to say that as well. But for those who do, that they will be treated and issued with certificates just like anyone else who loses a loved one as well. So again, I think this is an important step. I think it shows the importance of this Assembly in passing legislation which meets the needs of our communities and society more broadly. And we will now see the production of a baby loss certificate coming sooner rather than later. So again, I just want to commend the Minister and his team, and indeed this Assembly as a whole. Thank you.
I call on Harry Harvey. Harry.
Speaker, and today is a deeply important and emotional moment for so many families across Northern Ireland. The approval and progression of baby loss certificates is not just a policy decision, it is an acknowledgement of grief, love and lives that matter deeply to parents and families. For too long, many people who experienced pregnancy or baby loss felt that their heartbreak was invisible or unrecognised. This change helps to say clearly, your loss matters, your baby mattered, and your grief is real. I am proud to stand alongside friends, family members, dedicated staff and constituents who have campaigned, shared personal stories and pushed for compassion and recognition. Their courage has helped bring us to this point today. This has never been about politics alone. It has been about humanity, dignity and giving comfort to those who carry loss every single day. While no certificate can remove pain, it can provide meaningful recognition and reassurance that parents are not forgotten. I want to thank everyone who has supported this progress, including advocacy groups, healthcare professionals, bereaved families and colleagues across the Assembly who recognise the importance of this step. Today will bring comfort to many people across our communities, and I hope it also sends a message that Northern Ireland is listening with compassion and acting with care. There's still more work to do in supporting bereaved parents, but this is an important milestone and one that many families have waited a long time to see. To every parent and family affected by baby loss, we remember, we recognise and we stand with you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, and I call on the Minister to wind. Minister.
When I came into the chamber this morning, I was discussing hundreds of millions of pounds. We have passed further stages of two pieces of legislation which look at how we regularise spend, and another one is how we monitor spend. But none of them are more important than we're about to do now in terms of these baby loss certificates and the regulations around them. This simple act, and it's a collective act of this Assembly, and the team we rely on, whether it's the General Registrar's Office and his team, or the broader public service and the civil service to enact these things. This is a team effort today. And what we're about to do is pass the final legislative hurdle to ensuring that we can now issue certificates to those who have lost a baby pre-24 weeks. And as all speakers have said, that will not replace the loss of the baby. What it will do is acknowledge the loss, it will acknowledge the baby, it will acknowledge the grief, and for many families there will be different ways of doing that and different reflections, etc. But we have allowed it to happen, and for that we should be collectively, without patting ourselves on the back, we should be proud of that, that we have allowed it to happen in a collegiate, respectful way. So in terms of some of the comments in relation to when, as members have said, the scheme will go live in June, late June. We have put the General Registrar and his team and myself have put the resources in place, and we expect a significant demand in the first number of weeks and months, and we will work our way through that to respond to families as quickly as possible. It will be widely advertised, and we will have an event ahead of the launch date to ensure that the public are aware of it and how to apply and get the certificate back to them as quickly as possible. So the last clunky piece of legislation that we have to go through in these places to do these things, and will hopefully now pass in the next few minutes, and the next step is issuing certificates. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, the question is that the draft baby loss certificate regulations Northern Ireland 2026 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, can we just take our ease for a moment while we change over the top table? Thank you very much indeed, too. Thank you. Thank you.
The next item on the business on the order paper is a motion from the Committee for Communities on its report on engagement with local government on draft anti-poverty strategy. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly notes the Committee for Communities report on engagement with local government on the draft anti-poverty strategy and calls on the Minister for Communities and the Executive to implement the recommendations contained therein.
Thank you. I call on the Chairperson of the Committee for Communities to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
I rise as chairperson of the Committee for Communities to move that motion standing in my name in the order paper. Since the formation of our committee, our members have maintained a very strong and continuing interest in the development of the anti-poverty strategy. We recognise that poverty is one of the most serious and persistent challenges facing communities across the North. It affects children, women, older people, disabled people, carers, workers, families, rural households and urban communities. It is also a challenge that does not sit neatly within the remit of one department. Poverty is shaped by income, employment, housing, childcare, transport, energy costs, educational opportunity, health inequality and access to advice and support. Although led by the Department for Communities, the Committee therefore believes the final anti-poverty strategy must be genuinely whole-of-government strategy and also a whole-of-society strategy. The Committee's message is straightforward. Local government is already part of the anti-poverty response. The final strategy must now make it part of the anti-poverty system. So, councils, the Committee decided to engage directly with all of 11 councils because local government is already delivering services right in the heart of our communities and with direct experience of the lived reality of poverty. Councils are not distant from the impact of poverty. They see it at first hand. They see it through advice services, fuel support, food insecurity, social supermarkets, employability programmes, community planning partnerships, hardship schemes and the community and voluntary organisations that they support. At a dedicated meeting on the 5th of March 2026, the Committee for Communities heard evidence from representatives of all 11 councils. The evidence was powerful, practical and at times stark. One of the strongest messages we heard was that local government is often the glue that holds local interventions together. Councils convene partners. They know their community. They know where need is hidden. And they know which organisations are trusted by local people. They know that in one place the urgent need may be debt advice, in another it may be transport, and in another it may be help with school uniforms, heating oil or food. However, we also heard that councils can end up leading anti-poverty work by default, without the authority, the formal mandate or the resources to do so properly. That is not sustainable, Concordia. If the Executive wants councils to help deliver the strategy, that role must be defined, resourced and respected. So the first issue, therefore, is not whether local government has a role. It already has one. The question is whether that role will be formally recognised, properly resourced and built into the delivery strategy of the architecture of the final strategy. So we recommend giving local government a defined role. The Department should explicitly define the strategic and operational role of local councils within the anti-poverty strategy. The Committee further recommends that community planning partnerships should be formally designated as the primary local delivery vehicles for the strategy. CPPs already bring together councils, statutory bodies, health, housing, community and voluntary sector. They are already in place. The task now is to give them the necessary mandate, accountability and shared outcomes to make the delivery real. Recommendation 2, moving from short-term funding to sustained prevention. Defining the roles of council is only one part of the answer. The second issue then is whether the organisations expected to deliver anti-poverty work have the stability to do so. So our second recommendation concerns funding. The Committee heard repeatedly that the current system too often forces council and community organisations into a cycle of firefighting. Short-term, competitive late-year funding pots create uncertainty, inefficiency and in some cases the loss of highly skilled staff. This is particularly damaging for community advice services, wraparound support services and frontline organisations dealing with people in crisis. The Committee therefore recommends the Executive aligns the anti-poverty strategy with a ring-fenced multi-year funding settlement. No strategy can be transformative if the organisations expected to deliver it are left living hand-to-mouth from one financial year to the next. Recommendation 3, making poverty reduction a test across government. So funding individual programmes will not be enough if wider public policy continues to create or deepen poverty. That brings me to the need for poverty reduction to become a test right across government. The third recommendation is the introduction of mandatory anti-poverty impact assessments across government. Members heard that too many policies are made without sufficiently exploring whether they will reduce poverty, worsen poverty, or simply move the pressure from one part of the system to another. Similar to rural proofing, the committee believes that all new public policies, structural investments and budgetary decisions across departments should be rigorously assessed for their impact on poverty before they proceed. If the anti-poverty strategy is to mean anything in practice, then poverty reduction must become a test applied across housing, health, education, transport, infrastructure, childcare, skills and economic policy. Recommendation 4 then is around using data to help target help before crisis point. If we are serious about prevention, we also need to know where need is emerging before households reach crisis point. Our fourth recommendation is for the establishment of a cross-departmental data sharing framework. We heard a very, very simple point directly from local representatives. People don't know what they do not know. Councils may know that need exists, but they are often prevented from identifying precisely where it is and who is most at risk. Without appropriate, secure and GDPR-compliant data sharing, interventions are less targeted and less effective. Councils told us that health, housing, education, justice, benefit data and local knowledge must be brought together in a cohesive way more effectively so that support can be proactive rather than reactive. This is not about data for its own sake, it's about getting the right help to the right people earlier before problems become crises. Recommendation 5 then is around tackling the structural causes of poverty. Better data and better targeting absolutely matter, but they must sit within a wider shift from crisis response to structural prevention. The fifth recommendation is that the final strategy must prioritise structural drivers and prevention. Emergency support is necessary, but it's not enough. Food parcels, fuel vouchers and hardship payments can provide immediate relief, but they do not by themselves provide a route out of poverty. The strategy must therefore include measurable and time-bound actions on the structural drivers of poverty. That means a coordinated approach to increasing social and affordable housing supply. It means robust interventions in the private rented sector. It means progression of a fully funded regional childcare strategy. And it also means dedicated actions on rural poverty, including a specific funded focus on protecting and expanding rural and community transport networks. Transport came through strongly in our evidence, especially from rural councils. Poor transport limits access to work, education, health services and advice. The committee is clear that the strategy must move beyond managing the symptoms of poverty and begin tackling the conditions that keep people trapped in poverty. And finally then, in terms of embedding lived experience, the committee was clear that policy must not be just designed around people without being shaped by people. Our final recommendation is that lived experience must be embedded permanently in the governance, monitoring and evaluation of the anti-poverty strategy. Co-design cannot be a one-off consultation. So the committee welcomes the engagement it has had with the Minister and his officials in relation to this work. At the committee meeting on the 14th of May, the Minister indicated that there is a duty to listen, reflect and change course where necessary. The committee welcomes that approach. Members also heard a commitment to maximise collaboration and shared delivery across government, local government and wider partnerships. That is also the right direction. The purpose of this motion is to encourage and strengthen that approach. The final strategy must be more than a statement of ambition. It must be costed, measurable, locally deliverable and accountable. The question for the Assembly, therefore, is whether the final strategy will simply acknowledge the work already being done or whether it will build the structures needed to sustain and strengthen it and introduce significant new measures. In closing, I want to reflect the phrase that was used in the session. We were asked to be bold, to be compassionate and to be change makers. That's a fair challenge to this Assembly, to the whole Executive and to the Minister for Communities. I believe the committee's report offers the Minister a practical route to improve the final anti-poverty strategy. It asks that local government be given its proper place and voice, that local interventions be supported. Most importantly, it asks the anti-poverty strategy should not simply describe the scale of the problem, but create the structures, resources and accountability to tackle it. I commend the motion to the House and urge members to support it.
Thank you, Colm. I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on the motion and on the committee's report on the engagement with local government on the draft anti-poverty strategy, and I thank the Chair for outlining what's contained within the report, including the proposals. The committee's report makes it clear that councils are already doing significant work on the ground to support people facing poverty, and they're involved in emergency hardship support, social supermarkets, labour market partnerships and local interventions that are often delivered closest to the people who are most in need. That local insight is, of course, incredibly valuable, and it should help shape the final strategy. I welcome also the work brought forward by the Communities Minister. This draft strategy is rightly focused on practical outcomes, on work and employment as the best route out of poverty, and on the need to make work pay. And if we're serious about tackling poverty, we must also be honest about what works. And sustainable employment remains one of the most effective ways to lift people and families out of poverty, but that must mean decent, stable work. It must mean that work does pay, and that work that provides dignity, purpose and genuine route to a better standard of living. We must also, of course, be clear that tackling poverty cannot simply be about handing out money. Support will always be necessary for those who need it most, but we also need to focus on creating wealth as a society, on growing opportunity and on building an economy where people can provide for themselves and for their families. The committee report also rightly highlights child poverty, including evidence that more than 110,000 children across Northern Ireland are living in poverty, and that should be a concern for every member of this House. No child should have their life chances limited by the circumstances to which they are born. But this cannot be achieved, of course, by the Department of Communities alone. It's not simply a DFC strategy, and it must be an executive strategy. Economy has a role in jobs and skills, education has a role in attainment and opportunity, health has a role in addressing barriers to employment, infrastructure has a role in access to work, training and services, and all these things, Principal Deputy Speaker, are the reason why it's important that all departments are brought fully into the strategy. It also means that the Executive and the Finance Minister must ensure that the appropriate funding is made available to support delivery of the anti-poverty strategy going forward. At present, no additional funding has been allocated to implement. Well,
and I agree, Pam, around the issue on work being a crucial part of this, and I'm just wondering, does that indicate that the members opposite will support the Good Jobs Bill, which is coming through in hopefully soon? Thank you.
Pam, you have an extra minute.
Thank the member for the contribution. And clearly, that's another piece of work that needs to be fully investigated. And I think the industry has made clear itself that their concerns that there needs to be time to investigate that piece of legislation fully before committing to it. At present, of course, no additional funding has been allocated to implement the strategy, and that's a serious issue. A strategy without the necessary funding risks becoming a statement of intent rather than a plan for delivery. So that's why I find the position taken by Sinn Féin members on the committee difficult to reconcile with their approach of their own executive ministerial colleagues. At times they appear to be at complete odds with those colleagues. People in poverty don't need mixed messages, they need delivery. One area of delivery is particularly important is fuel poverty. It's especially prevalent in Northern Ireland because of our heavy reliance on home heating oil. And that has a particular impact on older people, many of whom are on fixed incomes and who are more vulnerable to cold homes. There's a clear link here with the active ageing strategy and ensuring older people can live safely, warmly and with dignity. That's why the upcoming £100 oil heating intervention from the Minister Lyons is important. It's a practical help targeted at real pressure facing households in Northern Ireland, and it's being delivered while other Sinn Féin ministers have shirked the responsibility of that. However, short-term support must sit alongside long-term investment. We all understand the importance. The Warm Healthy Homes Fund, agreed as part of the Executive Fuel Poverty Strategy, must be properly resourced if it's to improve homes, reduce bills and protect vulnerable households. It's therefore deeply disappointing that the fund did not receive an allocation in the draft Sinn Féin 3-year budget. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, this strategy must remain focused on work, on making work pay, on creating wealth and on tackling child poverty and the executive-wide delivery and properly addressing the fuel poverty issue. If we're serious about this delivery, then the Executive must ensure that these strategies are properly funded, and on that basis I support the motion.
Thank you, Pam. I call Sean Mulholland.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And I welcome the opportunity to speak on the Committee's report on engagement with local government on the draft anti-poverty strategy. And firstly, I want to thank our clerk team at the committee for all their hard work taken forward. My suggestion to compile this report once we realised just how valuable the contribution of councils were to the conversation. I support the report and its recommendations. It reflects exactly what all of us have heard from councils, advice workers, community organisations and families. What they tell us every day is that poverty cannot be tackled from a desk in Stormont alone. It has to be tackled in our towns, our villages, our rural communities, alongside the people and organisations who understand those communities best. The report is clear the councils are already delivering that vital anti-poverty work, from hardship funds right through to our social supermarkets and labour market partnerships and local advice networks. But right now they're doing that without clarity, authority, funding or the status that they need and deserve. The draft strategy has to do more to recognise councils and community planning partnerships as central delivery partners. That matters in all constituencies and communities, but in mine and Causeway Coasting Glens, where poverty is not hidden, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation's latest analysis estimates that 23% of people in that council area are living in poverty. That's the second highest rate of any council area in Northern Ireland, and it shows why the anti-poverty strategy cannot be generic. It has to recognise regional imbalance, rural poverty and particular pressures facing those communities like Causeway Coasting Glens, where housing, transport, low pay, seasonal work, childcare and skills gaps all interact to make people feel trapped in poverty. It also has to recognise that whilst the Minister frequently references getting people into work, we know that work alone is not the route out of poverty in itself. JRF has shown that the majority of people in households in poverty now live in working households, including 64% of children in poverty and 60% of working age adults in poverty. So work is not that only route, whilst it is one. Almost half of workers have experienced low pay in the last 5 years. So yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, we need jobs, but we don't just need any jobs, we need good jobs. Secure, fairly paid work with enough hours, flexibility for parents and carers, and real accessibility for disabled people and others facing those barriers to employment. This is particularly important again in my constituency in Causeway Coasting Glens. The local labour market partnership has identified economic inactivity, unemployment, disability, employment and skilled labour supply as key priorities. That economic inactivity rate was 30.1% compared with the Northern Ireland average of 26.3%, and the area had the lowest employment rate in Northern Ireland. That is why the anti-poverty strategy must be directly linked to good jobs, to skills, to childcare, to disability employment support and regional economic development.
Would the member give way?
Yes.
Does the member agree that this strategy cannot sit in isolation within the department, solely for the Department of Communities?
Sorry, Sean, you have an extra minute.
Thank you. Absolutely. It has to be owned right across the executive. It has to be owned by those stakeholders, and particularly in partnership with our councils. Councils can't be treated just as optional consultees or convenient delivery partners. They have to be placed at an equal footing with the Department for Communities in the delivery of this strategy. Councils know where the poverty is. They know which organisations are already engaged in effective engagement. They know where the transport gaps stop people from getting to work, where advice services are under pressure. They know where local interventions are holding families together already. They can't do that work properly on short-term, competitive, last-minute funding. Poverty is long-term and the response has to be too. The Executive's programme for government talks about more people into better jobs, and that is right and proper ambition, but for communities like mine, it has to be more than just a slogan. It has to be backed by targets, funding, local delivery solutions and structures capable of changing lives, and a focus on the life cycle of individuals, because we know that the experience of poverty is not linear. The final anti-poverty strategy, therefore, has to be measurable, it has to be properly resourced, it has to be co-designed with people who are living and experiencing poverty now, and it has to be delivered in genuine partnership with local government. It has to put councils and community planning partnerships at the heart of delivery, not just at the margins, because people don't simply live in silos, and they do not simply need help to survive poverty, they need a real and genuine route out of it. And so I support the report, and I urge the Minister and the Executive to act on the recommendations in full. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And the Ulster Unionist Party welcome the report and the engagement that were carried out leading to the report by the Communities Committee with councils right across Northern Ireland. And what comes through very clearly from the evidence is that councils are already dealing with the realities of poverty every single day. And we know this, we see it, and we hear from our council colleagues throughout Northern Ireland. And as we know, and we have heard already, poverty is not a nuanced issue. It's discussed in reports, it has been discussed in reports, but it's more than statistics. In reality, it is families struggling with the price of food, and we know that there is a one-way trajectory at the moment with the price of food given the geopolitics in the Straits of Hormuz. Again, fuel, and we know we face this one almost annually with the dependence on oil and the price of oil and further escalating housing costs. And who does that sit with? It predominantly sits, I suppose, with older people, with single-parent families, with individuals with disabilities, who can't work, and crucially, it's really incapacitating parents who do find themselves each summer worrying about how they're going to get their kids back to school, how they're going to feed them over the summer, and summer activities that we've had to battle for in here in regard to special schools. And the list does indeed go on and on, but the report also is right to highlight the growing issue for the working poor, with many experiencing poverty who are already in employment but don't have a high enough wage to meet the needs of the bills that are now mounting. And the reality is that poverty can affect people in a wide range of circumstances. There are people working hard every day, still struggling to make ends meet. There are also others, some of whom who are not in work due to ill health, disability, crucially carrying responsibilities, and we must never overlook the role of our carers, particularly young carers, and it's really important that we support them, or just through having difficult life circumstances, which can place enormous burdens on some individuals, their personal pressures, and indeed some of our families. That is important because too often commentary can become overly simplistic and political points being made when in reality, like the previous debate on the baby loss certificate, poverty pervades every community in Northern Ireland. It's imperative that those in positions of responsibility are careful in both their approach and the language that they use around poverty and hardship. These issues affect real people, real families, and very often sensitive personal circumstances, and public debate should seek to reduce the division and the stigma and not contribute to it. Good anti-poverty policy should not be about drawing lines between people or suggesting some form of hardship matters more than another. It should be about recognising need, reducing poverty, and ensuring people are treated with dignity and support during difficult periods in their lives. And one of the strongest themes running through the report is that too much of the current response remains focused on crisis management and firefighting rather than prevention and tackling root causes. And the latter, tackling root causes, I know the Minister has stated is a priority for him and the Department. We cannot continue waiting, however, until people reach crisis point. Failure to tackle poverty properly does not result in the problem disappearing. It simply creates greater pressures elsewhere, particularly within our health and social care system. And that's a really important point because there is a direct link between poverty and poor physical health, poor mental health outcomes, social isolation and educational attainment. Fuel poverty, poor housing and financial stress all contribute to worsening outcomes and increased pressure on individual families. and already stretched public services. That is why we need an invest to save approach, focused on prevention and early intervention. Investment in housing, childcare, employability, transport and poverty measures should not simply be viewed as expenditure or expensive. And again, in the previous debate around the allocation of monies, it's good to see that there is £16 million being allocated in regards to employability. It's a preventative investment that improves lives while helping reduce long-term pressures elsewhere in the system. The debate around holiday hunger reflects this clearly. Whether people view the legislation as itself as workable or not, the issue is there and is a valid debate that we will be engaged in. The report also is right to call for a genuinely joined-up approach across government. Poverty does not fit neatly into one department, certainly not the Department of Communities on its own. Housing, health, education, childcare, transport and the economy, to mention a few, are all interconnected policy needs that we really need to accept as our reality and something that needs to change. So ultimately, this report should be utilised to shape a more joined-up, preventative and person-centred anti-poverty strategy focused on tackling hardship. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Robbie. I call Mark Durgan.
Councils here have become leaders in the fight back against poverty. They provide the services that people have had to turn to when they can't heat their homes, can't afford food, or are drowning under the pressure of the cost of living. That reality is felt across all council areas, but it's felt differently in different areas. And I know it's felt extremely acutely in Derry and Strabane. But we have seen councils again and again step in to provide support, often in the absence of support from the executive. Local government is leading the way. This report lays bare the scale of the challenges facing our communities. There are 110,000 children living in poverty here, and the previous member had shared these statistics, along with the fact that we have among the highest levels of working poor. Families are working hard, doing everything right, and still can't make ends meet. The report also rightly highlights the structural drivers of policy, and as usual, housing is high among them. We know we have a severe shortage of social housing, with families trapped in waiting lists for years in worsening conditions. Far too many people continue to be forced into an increasingly unaffordable and largely unregulated, still under-regulated, we'll say, private rented sector. Since 2006, the number of people living in the private rented sector has more than doubled. The number of those in poverty within this group has increased by over 60%. Yet despite this, progress on meaningful reform of that housing sector or private rental sector has been too slow and too limited. No ban on no-fault evictions, no rent controls of any type, and a reduction in support like local housing allowance and discretionary housing payments. For many families, this is no longer a temporary hardship, it's a never-ending battle. Advice services are under severe pressure, community and voluntary sector funding has been slashed, and councils themselves are being pushed to breaking point, which makes it all the more baffling that the department hasn't or didn't engage adequately, and this is the view of councils, not just the view of me or the SDLP, on the draft anti-poverty strategy. If councils are expected to be key delivery partners, and they clearly are, then why were they not central to that process from day one? But sadly, that's typical of the siloed approach to government that has held this place back for years. While people struggle, councils have been left trying to pick up the pieces with fewer and fewer resources to do so themselves. And it's the councils with the biggest problems that are least able to afford to do this. In 2009, those poorer councils, as I call them, availed of over £20 million in rate support grant funding. Now, that totals just over £3 million. The impact has been devastating. Devastating for councils and their ability to deliver services, but also devastating for an already deprived area, by definition, because the pressure ultimately falls back onto local ratepayers, many of whom themselves are struggling. And while there has been a recent review of the rate support grant, it really looked at how the pie was cut rather than at the size of the pie. And I know the Finance Minister, he isn't responding to this debate. I know he's a former chef, but we will certainly be appealing, or continuing to appeal to him, to rustle up an adequate and protected budget for rate support grant. This is about equality. Despite all this, councils continue to do extraordinary work on the ground. That's leadership. That's local councils stepping up when the executive has failed people. They're not making excuses about decimated budgets, but instead looking towards solutions and working with others on the ground to identify and provide those solutions. Maybe leadership here should take a leaf out of their book. Councils understand their communities, the deprivation locally, and where intervention is needed most and what intervention is needed most. And they've shown repeatedly, when properly resourced, they can deliver meaningful change, but they can't do it alone. Poverty isn't inevitable. It's a political choice, and so is ending it. And if this anti-poverty strategy is to mean anything at all, it must come with real executive investment and genuine partnership with local councils.
The recent report from the Committee on Engagement with Local Government relating to the draft anti-poverty strategy is both welcome and important. First of all, I want to place on record my sincere thanks to councils right across the north, to elected members, officers, community planning partnerships, and the wider community and voluntary sector for the extraordinary work they continue to do every single day in supporting people and families experiencing poverty and hardship. We all know that councils are already on the front line of this work, whether it is delivering emergency hardship schemes, supporting social supermarkets, funding breakfast clubs, helping families through cost of living pressures, investing in labour market partnerships, supporting rural transport initiatives, or coordinating locally wraparound services. Time and time again, councils are stepping in to support communities when they need it most. The report itself highlights some powerful examples. We heard about councils allocating hundreds of thousands of pounds from their own budgets to support vulnerable families. We heard about emergency fuel support schemes being overwhelmed within hours because the level of need is now so severe. We heard about community advice services bringing millions of pounds in unclaimed benefits back into local economies, and about local interventions helping tackle isolation, food insecurity and barriers to employment. This is essential work. However, the key message from this report is clear. Councils cannot continue to be treated as an afterthought in the development of the delivery of an anti-poverty strategy. They have to be part of it. Recommendation 1 is particularly important because it recognises what many of us already know. Local government and community planning partnerships must be firmly embedded at the heart of delivery. Councils understand their communities. They know where the pressures exist. They know the local organisations delivering real change on the ground, and they've already demonstrated their ability to bring agencies and communities together in practical, effective ways. If we're serious about tackling poverty, then councils must be centrally involved in shaping, coordinating and delivering that work, and that must come with proper support and proper resources. Councils cannot continue carrying additional financial burdens without sustainable funding from central government. 80% of council income is solely from rate collection, and that must pay the bills. Rate collection must pay the wages of our brilliant council staff and the services they deliver. The report rightly calls for multi-term, short-term firefighting, multi-year ring-fence funding arrangements that move away from short-term firefighting and allow councils and community organisations to properly plan ahead. That is essential. My apologies. Because tackling poverty cannot rely on yearly uncertainty. Late funding allocations are forcing local governments to absorb increasing pressures through already stretched rate bases. Properly resourcing councils would allow them to continue delivering vital support, ease the impact of the cost of living crisis on families, and strengthen preventative services and build long-term sustainable interventions that break cycles of poverty rather than simply managing crises after crises. This report provides a clear roadmap forward, and I want to leave you with the last paragraph cited directly from the report. The committee strongly urges the Minister for Communities and executive colleagues to carefully consider and implement these recommendations and look forward to reviewing a robust, fully costed and genuinely integrated final anti-poverty strategy that truly delivers for the most vulnerable citizens in our society. Therefore, in conclusion, the challenge from this report is for the Minister to listen, to act, and to ensure local government is recognised not simply as a stakeholder in this work, but as an essential partner in delivering meaningful change for communities across the north.
Malaysia. Thank you. I call Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the motion and the engagement had with local government regarding the anti-poverty strategy. What became clear throughout the committee's work is that councils across Northern Ireland are already carrying out critical frontline interventions to support families facing hardship every single day. However, councils also delivered a clear message. The current draft strategy lacks the ambition, clarity and structural integration needed to genuinely tackle poverty. We heard deeply concerning evidence during this engagement process. Over 110,000 children in Northern Ireland are living in poverty, while many working families are still unable to make ends meet despite being in employment. We also heard shocking evidence that in some rural areas people are literally dying in poverty during the final year of their life. This report highly recognises that poverty cannot be solved through temporary crisis measures alone. Food parcels and emergency fuel payments may provide short-term relief, but they do not address the root causes of deprivation. The committee heard repeatedly that issues such as housing shortages, rising childcare costs, poor rural transport and economic inactivity are trapping people in cycles of poverty. These are structural problems requiring coordinated cross-departmental solutions. One of the strongest recommendations in this report is the need for proper integration of local government into the delivery of the strategy. Councils and community planning partnerships are already bringing together health services, housing bodies, voluntary organisations and local communities. They must now be formally recognised and properly empowered. The report also highlights the damaging impact of short-term funding models on the community and voluntary sector. Vital advice services and support organisations are spending too much time chasing insecure funding instead of delivering services to those in greatest need. If this strategy is to succeed, it must move beyond managing poverty and begin preventing it. That means sustained investment, joined-up government, better data sharing and meaningful engagement with those who have lived experience of poverty. The Executive now has an opportunity and responsibility to deliver a strategy that is robust, properly funded and capable of making real lasting change in people's lives. Economic activity from a regionally balanced employment opportunities is a must. We must enable people with the financial means to rise above the poverty trap. Therefore, we need an integrated strategy aligning financial help through the cost of living crisis, economic investment, education, proper social housing and training to help those in poverty to escape that trap. With 2 DEAs in the top 10 areas of deprivation, the Causeway Coast and Glens is Northern Ireland's forgotten area. Wage between Londonderry and Belfast, investment is piecemeal, higher education is piecemeal, and the effects of regional balance has not yet touched my area. I urge the Executive to ensure that the anti-poverty strategy is properly funded. It is not good enough to talk the talk. Now we need action and proper funding to initiate the strategy and do it with our local council partners. I just learned that last week that Causeway Coast and Glens has the highest levels of obesity amongst young people in Northern Ireland and high levels of economic inactivity, so therefore I welcome the motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Morris. I call Jerry Carroll.
And I want to commend the committee for their important work on this report. The North has waited at least 20 years, Deputy Speaker, for an anti-poverty strategy, and the only thing we've got so far is a vague, unambitious document with no clear targets, no concrete measures and no overarching commitment to eradicating poverty. And it is a slap in the face, Deputy Speaker, to the working class communities that have been ground down by poverty and deprivation on this Executive's watch. During those two decades of waiting, poverty has absolutely skyrocketed, so much so that in my own constituency of West Belfast, 1 in 3 children are living in poverty. In the last 5 years, the number of pensioners living in poverty has almost doubled, which is a completely disgraceful and shocking statistic. The committee's report paints a stark picture, Deputy Speaker. The quote from it: "The overwhelming and unified consensus from local government is that the draft anti-poverty strategy currently lacks the necessary clarity, ambition and structural integration to be fully transformative." That's them probably being polite, in my view. The strategy is also largely blind, as the committee report says, to the role of local delivery partners on the ground, as other members have spoke to as well, and it doesn't properly define the role of community planning partnerships. The committee also heard about the severe financial fragility of the community and voluntary sector. That's the same sector, Deputy Speaker, that has been recently decimated by cuts to the local growth fund. And the Minister says he wants this anti-poverty strategy to support people in their work, but he and his executive colleagues refused to step in with the necessary funding when Westminster cut off access to employment support for some 11,000 people here. So I hope the Minister's revised strategy, Deputy Speaker, is a dramatic departure from the current draft, which is totally unacceptable and unsuitable. I also hope we'll see it soon, and working class communities won't be strung along further by this Minister. As this committee's own report makes clear, tackling poverty can only be done in a genuinely cross-cutting, cross-departmental way. The structural drivers members have mentioned of housing, childcare, rural transport, sustainable funding for the community and voluntary sector do require coordinated action across every department, but I'm not convinced that has happened yet. The answers for tackling poverty, Deputy Speaker, aren't a mystery. They're sitting in the expert panel's original proposals, but the Minister doesn't need to look very far. This decades-long failure to properly tackle poverty belongs to the entire Stormont Executive, and rather than face that failure, what we've seen from the Minister and the DUP in general is cynical sectarianism, scapegoating of migrants, and mimicking Trump's anti-woke, pro-war crusades. Anything, Deputy Speaker, to distract from the housing crisis and the general rise in poverty, healthcare waiting lists, and things that are really wreaking havoc on our communities. Sure.
The member has just read out a long list of point scoring there. If he cares deeply about anti-poverty, surely he should address anti-poverty in his contributions rather than the political attack lines that just always seem to come from his direction.
Jerry, you have an extra minute.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I don't know if the member was listening, but I have 2 pages of notes that I just spoke about, and I would urge her to put pressure on her Minister. If she wants to reduce poverty, then start implementing rent controls and no-fault eviction ban that this Minister and your party are completely opposed to. So put pressure on your Minister that way if you're interested in tackling poverty. Sure.
The member giving way. He frequently refers to the need for rent controls, yet all of the evidence that we have from other cities in Madrid and in Berlin and the rent control zones in the Republic of Ireland show that they do not work. The member previously committed to bringing forward evidence of how it does work, but he's failed to do that so far. Is that because it doesn't exist?
It's not actually true, Minister. I sent you a document several weeks ago, and it's detailed. You haven't read it, that's your fault. You should maybe go and read it, Minister. It details actually, through the Deputy Speaker, that most European countries, most North American cities have a form of rent control. So the Minister repeats this myth that rent controls do not work. They don't work for landlords, and maybe that's why the Ministers oppose them. They do work in terms of reducing rent for renters. So Minister, maybe suggest you go read that report and maybe come back to me on that. So Westminster and Stormont, Deputy Speaker, could eradicate poverty if they wanted to. Instead, they hand tax breaks and rates reliefs to corporations who turn over millions and in some cases billions of pounds in revenue and profit, while funneling money away from public services and into the profiteering private sector, and nothing of objection from this minister or any other. Poverty is a political choice, and this executive has chosen to make ordinary people poor while the rich get richer. Stormont will never do more in its current form tinker at the edges with mass pressure from below. That has always been the way, and in truth, Deputy Speaker, it will be people power that will force this change and eradicate poverty, the scourge of poverty from our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I'm going to call the Minister for Communities. You've got 15 minutes. It will bring us to after 1, but that's fine.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal, Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the committee for the work that they have done in taking forward and developing this report. And I would also like to put on record that I do broadly agree with the core of that report, that local government is essential in tackling the problem of poverty, and not just local government, but all of our delivery partners across society. And this will require work from the voluntary and community sector, churches, faith organisations, businesses and communities, so that we can make a real, lasting and long-term change. I fully recognise the importance of local government in this area. Indeed, my officials have already taken steps to involve local government during the consultation on the anti-poverty strategy. Dedicated engagement sessions were undertaken with NILGA and Solace to provide an opportunity for direct discussions between officials and local government representatives. And it is important to put that on the record, because some of the comments today from Mr Durkin in particular would make you think that there has been no engagement whatsoever with councils. That's certainly not the case during the consultation process. As I have outlined, we had many events and engaged with representatives from nearly all of the councils. We had written responses then to the consultation from all of the councils. We've obviously been engaging on this report as well. So I do think it's unfair to say that there has been no involvement. There are so many organisations, including local government, that will be essential to the delivery of this strategy, and I think it is important that that is acknowledged as well. We do have a strong track record of delivery in partnership with councils. We have well-established relationships with councils through community planning partnerships, so that we can develop on housing and regeneration and employability services, and we'll continue to work in partnership through the community planning partnerships and other fora to deliver the anti-poverty strategy. Work has also been undertaken with other key partners during and after the consultation, because we know that tackling poverty and its root causes require system changes that nobody in the world has been able to fully achieve. But it's clear that if we do work together, we can make a lasting difference, and that's what I intend to do. And we have made a start on that already. We haven't waited for the anti-poverty strategy to be in place before we progress on some of these issues, and indeed on some of the issues that the co-design group had asked for us to take forward, and that is what we are doing. But I wanted to say to the House today that I welcome this report, and I will certainly be recommending to executive colleagues that we do take these recommendations forward, and I'm grateful to the committee for their work on that. I do just want to refer to some of the comments that were made during the course of the debate, which I think are worthy of noting. And I want to start with some of the comments that were made by Pam Cameron. She rightly acknowledges that councils are doing significant work, and she also highlighted the importance of one issue that I want to refer to, because Shan Mulholland had mentioned it as well, and that is the importance of employment and ensuring that we have those employability programmes in place as well. Shan had said that we need to make sure that we help those that are in work, and I absolutely agree with her. This is one of the most pressing concerns that I have, that we have people who are in employment, who are in work, that are going out there doing their best, and they feel penalised. They feel they're not getting the support that they require. And not for 1 second have I said that work is going to be the silver bullet that fixes everything. It is a very, very important step. But it is important because of what the evidence says about how it can help, but also because getting people off welfare and into work frees up huge sums of money for those targeted interventions that we need. Now, I know a lot of this House is fed up with me talking about the importance of work and getting people into work and dealing with our welfare system. I know there has been opposition from my approaches to tackling fraud and error in the welfare system. But I make no apology for not only focusing on that and the huge numbers of people that we have in Northern Ireland who are economically inactive. The Working Age Welfare Bill in the UK 10 years ago was £75 billion in today's money. Today that has gone up to £136 billion. That's an 80% increase. Getting people into work frees up billions of pounds of money that we can use in other ways that are more targeted to help those most in need. I will give way, yeah.
On the term economic inactivity, it's one I challenge regularly because I think often it's actually economic disadvantage or indeed potentially discrimination. People are disadvantaged as a result of living in rural communities with limited transport, disability, women who are carers, and all of those are then the issues that we have raised today that need to be addressed. Would you agree that that's, and would you also agree that good jobs and the Good Jobs Bill are part of the overall pattern?
Of course it is the case that all of those issues need to be addressed. There are myriad reasons why we have so many people that are economically inactive, some by choice because of caring responsibilities or other issues, and some because there are those barriers in place. But why are we not spending some money to tackle those barriers? One of my biggest concerns is that we have the highest welfare bill in any part of the UK, highest disability rate of anywhere in the UK. We spend huge sums of money, and we have done for decades. And guess what? There's been no noticeable change, no noticeable difference. So we have to ask ourselves the question, is it really working? Are the billions and billions of pounds that we are spending actually making a difference? Are we paying people to stay unwell rather than investing in making them well? You see, these are the big issues that we should be grappling with, and this is the real scandal that doesn't take up time on the airwaves or in the pages of our newspapers. But this is a train that is coming down the track at us. It has been a problem for a long time, and we need to address it if we want to address all of these other issues that come from it as well. So absolutely, let's invest and let's make sure that we spend the money getting people better, getting people into a fit state to get into employment, and breaking down those barriers, whether it be childcare or access to jobs because of rurality or whatever else it might be. And we do need good jobs. We'll have that opportunity to talk about the Good Jobs Bill, and we do need to make sure that that's fully investigated and that what we set out to do is actually achieved, because there are a lot of concerns right now within the business community as to whether that will actually happen or whether it will make things worse. That brings me on to another comment that Shan has made. She's absolutely right, and I'm glad that this message is now starting it across, because I've heard it from a few people today about the need for this not just to be tackled at a desk at Stormont, and the fact that this is, as she replied in her intervention to Mr McMurray, it's a cross-departmental strategy. I've said that repeatedly, not because I'm trying to share this around or share any of the blame or criticism around, but if we want this to be effective, we have to have everybody buying in. So it's absolutely right that that is realised and that we have all of these things that need to be in place. I also want to address the issue that was raised around targets and outcomes. It's absolutely critical that we have in place actions that are effective, that we can measure, and that we can have targets to measure those against as well, because we need to show that we're making progress. There is further debate and discussion to be had about whether and the usefulness of an overall poverty target whenever we have limited levers to deal with it ourselves here at the Assembly and through the work of the Executive. The UK Government has a role, local government has a role, voluntary and community sector has a role, businesses have a role, and individuals themselves have a big role to play as well. I'm more than happy to be held account for the things that we promise and for the things that we can deliver on. There is a wider discussion to be had around an overarching anti-poverty target, but I am more than happy to explore that and to take the views of Executive colleagues on that as well. So what are the next steps? We have taken on board what has been said by those partners in local government. I've also shared the results of the consultation with all ministers and departments late last year, so they could consider further actions that they could undertake to push the strategy forward. And officials within my department have been engaging with their counterparts, content on how to best reflect consultation results in light of departmental priorities and available budgets. And I was pleased to see that a number of stakeholders in the sector have welcomed the report we produced as being honest and open, and I take seriously the views of everyone who has responded to the strategy, and I have been clear from the outset that the final strategy would change. And I did brief the Communities Committee earlier this month, and I was clear that substantive and substantial change will be made. For example, the strategy needs to better reflect that well-planned routes to employment can be a route out of poverty, and we're taking forward significant new work to tackle economic inactivity. And this work is core to reducing poverty. I think the draft strategy does not currently fully reflect the scale of our intent and ambition on fuel poverty reduction. As you know, officials in my department have been working on the development of a new Warm Healthy Homes programme, which will modernise and, I hope, expand on the work of the Affordable Warmth programme. And given the exposure of the poorest households in Northern Ireland to a highly volatile energy market, and in particular their exposure to the cost of home heating oil, I believe the final version of the strategy can be more ambitious in setting out the interventions we will take in relation to fuel poverty. So I have requested action with urgency and ambition to maximise all opportunities for collaboration and shared delivery across government, local government and broader partnerships, to exploit fully effective measures to prevent entry into and support exit from poverty, to deliver refreshed funding approaches to explore opportunities to achieve greater value for public money from existing programmes within my department, with a view to releasing capacity to fund new anti-poverty measures, and to put in place targets and indicators which are within our ability to deliver and which will measure progress and keep us accountable, and to deliver and develop a costed, detailed delivery plan in due course. We share an ambition to alleviate poverty in our society, and also an understanding of the complexity of the challenge, which is increased by our highly constrained funding environment. I genuinely believe this is among the most important work that we can do, but we will only succeed by working together in partnership. To that end, I've already had a meeting with the chair of the Communities Committee, setting out the way forward and an offer of genuine engagement, which I have now extended to other parties in this House as well. I am happy to engage. I want to hear ideas. I want to get something that is affordable and that we can see delivery on, and that is costed, and that can make a real change in people's lives. That's what I am committed to doing, and I look forward to working with others in this chamber and outside in the interests of people across our communities who most need our focus and our hard work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. So the Business Committee is now meeting. I propose therefore by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting until 2 o'clock, when this debate will continue after question time at 2:45, and Cathy Mason will be called to wind on the motion. The sitting is by leave suspended. Thank you.
Sitting is resumed. Question 12 has been withdrawn, and questions to the Executive Office, and I call Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 1.
Minister.
The Executive Office, through the Urban Villages Initiative, has had a transformative impact within local communities in Belfast and in Derry. To date, a total of £83 million has been invested in urban village areas. £65.4 million has been invested in the capital programme, with 61 schemes completed, and £17.6 million in revenue funding has also been awarded to help build community capacity. This work has provided much needed physical regeneration, creating thriving places, safer communities, and making a real positive difference to people's lives. Building on this success, we are determined that the benefits of this scheme reach even more communities, and our efforts are focused on identifying areas that will gain most from support and investment offered through the Urban Villages Initiative. So we're working on to finalise the details of Phase 2 of the programme, and then once it's complete, members will receive a comprehensive update outlining the next steps and also the opportunities that it will present.
Kingston.
Okay, thank the First Minister for that update, and that the Department is actively looking to a Phase 2 for urban villages, and has made a great difference in areas of North Belfast, where Philip Brett and I represent. We look forward to further information about a Phase 2, but can I ask just for confirmation that for projects from Phase 1 which are outstanding, I'm thinking in particular of the new community centres at Westland and Sunningdale, does the Department remain committed to ensuring that they are delivered?
Yeah, I think we all can agree, seeing at first hand many of these projects, just how beneficial they have been to our communities. So it's something I think that actually has worked really well, and something I think we can build upon in the time ahead. But yes, I know you've asked on a number of occasions in relation to Westland in particular, and obviously with the planning application now submitted, that's a positive development, submitted back in April of this year. And also I think that the project that will benefit very much so from the group there that will operate the building whenever it's completed, and they have also received capacity building support from urban villages via the Community Academy. And then also in the Sunningdale Community Centre, our officials continue to work with the Community Association there to ensure that, again, that they have the proper capacity building training and support, which allows them to get into a state of operational readiness for future potential opportunities that arise, whether it's in this programme or even any other programmes.
Colin Killeen.
First Minister, I know you were in Ardoyne recently for the sod cutting of the new 3.4 purpose-built youth facility for Ardoyne Youth Enterprises. Could you give us, further to the response you give to Brian Kingston, could you give us an update on this and indeed other projects? Thank you.
Yes, and it really was a pleasure actually to visit the Ardoyne Youth Enterprise site and to see that work being developed on the Crumlin Road, where they're going to be the added addition, I think, for the local community of a state-of-the-art building as part of our Urban Villages work. And I think that's going to be a hub that's really going to transform that physical landscape and also create supportive, creative and digital learning training, youth development opportunities, counselling, capacity building, like so many really positive initiatives. And as I've just mentioned in the previous answer, when you look at from 2018, we've had a total of £35 million invested in 18 capital projects through urban villages, including in driving regeneration and community development, whether that's in Ardoyne or in Ballysillan. So I think you only have to look at how successful the programme has been, and also how it's created a real environment for collaborative working and for projects to work across different communities and villages, and I think that is really, really important. So I think that I want us to see and to build upon what we have been achieved thus far, and I look towards the new phase of this programme so that we can support even more community development and capacity building in our communities.
Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, First Minister, for your answers so far. I'm just wondering if you could provide the House with an update on the plans to redevelop the former School of Music in Donegal Pass, and just to pick up on the phraseology there used around capacity building, and I'm just wondering, is any financial support going to the programme sponsors to ensure that they get the right mix in that building? Thank you.
In terms of the School of Music, I don't have that detail in front of me in terms of where that currently sits, but I know that there was a lot of good work done there again in terms of trying to progress that even further. So I'll not misquote exactly where we are, but I'll make sure you get that information. And in terms of capacity building, it's really, really important that we help communities to be able to access funding, whether it's through this programme or through any other programmes that we have out there. So the work that I referred to there across some of the projects, that whether that be in Ardoyne or whether that be anywhere across North Belfast, has been very much about lifting the capacity. And I really think that's something that we should build upon in the new programme, because we have to equip communities with the opportunities to be able to reach for any funding pots that come available for them.
Just McNulty.
I thank the First Minister for her answers thus far. First Minister, how will local communities be directly involved in designing any future urban villages initiatives, rather than simply being consulted after decisions have already been made about them without them?
Well, that's actually not even the case. I think that these projects have organically come from communities. The programme is designed in such a way that we actually work with communities, identify their needs and actually deliver upon those needs, and you can see that through some of the examples that I've just cited. And I have to say that I think it's been absolutely powerful, the scale and the breadth of all the projects, and also that partnership working, and also communities coming together, identifying, as I said, their needs, and then us being able to respond to that. So I look forward to the next stage of this programme, being able to deliver better and create better outcomes for communities. And I think this is a really successful, and something that I think that we can really commend as a method in which to support communities.
Question number 2.
Minister.
The murder of Katie Simpson was a profound tragedy, and our thoughts are very much with her family, who continue to bear the impact of that loss. I think that this review underscores the continuing work required collectively by us all and by the Executive, by wider society and as individuals, in ending violence against women and girls. The Katie Simpson Review provides an important and sobering assessment of systemic failures in the identification and management of risk, particularly in relation to coercive control and multi-agency working. Its findings reinforce the need for a whole-system, preventative approach to tackle violence against women and girls. While the review was commissioned by the Justice Minister and sits within the remit of the Department of Justice, the conclusions very much align with the outcomes in our Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategic framework. Indeed, some of the issues identified, including information sharing, the need for improved understanding of coercive control, are areas that we are progressing through its second delivery plan. This includes the forthcoming campaign on coercive control developed in partnership with the Ulster University, and also a range of cross-sector stakeholders, including women with lived experience, which I think is vitally important. And that's going to be launched in the coming weeks. Work is also ongoing to develop arrangements to support related training for frontline professionals, and the Executive Office will continue to work closely with the Department of Justice and other partners to consider the review's recommendations and to ensure that learning is reflected where appropriate in the delivery of the EVOL programme.
Ms Dillon.
And thank the First Minister, and particularly the fact that you've alluded to the need for training, because I think this is very important. Whilst institutional misogyny was identified in the Katie Simpson Review within PSNI, do you agree with me that that institutional misogyny goes much wider within the justice system? And in that, I think training is really important, because I can guarantee you, if one man did to another man on the street what men are doing to women in their homes every day of the week, they would definitely get a prison sentence. But when they're doing to a woman, the questions that is asked of that woman, the victim blaming that happens, and then the absolutely ridiculous sentence that come after that need to be addressed, and we need to see our judiciary really take this on.
Yeah, I mean, I think nobody in this chamber would disagree with that. I think what we need to see is a justice system that responds to women, particularly in these times of crisis. And I think the review itself highlights the depth and the extent of the work that needs to happen right across all different avenues, but also that it needs to be something that's undertaken at pace. So I welcome the fact that there is an action plan, and that we will. And I think the sad thing about the report, and much has been said about this over the course of the last number of weeks, but you'd be hard pushed to find a woman who was surprised to hear that there was institutionalised misogyny across a whole raft of public sector, including with the PSNI themselves. Jonathan Creswell was a known abuser, and he was known to the criminal justice system. So what we need to have is that we collectively work together, and I think that's all of our responsibility, that serious lessons are learned both within the PSNI, and we've raised that directly with the Chief Constable, but also with the wider justice system, because we have to have a system that protects women and girls, that properly sanctions perpetrators, and a system that actually commands the confidence of wider society out there. We want to ensure that no other family goes through what Katie's family has went through, and if we're going to be successful in ending violence against women and girls, then it starts with challenging the attitudes, challenging the cultures and the prejudices that exist that enable this to happen in our society.
I'm Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for her answers so far. As the First Minister will be aware, women and girls in rural communities can be at risk due to isolation and lack of access to services and to support. So what is the Executive doing to ensure that women and girls living in rural areas are included within the EVOG strategy?
Yeah, and again, it comes back to the underlying point here that if we're going to be successful, then we have to ensure that everybody's included, and particularly women in rural areas are included within the strategy itself. So in partnership with the DAERA Minister, we have already commissioned a community-led review on rural women and girls, which launched on the 15th of October for International Women's Day, or Day of Rural Women. This review is being led by the RCN, the Rural Community Network, and the Northern Ireland Rural Women's Network. And the aim is to understand, in particular, the experiences of rural women, the barriers for rural women, and the service provision for rural women, and to develop practical, rural-sensitive recommendations to help shape and improve future policy and practice. So I think this is going to be a pivotal part of the work that we will do, and I can say that the publication date for the final report will be agreed in consultation with the organisations that are actually doing the research. So I'm hoping that will be very, very soon.
Philip McGuigan. Sure.
While we welcome the prospect of a multi-year budget, current funding simply does not match the scale of the challenges facing our public services. We wrote to the Prime Minister on the 17th of April, outlined the scale of financial pressures and seeking further engagement. The Secretary of State responded on the 28th of April on the Prime Minister's behalf, reaffirming their view that sufficient funding is there, which we obviously do not agree with. We invited the Secretary of State to meet to discuss these issues and challenges and agree on a 26 to 30 budget, and that meeting has not yet taken place. The Finance Minister, however, continues to engage with Treasury to underline the scale of the Executive's financial challenges and to seek additional support to help stabilise public finances and to support our local economy. The Executive has consistently highlighted that the current funding does not reflect the pressures on our public services, as also noted by the Fiscal Council, and that Wales and Scotland receive comparatively higher funding relative to need. In the absence of an agreed budget, obviously our departments are operating within contingency plan envelopes set by the Department of Finance, constraining decisions and increasing financial and delivery risks. We remain committed to protecting frontline services, to prioritising our programme for government commitments, and also to restoring financial stability whilst pressing for a fair and sustainable funding settlement. The Executive recognises ongoing cost of living pressures are real, and people are feeling it really tight right now, and we have taken action to support our households, including with energy costs, and will continue to consider these in future spending plans.
McGuigan.
Given how you've responded and answered, First Minister, can I ask if you believe that the British Government has failed in its responsibility to adequately fund the Executive to protect our public services, support working families and help local businesses? And further to that, if you can outline just exactly what more you believe Westminster should now be doing.
Yeah, I do believe that the people here have been failed, and that's why we collectively make the case for a proper and adequate funding model. Like, well, we're asking for fairness. The people here pay their taxes. The people here are entitled to good public services, and I think thus far the allocation that we have, and the Fiscal Council backs up our assertion that, comparatively speaking, with Scotland and Wales, we do not get our fair share. So we continue to make that case, and I think in the times that we currently live in, where people are really struggling with cost of living, where people are worried about rising food prices, they're worried about the soaring energy bills that are coming into homes, the increased housing costs, everything that people are getting really tight on right now. And they know very clearly that the levers in terms of how you can raise funds actually sit very much with Westminster. So I do believe that people here have been failed by Westminster again and again and again. And I think that actually shows a complete disregard that Keir Starmer has chosen not to meet with myself and the Deputy First Minister thus far, but we make that case again today. We need fairness for the people we represent, we need investment in public services, we need support through cost of living, and we will not give up until we get actually what we need for people here.
Matthew Toole.
Mr Speaker, First Minister, I'm slightly in shock that we are relying on Keir Starmer, a man whose government is in shambles, who doesn't know if he'll be in a job by the summer, to guarantee public services for the people of Northern Ireland. I can agree with you and your colleagues that we want as much money as possible to a better financial settlement. But here's the problem. If the Executive does not agree a budget, then you, additional to the British Government settlement, are imposing an additional austerity cut on the public of the North. We will only be able to spend a percentage of last year's budget. That will be a cut created by this executive. Do you accept that? And when will a budget be agreed?
As I've said, we are determined to get to a point where we have a multi-year budget. That's exactly where we all need to get to, and I want us to get there. But I'm not shocked at your assertion that we should just accept our lot and move on. I'm not going to do that. I've far more ambition for the people here. So we shouldn't be shocked about the mess that's happening in Westminster. We shouldn't be shocked that in every turn they let people here down. We shouldn't be shocked that this is a Westminster scenario that brought us Brexit, that brought us austerity, that crashed the economy. We shouldn't be shocked by any of that. People here are very alert to where the powers lie, particularly when it comes to helping people through cost of living and having a meaningful package in place. We've played our part. We will continue to play our part. We will continue to have people's backs. We will continue to do whatever we can to get people through this and to get to the stage where we have a budget. But as it stands right now, this budget doesn't cut it. It is not good enough for the people here. My ambition is obviously much larger than yours.
Dan Forsyth.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the First Minister, Deputy First Minister and all executive colleagues for continuing to make that case for fair funding for us here in Northern Ireland. And would the First Minister agree with me that there are some simple things that UK Government could potentially do to help, including things like changes to borrowing for the Northern Ireland housing executives to help them be able to start building homes, and ask the First Minister what discussions she and the Deputy First Minister have had with the Prime Minister or Treasury around this?
I can assure the member that this is one of those issues that we have continually raised from day one and will continue to do so. I mean, giving us this ability to have that flexibility would allow us to reach our target and even exceed our target when it comes to house building. So this is something that we've raised directly. I know probably all parties have raised it with both Secretary of State and the British Treasury, but certainly at Finance Minister level it's been raised, and directly with the Prime Minister, both myself and the Deputy First Minister, making this case. The Treasury have thus far accepted that it would consider it as part of the final fiscal framework, but we don't want to wait to that juncture. We want it now. We think if we had this power now, we'd be able to move with more house building. So I think that this adds to the long line of frustrating situation with this Treasury that should basically turn a blind eye to what the people here need. But we will have to keep fighting this case, and I can assure you that myself, the Deputy First Minister, the Finance Minister and indeed the Housing Minister will continue to raise it every turn.
That's him.
Question 4.
First Minister.
With your permission, Junior Minister, I will take this question.
Since 2019, the Communities in Transition Project, or CIT, has been delivering targeted support in West Belfast through a range of interventions to help increase community resilience to paramilitarism and organised crime. With $5.5 million investment to date, CIT has supported the community to tackle the real hard-hitting issues caused by organised crime. This includes helping people affected by poor mental health and addiction, raising awareness of exploitation, working with young people to raise their aspirations and hope for the future, and addressing the impact of paramilitarism on the physical environment. Funding has also supported the transition of ex-prisoners through advocacy, access to employment and education, and restorative community practices. Over the last year, CIT activity delivered by delivery partners Extern, CRJ Ireland and Upper Springfield Development Trust in West Belfast has shown real progress through strong partnership working with local residents, with the PSNI, Housing Executive and other statutory agencies. And during this period, approximately 1,500 people have engaged in CIT activities, including one-to-one and group interventions, community forums and other targeted activities. Evidence from the programme is now showing a real change in attitude. There has been a 70% increase in the community feeling that they can influence decisions in their area and have their voices heard.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Junior Minister for her answer.
The work of the Communities and Transition Delivery Partners alongside the energetic and vibrant community groups, and indeed FELA, who work 365 days a year to build a West Belfast that's inclusive, welcoming, confident and safe. And does the Minister agree with me that building strong and resilient communities is the key to tackling criminality?
Absolutely, I absolutely agree. I'm of the strong view that in order to tackle criminality and creating safer neighbourhoods, we have to build stronger, more resilient and inclusive communities. And across West Belfast, from Twinbrook to the Shankill, There's so many vibrant community organisations out there, and a few come to mind when I think about St Comgall's, Black Mountain Church Base, the Shankill Women's Centre, but we also have our youth groups, our sporting organisations, interfaith and cultural initiatives, and local leaders who work tirelessly every single day of the year to support people, and particularly our young people, because what they do is they actually provide positive opportunities and pathways. And initiatives that have been delivered through CIT, alongside the incredible work of Féile and Football and many other grassroots organisations, help build confidence, they strengthen community relationships, they create a sense of pride and belonging within our communities. And when we talk about tackling criminality, it isn't just about the enforcement alone. It also has to be about prevention. It's about early intervention and making sure that people, particularly our young people, have access to opportunities, support, and that they actually have hope for the future. And that's why partnership, working between departments, the statutory agencies and community and voluntary sector is so important. Because when communities are empowered, when they're connected and when they're properly supported, they're so much better and they're so much safer for everyone.
Maurice Bradley.
Mr Speaker, can I ask the First Minister to update the Assembly on future funding for the Communities in Transition programme, including any plans to expand support to other new areas?
Thank you, and I thank the member for that question. In terms of the Communities in Transition, there are discussions on the funding for CIT, and it will be linked to the next stage of planning discussions for EPOC. Discussions are ongoing on a future programme at official level, and it will have to go to the Executive for executive approval, but I, of course, will update the Assembly at the appropriate time on that.
Egan.
Thank you, Junior Minister. My constituency in North Down has 2 areas within the Communities in Transition programme. So could I ask what assessment your department has made of the effectiveness of the Communities in Transition programme to eradicate paramilitarism in the target areas?
Yeah, and I thank the member for her question. I think it's fair and it's true to say that there has been important progress to date, particularly in CIT. It has evolved, and I mentioned earlier on in terms of it's moving from that thematic approach and it's focusing more on the real issues that are affecting people in our communities every single day. And that does include growing challenges around mental health, it's around addiction, exploitation, including criminal exploitation, sexual and financial exploitation, as well as the impact on our young people and the continued influence of paramilitarism on the physical and the social landscape in our communities. We have to be adapting to our response to the legacy and the ongoing impact of the conflict, and for me that means recognising and addressing the very real issues of mental health, addiction and intergenerational trauma as well, that also continues to affect our families and communities across the north. Do we still have more to do? Absolutely, but I think we're travelling the path, and the CIT programme has shown that with the right partnerships and the right community-led approaches, we actually can make progress.
On McGrath.
On from that last question, in the last 7 years, the same 8 areas have received Communities in Transition funding. And whilst the work is, of course, welcome, I suppose the point and question to be asked is, at what point will communities actually have transitioned?
Well, yeah, and I thank the member for his question. I think initially when CIT came about, it was in 2016, and there has been a refreshed approach by the Executive Office. And you're right to say our communities have changed greatly in recent years, particularly in the 28 years since the signing of the Good Friday Agreement. And many people have worked extremely hard to move forward, to build on the safer areas, to create opportunities for young people and actually give families hope for a better future. And I think there is real strength and resilience in our communities, and that progress should never be underestimated. But that's why we need to keep investing in programmes like this. We have to keep working directly with communities, with our local leaders, with the grassroots organisations, and we also have to support them as well. Because we do have to give hope, we have to open up opportunities, and we have to support people to realise that their potential so that they can have a chance to thrive.
Timothy Galston.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Since the creation of the Communities and Transition programme in 2016, we've already heard that the same 8 areas have received approximately 26 million between them. TO officials, time after time, can never tell me. You haven't answered Mr McGrath. So, Junior Minister, can you tell me, when does a community in transition become transitioned? When can we see the money and the focus moving away from these 8 areas to other areas that are needing injection of money and regeneration investment?
Well, as I said previously, the CIT programme came about in 2016, and there was a refreshed approach in terms of the evidence, and those same 8 areas had come about in that whenever that refresh had been done. But again, I'll just go back to the point. There has been a real difference in areas, particularly who have faced social and economic challenges, and that is as well as the ongoing impact of paramilitarism. But we absolutely do remain fully committed to working with communities and our local organisations to build on the progress that's already been made and to make sure, like I've said before, that people continue to get the support and the opportunities that they deserve.
Flynn.
Question number 5, Liddell.
As an executive, we remain committed to the delivery of the programme for government, and we've made significant progress across a range of key priorities. Substantial investment has supported thousands of people to upskill and reskill, and hundreds of thousands of additional patients have been treated, reducing our health waiting lists. Funding for early learning and childcare has resulted in the expansion of preschool provision, with over 50% of all funded places now full-time, and investment in the childcare subsidy scheme has created millions of pounds of savings for families. £27.5 million transformation fund was secured to provide better support for children and young people with special educational needs, and local and regional initiatives working to tackle violence against women and girls have been boosted by the £5 million from the Change Fund. Supported by £20.5 million transformation funding, work is underway to reduce delays in the justice system, and steady progress is being made on the Lough Neagh Action Plan. A new Office of Artificial Intelligence and Digital has been established to drive innovation and improvements to wastewater infrastructure, and that continues to support housing development. Tomorrow we will publish the PAFG annual report, which sets out in detail the progress that has been made against all of our commitments contained within the programme for government, and it will demonstrate the tangible progress that has been made through collective executive action and cross-departmental working, despite the very challenging financial context that we find ourselves operating in. That work is delivering real benefits for people, for families and for communities.
Ms Flynn.
Thank you. Thank the First Minister for a response. First Minister, earlier today the Finance Minister, John O'Dowd, announced £103 million for a second tranche of transformation projects across healthcare, special educational needs, justice and infrastructure. Does the First Minister agree that this is not only welcome investment in terms of transforming public services, but also clear evidence of executive delivery and what can be achieved when the executive is properly resourced to deliver for workers and families?
Yeah, I can agree with that, because I think the Transformation Fund, the second phase of it, which has been launched today by the Finance Minister, does mark out another important step forward in terms of improving public services and delivering reforms, because we've said that we really need to come at this from a number of different avenues. We need proper funding, fair funding for our citizens here. We want to do the work around transformation, but we need to have the upfront investment in which to do so. And I think that the work that has been announced in terms of this next phase of £103 million, well, and that's coming from executive funding, it's coming from National Lottery Fund, and it's coming from Shared Island funding. And I think that's going to deliver real, meaningful and positive change across a number of critical areas, because we're talking about strengthening healthcare provision, we're talking about earlier support for families and children, we're talking about improving employability services and wellbeing services, we're talking about support for our farmers and our agri-food sector, and we're talking about modernising how government delivers services. So I think these projects are a really key component part to what this executive is focused on in terms of long-term reform, ensuring that our public services actually do work in a way that is meaningful and makes a difference to people's lives. And as you can see from the phase that's been launched today, they're right across a whole number of key services, and that really, I suppose, draws a line under the work that we are committed to doing collectively as an executive in terms of the reform agenda.
Mr. Speaker, First Minister, key programme for government targets which have not been met has been as a result of climate change legislation which you as First Minister supported and voted for. On Saturday I welcomed your apparent forthcoming U-turn in relation to climate change targets to try and deliver the A5 and other infrastructure projects. Does the First Minister now regret voting for targets that she was warned would have detrimental impact here in Northern Ireland?
And of course, it will not be lost on people that it was your minister who brought forward the climate change legislation itself. But let's ignore the reality. Let's ignore the facts. I have said from day one that I want to see the A5 built, and I think it's a priority for all of us here in the executive. Too many lives have been lost on that stretch of road. But we also know that that case in particular has been marred by legal challenge after legal challenge going over well over a decade. We also know that there's a current legal challenge underway. And I just like there's nothing new in what I have said, because I just like the Infrastructure Minister have said that we will leave no stone unturned in terms of ensuring that the A5 gets built. But of course it's not just the A5, we have to look at, this is an experience that's being felt across this island and across these islands. So it's something that we need to come at, I think, in a constructive way, instead of just causing nonsense and ignoring realities of who brought forward the legislation in the first place.
Carol Hunter.
Mr Speaker, First Minister, the Wellbeing Dashboard shows life satisfaction among our young people is continuing to worsen. Mental health is a huge issue, lack of opportunities and overall happiness. If that dashboard is meant to drive the programme for government, what action is it actually triggering and how is it used?
Well, we'll actually be saying a lot more about that tomorrow, because we said that this would be one way in which people can take a look at how people's lives are being improved. So tomorrow, whenever we launch our programme for government plan, we will talk about the key achievements, we'll talk about the indicators where things have stayed the same, where things have, even in some cases, if things have got worse or if things have improved. And I think we have to have a holistic approach at those things. That's only one measure, of course, of the other areas that we're focused on. But we will be launching our annual report tomorrow, and we'll be saying an awful lot more about that.
Moving to topicals, Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. First Minister, last year when we had the riots in Ballymena and Larne, you were clear that politicians needed to stand against racism. They needed to be careful about their language. You even said the Communities Minister should consider his position, something I agreed with you on. Further to that, can I ask if you've reflected on the remarks by one Jerry Hutch, unsuccessful candidate for Dáil Éireann in Dublin Central, who said that illegal immigrants, specifically Somalians, should be rounded up and interned in Curragh camp. I think those are appalling racist remarks. Do you agree?
Yes, absolutely. Who in the right mind would not agree? I mean, I say no to racism, sectarianism, every form of discrimination in our society, regardless of whose mouth it comes out of.
The reason I ask, First Minister, is when those specific remarks were put to your party leader, Mary Lou MacDonald, she said, I'm not going to comment on other people's comments. She refused at that point to condemn the words of Jerry Hutch. Now, I don't want to get into political commentary on every remark that's made, but I see some of your members are laughing at this. This is extremely serious. Racism has to be stood against in this society, and all too often people do see a kind of parties playing it both ways when it suits them. Can I ask whether you agree with me that it is really important that your party all over this island is absolutely foursquare and clear about these issues?
I've said it in this House, I've just said it in answer to your original question. I abhor racism. I say no to racism, sectarianism, in every form of discrimination in our community. Mary Lou MacDonald's a political leader, not a commentator, so I think that she can stand over her own expression. But I think that when it comes to creating an inclusive and a welcoming society for everybody, we all have work to do. I think we all have work to do to ensure that our legislation is up to date, which is work that we're continuing to work on to bring forward up-to-date racial equality legislation. It's important that we ensure that everybody in our community feels that they are part of and living in a place that actually is welcoming. That's certainly my determination, and I've never shied away from that, and I never will.
Mason.
The Good Jobs Bill is an essential and hugely important piece of legislation which all members of this Assembly will want to see and engage with. Now, it can be agreed by the Executive this Thursday. Can the First Minister give us an indication of the huge significance of this progressive and modernising piece of legislation?
Yeah, thank you for that. You're right, Economy Minister Caoimhe Archibald is bringing forward a new package of workers' rights which will be the most significant in a generation. And I think at a time whenever the cost of living is continuing to really impact on workers and families here, the Good Jobs Bill is a really significant initiative that we can improve workers' rights and conditions right across society. I listened earlier to some of the debate that was had around an anti-poverty strategy and how work must pay and that people need to be protected in their employment. Well, this job actually ticks those boxes. So I think that at a time of increased employment instability, at a time where people need stability, they need job security, they need their rights protected, then I think that when you look at the workers on zero-hour contracts who will have the option to move on to a fixed-hour contract, tips, gratuities and service charges will be passed on to the workers in full. When you look at neonatal care leave and pay will be fully implemented. There will be a new entitlement to unpaid carers leave, whether it's about fathers entitled to paternity leave from day one of a new job, and also paternity leave can be used in a more flexible way. Redundancy protection for pregnant employees and those returning from family-related leave will also be strengthened. So our economy can be very much strengthened by supporting workers in these times, and I think that when we look at the strength of our economy, it's based around our workers, it's based around their talent and their skills, and that's what the Good Jobs Bill is about. It's about supporting them, and I hope that we get that bill published and get it out, and that we get it into the committees in the chamber here for full-on debate. But this is about, if we want to help people through cost of living, then let's protect their rights.
Mrs. Mason.
Can thank the First Minister for her answer, and I too was really glad to hear it recognised by the DUP in an earlier debate that employment sustainability is a good first step in trying to tackle poverty. You mentioned there about this being the most significant piece of legislation in a generation. Therefore, does the First Minister agree with me that it is so critically important that this much anticipated bill is now brought before this Assembly without any further delay?
Yes, I agree, and I appeal to all parties of the House to get behind it and actually move it on to the next stage so that we can actually have a wholesome debate around what it means for workers and people can understand exactly what it means for them as individual workers, because I do genuinely believe that these laws are going to be transformative for wider society, and I also believe there's a demand there in wider society for this legislation to be brought forward. So at a time, as I said, whenever people are struggling just to get by on a day-to-day basis, there has arguably never been greater need for this modernising legislation, and the Executive has the opportunity to agree the Good Jobs Bill going to the floor of the Assembly in a few days' time. So we need to now move on to the next stage. There's no reason for any more delays. Let's get it onto the Assembly and into the committee work, and let's do the scrutiny and do the diligence. But I think that this is going to be so transformative for workers out there. I really want to see this legislation come forward.
Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Minister, just following on from the Good Jobs Bill, what conversations have you had with the Economy Minister with respect to 300 jobs that you've let go from Cantor Fitzgerald? So on one hand, we're talking about a Good Jobs Bill, but we're turning down 300 good jobs. I'm confused.
I've answered this question before in this House. That's entirely a commercial matter for Cantor Fitzgerald.
Mr. Buchanan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that not answer. First Minister, we watched over the weekend Dublin Central and Galway West and the catastrophic failure in your own party down there. Obviously the pipe dream that's going on down there. Can you now bring your focus back to these 6 counties up in Northern Ireland and let Mary Lou, whatever she's doing down there, go ahead? Or maybe you're biting at her ankles for her job?
I'm very, very glad to see that you're following national politics. Well done.
Gillian.
I want to thank the First Minister just in terms of the responses to give to my colleague Cathy Mason on the Good Jobs Bill. Could the First Minister outline the benefits to women in particular around some of the policy content in the Good Jobs Bill, please?
Yeah, as I was saying to Cathy, that I think that this is going to bring tremendous benefits to all workers out there, but I think in particular there are measures within the legislation that will really benefit women. And I want to commend our colleague for Keith Archibald, the Economy Minister, for already introducing paid miscarriage leave. I know that's something that actually people stop me on the street and welcome, because it means so much to people. And I think there are things like this that can really just make a huge difference to people's lives, and I think that that is something that will further benefit from the Good Jobs Bill in a number of really practical ways. So as you will know, many women really struggle to balance the work-life piece and to try to manage everything. But this bill in itself does a number of things, but one thing it does do is actually create more flexible conditions for workers. So that's really going to benefit, I think, trying to strike that work-life balance. And that can only be a good thing for our economy. It could encourage more women back into the workforce, because they're trying to juggle and manage both things at once. And at the moment, workers have to wait 26 weeks before they can request flexible working arrangements. This bill actually ensures that changes and allows people to request flexible working from day one of their employment. That's a huge step forward for women in the workplace and for all workers. Many women also manage work while caring for a loved one, and the bill introduces 5 days of unpaid carers leave, and it's our hope that at a future point we'll be able to get to a position where that actually can be paid carers leave. The bill introduces paid neonatal care leave. Parents whose newborns require medical care can then just focus on caring for their new wee baby and get on and not have to worry about the financial stress of being out of pocket from their wages. And it also extends redundancy protections for pregnant employees and those returning from family leave. So just look at that picture for women alone in the workforce. look at that picture, because that paints a much better picture and a more attractive picture, I think, and creates more flexibility, particularly for women in the workplace.
Colin Killian.
So, Gormelgat, First Minister, for that response. And I suppose stronger workers' rights are essential, and you mentioned some of the issues which are very, very important: trade unions, representation, banning of 0 hours contracts, employees being able to have their tips and their service charges, and anyone who cannot get round these proposals need to be clear that concerns for some and hiding behind the industry for others, if not supported, will actually ensure that women and workers' rights and those rights within the workforce are not respected and indeed are not protected. Would the First Minister agree that the Good Jobs Bill is essential that it's brought forward at the earliest opportunity?
Minister.
Yes, I do, and I agree with what you've said there, because many women do a lot of the work that actually were a job where it relies on tips, and this bill ensures that workers will receive their tips in full. Like it's unbelievable to me actually in this day and age that actually doesn't happen at this moment in time. But that's something that we can change. That's something that can make a real positive difference to a worker's life, being able to go home at the end of their shift with their tips. Many women also do temporary work, so they'll really benefit from what I've set out in terms of the right to move from a 0-hour contract to a banded hours contract, and that can be again a game changer for a woman deciding to come back into the workforce or to remain in the workforce, because we know often a lot of women are actually forced to leave work because of the challenges of being able to manage everything, as I said, the work-life balance. And then if trade unions can access workplaces to talk to potential members, then I think that can be a benefit to women, because I think trade unions play a critical role in raising people's awareness of their rights and their entitlements, so they can stand up for a woman in the workforce. And I should also add that the Minister of Communities has the option of using the bill to take as a vehicle to take forward the gender pay gap reporting and action plans. So, and I hope that's an option that's taken up. I know it's certainly something that Keith Archibald has offered up. So I think there are huge opportunities for us here to improve people's lives, and I really, really hope that we can get this legislation over the line and get it done so as quickly as possible.
Thank you, First Minister, highlighting to date obviously the benefits and positive difference the Good Jobs Bill will be to workers, and in particular women. Do you agree that the provisions in the Good Jobs Bill to strengthen trade unions will help create an economy that works for everyone?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think whenever you think about the role that trade unions play, an enormously important part in a modern and a progressive economy. So we've now seen how the decline in trade union membership has coincided with the growth of inequality in our society and the rise of low-paid and insecure work. So we want to get to a place where trade unions and employers work together. This is not an either-or. This is something that we can ensure that we have successful businesses, which is what we want to create, the environment for businesses to flourish, and also that workers get their share of that growing prosperity. So the Good Jobs Bill will make it easier for trade unions to operate and to recruit members. It introduces electronic balloting. It gives recognised trade unions the right to access workplaces so they can speak to existing and potential members. And all of that will be underpinned by a statutory code of conduct, which will require the trade unions to act reasonably and constructively and in good faith. And of course, it is ultimately up to the people themselves whether or not they want to join a union. But under this bill, more people will certainly be aware of the benefits of joining a trade union in terms of access to support and advice, and they'll also be able to make more informed decisions for themselves.
Mrs. Ferguson.
Thank you for your answer thus far. Does the First Minister believe that a phased approach to the trade union right of access will help ensure that it leads to more constructive relationships between workers and employers?
Yeah, and that's why I think it's important that the bill moves on to the next stage, so people can actually see for themselves what actually is in the legislative text and what comes and when it comes. And I think that under the right of access, for example, for trade unions, that's going to be underpinned, as I said, by that statutory code, and that's going to be developed very much in a co-design way. It'll set out the rights and responsibilities of the trade union themselves, but also the employers. It will be co-designed with the employer representatives, the trade unions and also the Labour Relations Agency, and the intention is that it will come into effect for companies with more than 50 employees in 2028, so there's a run-in time in terms of that first element to it, and it will then apply to companies with more than 21 employees the following year before opening up to all companies for the year after that. So there is a lead-in time here which allows businesses the opportunity to plan, and also for those relationships to be built between both the trade union and the Labour Relations Agency, which I think is really, really important. So it gives us plenty plenty of time, to get the rules right and to ensure a smooth transition to the place where we want to get to, where trade unions and employers work together to ensure that we have successful businesses, that workers get their fair share of that growing prosperity.
Jan Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The First Minister, in response to an earlier question, implied it was the DUP Minister that imposed these severe climate targets on us here in Northern Ireland, when that is not the case. The Minister tabled legislation and warned against these targets, as did the UK Climate Committee. We warned against it as a party. We warned what would happen in terms of our agriculture and our infrastructure, and following the First Minister's signals over the weekend, does she agree with me that now is the time to bring forward changes to legislation to remove these unachievable targets?
Minister.
So the factual position still is that it was the Minister who brought forward, your Minister that brought forward the legislation. There's no disputing that fact. But I think, you see, there's a difference between those of us that want to be pragmatic and reasonable and do our best to protect our environment whilst also allowing an investment in our public infrastructure. There's a difference between us that want to be pragmatic and realise all of that and be able to. I think we can do both those things at the one time, and then the approach from your own party, which is a very different position completely altogether.
Thank you. That concludes questions to the Executive Office. First Minister, we now move back to the motion from the Communities Committee, and I call Cathy Mason. Ms Mason, you have up to 10 minutes to wind.
I am rising today as the Deputy Chairperson of the Communities Committee to wind on the debate on the committee motion. I want to thank the Chairperson for moving the motion and members from right across the House for their contributions, and I also want to take a moment to thank the Clerk and her whole team for the extensive work on this very, very important report. The motion asks the Assembly to note the Committee's report on engagement with local government on the draft anti-poverty strategy and calls on the Minister for Communities and the Executive to implement the recommendations contained in that report. And in many ways, today's debate has focused on a very practical question: how do we ensure that the final strategy is capable of making a real difference in people's lives? That means moving beyond a document that just sets out ambition and towards a framework that supports delivery in our communities. It also means recognising that local government has knowledge, it has real experience that must be built into the strategy from the outset. There was a number of contributions from across the House that I think were really important, and I want to just raise a few of them. Pam Cameron mentioned in her contribution that the local councils are already doing so much work in terms of social supermarkets, community transport, and they have so many local insights that's so important. She also mentioned sustainable employment, and that good jobs is a really good starting place. And I really hope that that's an indication that the DUP will put their money where their mouth is and support Minister Archibald's Good Jobs Bill, that very clearly can be a really good first step in trying to tackle poverty. Sian Mulholland mentioned about the local councils being a key delivery partner, and our own council of Causeway, Coast and Glens, and I think it was 23% you mentioned that was living in poverty. And it shows, I think, why it's so important that we do recognise the role of local government, and that all of the local councils have so many different issues, and they also have so much detailed information already at hand, which I think is really important. Robbie Butler also mentioned that councils are already dealing with it every single day, but he mentioned a key issue around those parents who are now at that phase of worrying for the summer coming up and the return to school already, and issues with school uniform costs. And I know we had hoped that we would see strong legislation on this, but that remains to see what impact that will have. Mark Durkin mentioned about the councils being a leader in the fight back against poverty, and you mentioned, I think you raised a really good point in that whenever we heard from the local governments or the local councils, that there was real confusion as to why they hadn't been central to that draft strategy. Melissa McHugh mentioned actually something that I think we failed to do, and was to thank the local councils for the work that they are doing, and urged the Minister to act upon that. Maurice Bradley said that the current draft really lacks ambition and clarity, and that's what we heard that day, and that there needs to be a real focus away from short-term funding measures to more sustainable future, less of a sticking plaster approach you mentioned around the temporary measures. And Jerry Carroll, I think, raised a really important issue around poverty actually skyrocketing, and that in actual fact in his area has doubled. And I know that it's something I had raised with the Communities Minister, who had said that actually the trend is showing a downwards trajectory. However, that's not what we're hearing from the experts in the area, and I think Jerry Carroll raised that as well. But what has come through so very clearly, I think, is that... Yes, I will.
Member, given way, and this is certainly something that we are not complacent on, but I think that it is worth noting that there has been a statistically significant decrease in child poverty in particular, down from 21% to 16%. That's still too high, but it shows some of the progress that has been made. Much better figures in other parts of the UK, but much more still to do.
I appreciate those figures from the Minister. I think it's something that we will need to explore maybe further, because there was concern that criteria and things like that had changed in calculating those figures. So I think it's something, I appreciate those figures, but I think it's something that we will need to look at. But what has come through clearly is that poverty is not experienced in neat departmental categories. For families and individuals, the pressures overlap. Housing, income, transport, childcare, employment, health and debt can all interact with one another. And that's why a narrow or fragmented response will not be enough. The anti-poverty strategy must be much more than a Department for Communities document. It must be cross-cutting, but it must be supported by local delivery and informed by lived experience. And the Minister did mention in his remarks around the British Government having a role in this as well, and I was glad to hear that, because of course if we were funded to need, it would make delivery much easier. I want to thank the Minister for his response to the debate, and there's a number of issues that I want to point out. I want to point out the importance of language in this, and it's back to something that the Minister said earlier about those who are economically inactive, some by choice because of caring responsibilities. And I just think it's really important that we are careful around the language in that, because I am sure that those who are caring for a sick child, sick parent, sick partner, they don't think it's a choice. It's actually the lack of a choice, and they certainly don't want to sacrifice their careers for those caring responsibilities, but they have no choice in that matter, because they're the only one who can provide that caring role. I'm also slightly disappointed that we went down a bit of a rabbit hole around fraud and error rather than the essence of this motion and this report that we brought forward today. I know we have to look at everything in the round, but this was around local government involvement in the anti-poverty strategy. Yep.
Generosity in giving way. The reason why I think these matters are important and pertinent to what we're talking about today is that if we want to put the interventions in place, both for ourselves and through local government, we need the funding, and tackling fraud is one of the ways, and we can do that. Moving people into work is one of the ways that we can do that because of the funding that it provides, and I think that is important, it is pertinent and something worth discussing.
I'm glad to hear the Minister mention about the getting into work and things like that as well, and around, of course, good jobs will be central to that. I'm also glad that the Minister recognised the need to take views on board, and that the next draft that we see, or the next strategy that we see, will be substantially different, and I know we will look forward to seeing that, and I've no doubt that the committee will want to reflect carefully on the Minister's remarks, and I urge him to view this report as a real practical contribution to strengthening the strategy before it is finalised. The committee isn't looking to add unnecessary complexity. In fact, it's much of the report is about avoiding duplication and avoiding missed opportunities. An important theme in today's debate is the need to move beyond crisis response, and immediate support is always going to matter. For a household with no heating oil, a fuel payment can be essential. For a parent who can't afford a school uniform, practical help can reduce real pressure. For someone facing debt or benefit issues, advice services can prevent a bad situation from getting worse. And no doubt all of our constituency offices will be dealing with an increase in cases like this. Parents skipping meals so their children don't have to, workers taking on extra shifts just to stay afloat. And we have heard that they do all feel let down, they feel abandoned by the lack of action on an anti-poverty strategy, and feeling that they have had to, that they've been left to fend for themselves again. But interventions like that can prevent serious harm, and the committee recognises the value of the councils, community organisations, advice workers and volunteers who deliver them. However, if the system only responds at the point of crisis, we will always be chasing the problem rather than reducing it. The final strategy must also deal with the reasons why people fall into poverty and the reasons that they cannot get out of it. That requires serious attention to housing, to childcare, to low pay and insecure work, transport, rural isolation, health inequalities and access to advice. So this report becomes at a very important moment because the anti-poverty strategy is still in draft form, and that creates an opportunity to strengthen it before it is finalised. So the test will not simply be whether the final strategy says the right things. The test will be whether it changes how government and public services work together. Will support become easier to access? Will councils and partners be able to target help more effectively? Will duplication be reduced? Will people be reached before a crisis deepens? And will community see evidence that government is joined up? Those are the practical tests by which the strategy will be judged. So in closing, I want to thank the members for their contributions and the Minister for his response. The committee's report reflects evidence of all 11 councils, and it really is a serious piece of work that the committee did take time over. It recognises the vital place and voice of local government in tackling poverty right across the north.
It will be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Next item on the order of paper is the second stage of hunting with dogs bill, and I call John Blair to move the second stage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Moved.
Second stage of the hunting bill has been moved, and in accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits in this debate. I call John Blair to open the debate on this bill.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to open the second stage debate on my hunting with dogs bill. As members will be aware, the purpose of this bill is to end the practice of hunting wild mammals with dogs for sport in Northern Ireland. Currently, Northern Ireland is the only part of the United Kingdom without such a ban. England and Wales banned hunting with dogs more than 20 years ago. Scotland not only introduced a ban, but in fact strengthened its legislation in 2023 through the Hunting with Dogs Scotland Act, creating the most robust framework anywhere in the UK. Yet here in Northern Ireland, wild mammals can still be chased, exhausted, attacked and killed by packs of dogs for sport. Neither I nor my party Alliance have ever been anything other than honest about our intention to ban the cruel practice of hunting wild mammals with dogs in the circumstances where Northern Ireland is the only part of the UK not to have already done so. The terms of this bill have been tried and tested. In the rest of the UK, the only people who need to worry about it are those who enjoy the cruelty of encouraging dogs to chase a wild mammal for the kill. I am all too aware of the use of diversions and distractions from the core issue before us, which is animal cruelty, pure and simple. Mr. Speaker, I previously sought to bring forward legislation on this issue in the previous mandate. This bill reflects changes made after engagement, consultation and further consideration. But what has not changed is the central fact at the heart of this debate. Hunting wild mammals with dogs is cruel, unnecessary, and a ban is long overdue. The bill also differs from previous proposals in that it has been drafted to fit within the existing legal framework established by the Wildlife Northern Ireland Order 1985. That means the proposal is grounded in established wildlife protection law rather than creating an entirely separate framework. Mr. Speaker, at its core, this is a matter of animal welfare. I am about to paint a very graphic picture for members, and I make no apologies for it, because not at this point. I am about to paint that graphic picture and make no apologies for it, because we need to confront the facts and the cruelty behind this debate and be truthful about what this practice truly entails. A wild mammal, such as a fox, is pursued over a long distance by a pack of dogs to the point of exhaustion. If caught, it will be torn apart by the hounds. If it manages to escape, it may still be left severely injured, traumatised and bleeding to death. In some cases, if the animal goes to ground, terriers are sent underground after to flush it out, prolonging suffering further still. I'll give way to Mr Buckingham if he wishes.
The member has said that the objective is animal welfare, and in keeping with that theme, can the member point to any demonstrable facts and evidence that substantiates that argument when it comes to wildlife management in the countryside?
Mr Speaker, I've just outlined to the member some of the most serious animal welfare issues which have been witnessed across the countryside in every county of this region, and I will come into more detail later. If members wish to raise points in their speeches at a later point, I will be responding as best I can within the time allowed. What I have described, Mr Speaker, is not humane wildlife management. It is not pest control. It is not tradition worthy of protection. It is cruelty, and it is nothing else. Importantly, and a fact that is often overlooked, is that the cruelty does not end with the hunted animal. Dogs themselves can suffer significant injury during hunts, particularly when an animal fights back or during terrier work underground. I have also heard repeated concerns with the welfare of hounds used by hunting groups, such as reports of malnutrition and filmed evidence of healthy hounds being shot in the head when they are no longer considered useful for hunting. I've heard also that a hound is generally considered past its prime at 6 years old. On one hand, we are told these dogs are beloved members of the family. On the other, we are told that if this bill passes, there will be somehow no place for them, and that thousands of hounds or hundreds of hounds will be euthanised. The inconsistency, Mr Speaker, in these two arguments reveals the wider truth. The Burns report, the GB Parliamentary Report Inquiry into Hunting with Dogs, concluded that it was satisfied that being closely pursued, caught and killed by hounds seriously compromises the welfare of the fox. That was one of the reasons why hunting with dogs for sport was banned in Great Britain more than 2 decades ago. This bill recognises that Northern Ireland should no longer lag behind, but it also seeks to incorporate lessons from other jurisdictions to ensure that it is as robust as possible from the outset. It is for this reason that the bill also seeks to ban trail hunting and terrier work. Mr Speaker, it will come as no surprise to members when I say that trail hunting is used as a smokescreen for illegal hunting. I've said it here before. After Scotland banned trail hunting in 2023, the Labour government is now working towards fulfilling its manifesto promise by holding a public consultation on banning this practice in England and Wales. Northern Ireland should not repeat the mistakes seen elsewhere by leaving obvious loopholes open from the outset. Give way to Ms Cameron.
Thank the member for giving way. I think it is a very important subject, and I personally will be supporting this legislation through to the next stage for further scrutiny. Does the member recognise the fear that there is out there from people like myself who are pet owners, that there is a possibility, or that fear that if you have a dog, it's off lead, it takes off after a squirrel or a rabbit, that could then lead to prosecution? If the member does recognise that point, will he look to amend the legislation to ensure that that is not the case as this proceeds through the chamber?
Mr Speaker, I thank the member for the intervention and, of course, for her expressed support. The point raised is in some ways a technical one and in other ways a very general one. Of course, I understand where the point of dog walkers are raised. However, it should be pointed out at this juncture that in 20 plus years of similar legislation in other jurisdictions, there has never been a single prosecution or attempted prosecution of a dog walker, nor has there been a prosecution or an attempted prosecution for someone hunting with dogs, and I have a feeling we'll be coming back to this later on. But in direct answer to the intervention, yes, of course I'm happy to look at this, but for the information of the member, I did discuss this with drafters and the Assembly legal team as we went through the process to get to this stage. And the advice is general, and if we can put it in very general terms, you do not include in a bill that which is not covered by the bill.
and therefore, as dog walking is not covered, it's not going as something that's illegal, it's not going to be listed. However, I made efforts to have it included in the explanatory notes for the bill, just to provide additional information for members, and I'm more than happy to continue conversations around that, Mr. Speaker. On terrier work, it is indeed another deeply troubling element of hunting. Sending dogs underground to flush out a fox or make it easier to dig that animal out is cruel, both to the wild mammal and to the dogs involved. Reports of severe injuries to terriers and of makeshift or inadequate treatment afterwards are unfortunately all too common. For example, I've heard reports from veterinarians of terriers with their faces stapled together. There is no place for that type of activity in a modern society. That all being said, Mr. Speaker, the bill in no way takes an absolutist approach. It includes a number of exemptions as laid out in clauses 6 through to 10, which allow for up to 2 dogs to search for, stalk or flush from cover a wild mammal for the purposes of preventing damage to crops, preventing the spread of disease, protecting human health, protecting livestock and protecting biological diversity. There are also provisions for training service dogs, relieving the suffering of injured animals and retrieving dead animals. This shows that the bill distinguishes between the organised pursuit of a wild mammal for sport and a genuinely necessary controlled activity undertaken for a lawful purpose. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to be clear about what this bill does not do. The bill is aimed only at killing wild mammals using dogs. There is therefore no impact on hunting with guns so long as the dogs involved are not actively being used to kill wild mammals. In the case of shooting ducks or pheasants, these are simply not wild mammals, they're birds, so the bill is not relevant. It is the same when it comes to falconry. This has not been included in my bill because the birds involved are entirely separate in species from dogs. Yet, there will still be members here today, I suspect, and have seen public commentary, who will rise and try to defend this barbaric practice. They will claim that fox hunting is necessary for pest control, despite the bill's exemptions which I've just laid out and the numerous other more humane methods available. They will claim that hunting is a way of life, a tradition indeed. Yet, I am not seeking to bag drag hunting, which is a viable alternative. They will claim the bill will criminalise innocent dog walkers, ignoring the fact that I have built in provisions to prevent that, which I will come to in a moment. They may also seek to confuse the issue by drawing in forms of shooting to which the bill simply does not apply. Mr. Kingston will take an intervention.
Thank the member for taking the point. The member will be aware that farmers, many own a dog for the protection of their livestock and the damage that can be done to livestock if a fox or other predator gets in to a chicken coop or among lambs. How will the member ensure that a farmer is allowed to protect his livestock, including with a dog, to prevent them falling prey?
I thank the member for the intervention and the chance to explain that apart from the fact that the farmer will often use a gun in such circumstances and is perfectly entitled to do so, and that's absolutely understandable. In addition to that, there's an exemption in the bill for protection of livestock which allows the use of up to 2 dogs. So I, in relation to the claims made around this, Mr. Speaker, are calling them out today. My bill is not an attack on the rural way of life. It still allows for tradition through drag hunting, it still allows appropriate wildlife management, and in no way impacts other rural activities such as shooting and angling. To suggest otherwise is simply false. As previously mentioned, one of the most common myths is that the bill will criminalise innocent dog walkers. It will not. The bill makes it an offence to hunt a wild mammal using a dog or to be involved in such hunting. Those are active, not passive acts. They require planning, organisation or deliberate participation. In other words, a person must be proven to have been willingly and knowingly participating in a hunt. Someone walking a dog which happens to pick up the scent and run after wildlife is not thereby engaged in hunting in the sense identified by this bill. The focus, it should be pointed out, is on the conduct of the person, not on an accidental action by the dog. Most notably, I will now, because we're coming to a very important point, Mr. Free.
I thank the member for giving way, but he says that a dog walker won't be involved in hunting, but he defines the only part of the bill where he defines hunting, or part of what hunting a wild mammal is and that is in 23B4. In this part, hunting a wild mammal includes searching for and pursuing. That's the only part that defines hunting. Does that not encapsulate any dog that's out searching for or pursuing a mammal?
I would contend that there are other references in the bill, Mr. Speaker. But look, what I'm pointing out here is that the bill clearly defines it's the hunting of the wild mammal using the dog. The dog is used for the kill, which is the core issue. And I'm happy to respond later to speeches on such points as I pointed out. Mr. Speaker, in relation to what I was saying there, most notably, no prosecution of an ordinary dog walker has been brought in any UK jurisdiction with hunting bans in place over a period of 20 years plus. This argument is simply another distraction. The same scaremongering has been directed towards those who hunt with guns. But if a person is out shooting with a dog, that person is shooting, not hunting with dogs. The offence in the bill is clear. It is an offence to hunt a wild mammal using one or more dogs. Since 2023, no person hunting with guns has been questioned or charged with an offence under the equivalent legislation in Scotland. Equally, no rough shooter has ever been prosecuted in England, Wales or Scotland. A further claim against this bill is that it will damage the rural economy. Yet the fact that some employment or activity is traditional does not mean it must be preserved unchanged as society moves forward. Economic activity can and does adapt to change, as is the case in every sector. Those involved in hunting can transfer to alternatives such as drag hunting, which preserves many of the equestrian, social and ceremonial elements without wild animals being chased and killed. In short, economy should never be used as cover for cruelty. Mr. Speaker, significant economic ramifications were not reported in England and Wales after the ban there was implemented, nor have they been widely reported following the actual strengthening of legislation in Scotland. Again, as the Burns Inquiry stated, in terms of national resource use, the economic effects of a ban on hunting were, I quote, unlikely to be substantial. Nor, Mr. Speaker, do I accept the claim that this is simply a town versus country issue. Many of those who oppose hunting with dogs live in rural areas, and I should know this, I represent one. I regularly hear from farmers, landowners and countryside residents who do not want hunts on or near their land and who object most strongly to the impact hunts can have in their area. Concerns raised include trespass, damage to fields and hedges, livestock being disturbed and roads being blocked. I have heard anecdotal evidence of landowners being too afraid to challenge hunts accessing their land without permission. Members have received correspondence themselves from farmers completely opposed to hunting with dogs on their land, and they will have received some of that in recent days. In a particular case which occurred at the end of last year, a pet cat was torn apart after hounds entered private land, with a hunt member reportedly attempting to dispose of the body. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, these are not isolated incidents. I have also heard of hounds breaking free and running onto main roads, posing danger to both themselves and to drivers. These matters underline that this is not some harmless countryside pastime. It has consequences for animal welfare, for rural residents, and also for public safety. There are biosecurity concerns also, which have serious implications for our agriculture sector. Hounds can contract parasites and diseases from raw carcasses, including fallen livestock. With hunts crossing multiple farms in a single day, hounds, vehicles and followers can contribute to the spread of contamination. Farm animals may then be exposed through contaminated land, water or faeces. These are all facts the objectors will never raise. Turning, Mr. Speaker, to biodiversity and wildlife protection, there is no evidence to suggest that organised hunting aligns with our conservation goals. Indeed, large packs of dogs, riders, vehicles and followers moving across land can disturb wildlife, damage habitats and interfere with ecosystems, including areas used by ground nesting birds and protected species. Badger setts are already protected in law, yet there have been repeated reports of set blocking in areas where hunts take place in order to deny a fox a place of refuge. I wish to turn now, if you'll allow me, Mr. Speaker, to the consultation I conducted on this bill. Running for a 13-week period between October 2024 and January 2025, it received over 12,000 responses. Just like my previous consultation, this level of response from the public is far above what is usually seen for a private member's bill consultation. That alone demonstrates the level of interest in this matter. And the results, again, like the previous consultation, were undeniably in favour of a ban. A majority of respondents, 63%, said that all hunting, searching, coursing, capturing or killing of wild mammals with dogs should be banned in Northern Ireland. Among respondents who said they lived in Northern Ireland, 72% supported a ban. In addition, 80% of Northern Ireland respondents said ending the hunting of wild mammals with dogs was important to them, and 70% said they fully supported the intentions of the proposed bill. That is not just marginal support, Mr. Speaker. It is significant and clearly shows constituents' strong views on hunting across Northern Ireland. I will, yes, at this stage, yeah, Mr. Buckley.
Thank the member for giving way. Is the member able to outline to the House what percentage of the Northern Ireland population his consultation constitutes, and also how many people filled in the consultation outside of Northern Ireland's jurisdiction?
I can thank the member for the intervention. First of all, I don't have the actual figure of the proportion in front of me. The consultation submission is available on the Assembly website, has been for months. I can tell him that there was a clear influence of an increased number of responses from GB and the south of Ireland on this consultation compared to the last one. But the core point is that when it came to those who responded from Northern Ireland, the figure in opposition was 72.27%. The consistency in polling, Mr. Speaker, is also mirrored in polling conducted by other leading animal welfare organisations such as the USPCA and the League Against Cruel Sports. Polling also shows that many people in Northern Ireland already assume hunting with dogs is illegal here, likely because bans have existed elsewhere in the UK for so long. In my experience, when they discover that Northern Ireland is the outlier, horror and strong support for a ban quickly follows. Furthermore, throughout the development of this bill, there has been extensive engagement with organisations and stakeholders. Those engaged include shooting, farming and veterinary organisations, as well as political parties and other interested groups and individuals. That engagement has been, I should say, constructive and has helped refine this bill. I am committed, and I must stress this, I am committed to continue that engagement should the bill progress today. I now, Mr. Speaker, want to touch briefly on the financial implications. The bill itself has no direct, obvious financial effect in the ordinary sense. There may, of course, be some public impact in relation to enforcement by departments and by the PSNI, as is the case with any new criminal offence. When asked, the PSNI was not in a position to provide estimates for any additional resource requirements, and DERA was similarly unable to provide quantifiable figures. Those are matters that can and should receive further scrutiny during the bill's later stages, and I am perfectly content to engage on that with members and others. But the existence of enforcement considerations is not an argument against legislating where legislation is justified. If it were, very little new law would ever be passed. Mr. Speaker, turning specifically to penalties and enforcement as laid out under Clause 5, given that it aims to slot into the existing Wildlife Northern Ireland Order 1985, the bill amends Article 27 of that order and sets the penalties for these new offences. The penalties are up to 12 months jail or a £20,000 fine if dealt with in the Magistrates' Court, and up to 5 years in jail or a limited fine in the Crown Court. These penalties are in keeping with the Welfare of Animals Act Northern Ireland 2011. The enforcement provisions laid under Clause 11 also sit within the established wildlife enforcement framework and would rely on existing criminal justice processes, including investigation by the PSNI and the use of evidential material capable of demonstrating deliberate participation in hunting. That may include witness testimony, video footage, patterns of organised activity, the conduct of those present and the surrounding circumstances in which dogs are deployed. Enforcement is therefore evidence-based, ensuring a distinction between accidental incidents and deliberate organised hunting. It is not aimed at the innocent dog walker whose pet unexpectedly gives chase. It is not aimed at those engaged in lawful shooting activities where dogs are not being used to kill wild mammals deliberately. It is aimed at intentional conduct, planning a hunt, coordinating participants, deploying dogs in pursuit of a wild mammal, and facilitating that activity. Before I conclude, Mr Speaker, I wish to place on record my thanks to the USPCA, to the League Against Cruel Sports, the Assembly Business and Drafting teams, and to everyone else who has helped me officially and in terms of engagement get to this stage. I also want to thank organisations such as Cats Protection for their express support for my bill, and of course my Alliance Party colleagues for their support and their never-ending patience with me. Mr Speaker, we claim to be a nation of animal lovers. We often see it as our duty to stand up for those who cannot stand up for themselves. The Alliance Party has shown that it is prepared to do that in this regard, and I hope that everyone else in this chamber will stand up against this cruel practice with us. The bill is ultimately about what kind of society we want to be. It is about whether we believe it is acceptable in 2026 that packs of hounds should still be used to chase and rip apart wild mammals for sport in Northern Ireland. It is about whether we believe that a practice long rejected in every other region of the United Kingdom should continue here simply because it is a so-called tradition. I am of the belief, as I said before, tradition is not a defence for cruelty. The bill takes a balanced approach, targeting cruelty while preserving legitimate exemptions for lawful land management. It closes loopholes that have caused difficulty elsewhere. It aligns Northern Ireland with the direction of travel across the United Kingdom, and it responds to clear public demand for change. It is time to stop allowing wild mammals to be chased and killed by packs of dogs in Northern Ireland. Blood sports have no place in a modern civilised society, and I ask members to support the second stage of this bill to consign this. I will give way, and I'm going to have to repeat that. Mr Frew.
Thank you very much. The proposal of the bill talks about a packs of hounds. Can he show me the page of his bill where he relates and alludes to packs of hounds?
I thank the member for the intervention. There's clear reference in the bill. I'm scanning through it now. Obviously couldn't have preempted the question. If we need to come back on this later, I can. But there are references in there to dogs forming a pack. Yes, there are. So if the member doesn't mind me continuing and concluding, I'll look at that further in a moment, and also, as I said previously, prepared to engage in that going forward. As I was saying, Mr Speaker, blood sports have no place in a modern civilised society, and I ask members to support the second stage of this bill to consign this barbaric pastime to the past where it belongs. We are more than a quarter of a way through the 21st century, and we need to reflect that in terms of animal welfare. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I rise initially as the Chair of the ERA Committee. And on behalf of that committee, I welcome the opportunity to speak at this, the second stage of the Hunting with Dogs Bill, as was introduced on the 27th of April. Mr Speaker, the committee was first made aware of the proposals by the sponsoring member, John Blair, in May 2025 and received an introductory briefing on the bill at its meeting on the 23rd of April 2026. And the committee wishes to place on record its thanks to the member for the engagement thus far. The committee understands that it is intended to amend the existing Wildlife Northern Ireland Order 1985 to bring the position more closely into line with legislation across the UK jurisdictions, including Scotland, as outlined by the member previously. The member outlined that the purpose of this bill is to prohibit the use of dogs to hunt, attack or kill wild mammals, and to address potential loopholes, including where trail hunting may be used to mask illegal hunting. It was also highlighted that the bill provides for a number of exemptions to allow for legitimate use of dogs, including pest control and the protection of livestock. The member further advised that the bill does not address other forms of hunting, such as drag hunts or those involving firearms. Mr Speaker, we heard that the member conducted an initial consultation from the 21st of October 2024 to the 20th of January 2025, alongside engagement with a range of representative groups, and we heard that the majority of respondents supported the objectives of the bill. Mr Speaker, The committee considered the 14 clauses and noted, first of all, that Clause 1 introduces a new Part 3A into the 1985 order to create offences relating to deliberate hunting of wild mammals, with dogs including involvement in such activity. Clause 2 then introduces a new provision that captures both direct involvement in hunting and the organisation or participation in such activity when one or more dogs are used, with the related offence where a landowner allows such activity to take place on their land. We noted that Clause 3 establishes an offence in relation to trail hunting, defined as the use of dogs to follow an animal-based scent, and Clause 4 creates an offence relating to terrier work. Clause 5 amends Article 27 of the 1985 order to set out the penalties for the offences introduced in the bill. We noted that Clauses 6, 7, 8 and 10 provide exemptions in relation to the hunting of rats or mice, the management of wild animals in specified circumstances, such as preventing crop damage or controlling disease, relieving the suffering of wild animals, and the training of dogs to allow an animal-based scent where it is lawfully permissible. The committee noted that Clause 9 permits the use of dogs under certain conditions to search for dead wild mammals. We noted that Clause 11 amends the 1985 order to provide for the enforcement of the offences created by the bill, and that Clause 13 states that the bill becomes law 6 months after receiving royal assent. Mr. Speaker, having sought an amendment to the dilapidation bill for a reporting and review clause, the committee is pleased to note that Clause 12 of this bill requires that the Department must review the operation of this bill at least once every 5 years. The EFM indicates that the bill does not give rise to any direct financial implications. However, it may place some additional demands on departmental resources and the PSNI in relation to inspection and enforcement, but that fines arising from offences may contribute to offsetting enforcement and compliance costs. Mr. Speaker, the committee took the opportunity to query a number of issues with the member, including how enforcement officers would distinguish between a dog walker and someone engaged in hunting activity, how the legal position for someone who was shooting with multiple dogs would be interpreted by police, and the distinction between trail hunting and drag hunting, including whether drag hunting represents a viable alternative. The member indicated to us that such matters would depend on the facts of each case, with enforcement officers responsible for assessing the evidence. He emphasised that the provisions are intended to ensure that the legislation is effective and not undermined through the exploitation of potential loopholes. The member also reiterated that the bill is focused on the use of dogs in hunting wild mammals and does not extend to other activities such as shooting or angling. Mr. Speaker, the committee is aware that a number of stakeholders have raised concerns regarding the impact on farming practices, predator control, livestock protection and biodiversity.
Would the member give way?
I will indeed, yes.
I thank the member for giving way, and he outlined the bill's sponsor saying that this would have no impact on those of the shooting profession in Northern Ireland. But would he not agree with me that that is potentially misleading, because where a gun owner engages in legal hunting activity with dogs, aka a Springer Spaniel or a Cocker Spaniel, they too could fall foul of this particular legislation?
I thank the member for his question. It's a question that appeared in the 2021 debate. Mr. Speaker, it's something that I will reference when I speak as a party member, but I do believe that the mover of the motion has possibly offered some reassurance in that regard, perhaps for the fact that there has been zero prosecutions in other parts of the UK in regard to the same legislation. But I don't want to speak for the mover of the motion, but I'm sure we will return to it. The committee recognises that these issues will require consideration should the bill proceed to committee stage, and when there is likely to be considerable public interest, and there has been, because my phone has been dinging today. Thank you very much, Mr. Blair. At its meeting on the 23rd of April, the committee did not take a position on the general principles of the bill. Members agreed to consider the matter further within their respective parties and to convey their positions during this debate, which I, with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, will now do so as the Ulster Unionist spokesperson for all things relating to ERA. So, Mr. Speaker, the Ulster Unionist Party are broadly supportive of the principles underpinning the Hunting with Dogs bill. We do so from a position grounded absolutely not in hostility towards rural life, not towards farming, not towards shooting or legitimate countryside management, as some may try to frame this, but from a belief that animal welfare legislation should reflect the highest ethical standards expected in a modern society. From the outset, it is important to acknowledge plainly and honestly that vermin control and wildlife management are necessary components of rural living. Farmers Gamekeepers, land managers and rural communities face genuine challenges in protecting livestock, safeguarding biodiversity, preventing disease and managing species populations responsibly. And we see that with the badger at the moment in regard to the many debates that we have in this chamber. Nothing in this debate should diminish those responsibilities, nor should anyone suggest that those who work closest to the land are somehow indifferent to animal welfare. It has not been my experience as the chair of the ERA committee when I speak to any of those farmers, rural dwellers or land managers. In many cases they are amongst the strongest advocates for conservation, habitat protection, responsible stewardship and wildlife management. The question before the Assembly is therefore not whether wildlife management is necessary. It is. The question is whether the hunting of wild mammals with packs of dogs or numbers of dogs remains an acceptable and proportionate method of achieving those aims in a modern society. We do recognise the intention behind the bill to prohibit the organised hunting of wild mammals with packs of dogs while attempting to preserve exemptions for legitimate land management, pest control and animal welfare purposes. Under proposed Article 23b, Mr Speaker, the bill creates offences relating to hunting wild mammals using dogs and organising or participating in such activities. Importantly, however, the bill also attempts to recognise practical countryside realities through a series of exemptions. Under proposed Article 23f, the exemptions are created for the management of wild mammals above ground, where the purposes include preventing serious damage to livestock, crops or pasture, preventing the spread of disease, preserving human health, or preventing serious damage to biodiversity. And the Ulster Unionist Party recognise and welcome the fact that the bill does not seek to eliminate all forms of lawful pest control or countryside management. However, our support for the principles of the bill must be qualified by the need for robust scrutiny and clear legal certainty. We believe that there are legitimate questions which must be addressed to ensure that the lawful rural activities, responsible dog ownership and those who hunt to gun or for food are not unintentionally captured by overly broad drafting. And that is why we believe the bill author must provide absolute clarity on how those provisions will operate in practice. Because when we made legislation previously in this chamber, and we do so sometimes with a lack of experience because we're not here often enough to make really good legislation. That's why we absolutely need to ensure that any legislation that we passes the highest levels of scrutiny and legal testing that we can, to ensure that we get it right first time, to ensure that we don't have to return to this chamber and hold our hands up and say we got it wrong. So I just want to put a few points down for the bill sponsor maybe to pick up in the wind of the debate later. The Ulster Unionist Party would seek to understand how the bill will clearly distinguish between unlawful hunting with dogs and lawful hunting to gun carried out for food or legitimate pest control purposes. We would like clarity on the safeguards that will exist to ensure that ordinary dog owners, rough shooters, gamekeepers and those engaged in lawful countryside pursuits are not inadvertently criminalised. We would like to know how the bill author intends to address concerns around legal certainty, particularly regarding the broad definitions of participation, searching and pursuing under Articles 23a and 23b. We would seek further clarity to be provided on what constitutes a dog under control for the purpose of exemptions under Article 23f. What evidential threshold will apply in determining whether a lawful countryside activity has crossed into criminal liability? How will the legislation ensure that accidental or incidental flushing of wild mammals during lawful activities does not become subject to prosecution? We would like to know if the bill author intends to introduce a clearer mental element, such as intent, recklessness or knowledge, to ensure inadvertent conduct is not criminalised, and how will the bill author will actually encompass the enforcement agencies and their application that the provisions consistently apply across all of our rural communities. And we believe that these are reasonable and necessary questions. Supporting the principles of improved animal welfare legislation does not remove our responsibility to ensure that legislation is workable, proportionate and enforceable in practice. Indeed, through stakeholder engagement over this past number of weeks, a number of concerns have been raised. We believe it is entirely proper that these matters are rigorously examined. And in particular, with your indulgence, Mr Speaker, I would seek further updates from the member today, if he can, in regard to Article 23f and how its exemptions will operate practically. And there's one that jumps out at me, and that is, and the member will know because I have conversed with them on this, in regard to the threshold of no more than two dogs and why that has been selected. What evidence supports that figure and how that will be captured to ensure that when there is more than one person there, that it's very clear that it's not just 2 dogs, that it's 2 dogs per person. But if you get evidence how you came to the 2 dogs, that would really be useful. How will reasonable steps be objectively assessed in ensuring dogs do not become a pack, as was Mr. Frew had pointed out? What constitutes sufficient evidence that permission has been granted by a landowner? And I know only too well, I'll make this point in and I will, I know only too well about the landowner perspective, because in Lagan Valley, the only incident that I've been involved with in regard to hunts is where hunts have went across farms and land where they weren't invited, and farmers got together and lobbied their local politicians in Lagan Valley to ban hunting because they had no control over them going over their land. Yes,
giving way. Where is it in the bill where it says that 8 persons that go out with a gun to hunt mammals can take 8 dogs with them?
Yeah, I absolutely I get the point you're making, and it's a point that I would like to be addressed maybe through yes, if you want to. Yes, absolutely.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to Mr. Butler for giving way. If it helps, the intervention that was given to Mr. Butler rather than myself, can point out that where someone's gone out shooting, as referenced by Mr. Frew, they're not subject to the bill because they're not shooting. They're shooting and not using dogs to kill a wild mammal. It's as clear as that, as is the case in other jurisdictions. I'll say more on this later, but for clarification, that sets it out.
Thank the member for his question, and I thank the bill author for even coming back in regards to an answer. I do remember in 2021 it was one of the more lively debates. If any of you were here for the debate, there were some impassioned speeches. There were some excellent questions, and it did point to the fact that actually, when we do want to do it properly, we can. Mr. Speaker, the things that I've outlined so far are not attempts to undermine the bill. Rather, they are essential questions if the Assembly is to produce legislation that commands public confidence and avoids unintended consequences. We also acknowledge that Northern Ireland remains the only part of the United Kingdom where hunting wild mammals with packs of dogs has not been prohibited. As a unionist, I genuinely struggle with that one. I understand that we have a devolved parliament and we can make up our own minds in regard to that, but there are certain things that I don't like to lag behind my brothers and sisters from England, Scotland and Wales. However, alignment with other jurisdictions alone cannot be the sole basis for legislation. The Assembly must ensure any law passed here is precise, that is proportionate and it's workable within the particular context of Northern Ireland's rural communities and countryside practices. At its heart, this debate is and must be about balance. It is possible to support stronger animal welfare protections whilst also recognising the legitimate realities of rural life. It is possible to oppose cruelty whilst also supporting lawful pest control, biodiversity management and sustainable countryside practice. And it's also possible to support the broad intent of this bill while still seeking substantial reassurance, clarification and refinement before it proceeds further. For those reasons, whilst we are prepared to support the broad principles of the bill at this stage, that support is qualified pending further scrutiny, greater legal clarity and assurances that lawful countryside activity will not be unintentionally criminalised. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Anya Murphy.
Ceann Comhairle, and at the outset I want to declare an interest as a firearms licence holder for sporting purposes as well as vermin control. I know issues have already been raised in relation to that during this debate, and I just want to get that on record. Ceann Comhairle. Sinn Féin MLAs will support this bill progressing to committee stage where it can be fully considered, scrutinised and strengthened where necessary. We support the protection of high animal welfare standards across the island of Ireland, and in that context we support the principle of a targeted ban on fox hunting with dogs for the purposes of leisure as part of a broader approach to regulating hunting. The intention of this bill is to tackle unnecessary cruelty to animals in relation to hunting with dogs, and we support that objective. However, it's important to be clear that this is not an outright ban on hunting. This bill includes important exemptions for hunting with dogs in circumstances such as protecting livestock that has been already referenced and managing wildlife, amongst others. Those exemptions are welcome. However, we do have concerns that, as currently drafted, those exemptions are not yet sufficient. More work will be needed to ensure that hunting with dogs can continue where necessary to effectively and practically protect the likes of livestock and manage wildlife populations. Protections for farmers to defend their livestock from predators must be clear and it must be workable. Equally, exemptions relating to hunting for the purposes of obtaining food or managing species populations must be robust and practical. As drafted, the provisions relating to hunting mammals with dogs, including the prohibition of terrier work, do not sufficiently account for the realities facing farmers or the practicalities of wildlife management. Removing the ability to properly flush out a mammal that will naturally retreat underground risks ignoring the real challenges faced when it comes to protecting livestock, and it also fails to fully reflect the complexity involved in managing these wildlife populations in our rural areas. However, we are willing to work constructively with the bill's sponsor and with colleagues from right across this House and this chamber to strengthen the exemptions and make any necessary improvements at committee stage. We also have concerns regarding the bill's treatment of activities involving animal-based scents that do not involve the hunting of mammals, such as trail hunting. We should be exploring how alternatives to traditional hunting can be supported, such as trail hunting and drag hunting. That approach would also recognise the social and cultural importance of these activities that have been embedded in our rural communities across Ireland for generations. We must also be very, very mindful of unintended consequences that has been touched on by the chair of the ERA committee. For example, concerns have been raised, I think, with most of us over the weekend when it comes to the criminalisation of dog walkers in rural areas whose dogs may unexpectedly break free from a leash and pursue a mammal. As this bill moves through committee stage, we want to hear from all stakeholders involved, including animal welfare organisations, farming representatives, rural and countryside groups, legal experts and, of course, members of the public. That engagement is going to be absolutely vital in ensuring that we achieve the right balance when it comes to protecting animal welfare whilst recognising the practical realities of rural life.
Tom Cannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose the bill today. And the reason for opposing it is threefold. It is legislatively weak, it is practically unworkable, and it is fundamentally damaging to the rural people of Northern Ireland. And this House has a duty to pass laws that are clear, that are proportionate, that are enforceable and grounded in evidence. And this bill before the House today fails to meet each one of these tests. The former Attorney General John Larkin KC has already highlighted what many of us have long suspected, that this bill is poorly drafted, it is legally ambitious and constitutionally problematic. It creates offences that are vague, ill-defined and open to arbitrary interpretation. It risks criminalising people not for intent but for circumstances entirely outside of their control. And when a bill is so unclear that even senior legal figures warn it will collapse under scrutiny, then this Assembly should sit up and take notice of that. And Mr. Speaker, this bill would place law-abiding farmers, dog handlers, pest controllers and rural workers at risk of prosecution for carrying out essential everyday tasks. It would criminalise legitimate fox control and expose our farming community to prosecution. It would make routine pest management legally hazardous and create offences that depend on hindsight rather than intent. This bill is not about tackling cruelty, but rather is about criminalising rural life. The people who would be targeted are the very people who maintain the countryside, protect livestock, uphold high standards of animal welfare. Clause 1 presents a real risk to farmers. For example, a farmer whose dog flushes a fox while protecting livestock could fall foul of the law and receive a criminal conviction. Or even, as has been mentioned today already, someone out walking their pet dog, and that dog follows the scent of a rabbit or another animal, that person can receive a criminal conviction because of that. And that is clear within the bill that we have before us today. The bill is not supported by scientific evidence, it's not supported by welfare data, it's not supported by economic analysis or credible assessment of rural impact. In fact, the consultation survey amounted to only 0.44% of the Northern Ireland population supporting the bill, yet the bill ignores the Burns inquiry, it ignores the DEFRA research and multiple independent studies in regards to effective, humane wildlife management. This bill is also a breach of the Rural Needs Act, Northern Ireland 2016. This requires public authorities, including this Assembly, to consider the impact of legislation on rural communities. But there is no rural impact assessment. There is no economic modelling and no recognition of the consequences for farmers, for land managers, for rural businesses, for conservation groups or for walking dog handlers. And this is why the bill is fundamentally flawed. With the bill removing effective control methods of fox management, it would have greater consequences for animal welfare. In relation to trail hunting, which the bill seeks to ban, the bill is drafted such that the proposed ban of trail hunting would also render the use of dogs to find and flush rats or mice unlawful. The definition of the trail hunting is inducing or permitting one or more dogs to follow an animal-based scent, whether that trail of scent has been naturally or by human intervention. And what does the Attorney General say? A farmer could not, without exposing himself to liability under that provision, encourage his dog or dogs to follow the scent of rats who were devouring his grain with a view to a dog finding the rats and destroying them. A farmer who has a problem with vermin in barns or his outhouses would be seriously impeded in his or her ability to protect his property. So there again we have an attack on the farming community who are seeking to protect their livestock, who are seeking to protect their grain and all that goes with the farming community. And also, there is detrimental consequences for those involved in country sport. And I know Mr Blair has said that if someone is out shooting and they have their dogs with them, that they're exempt from that. But it's not in the bill. And they're not protected because it's not in the bill. And therefore, if it's not in the bill, these people are not protected. And at committee, whenever I did question them with regards to dogs and what constituted a group or a pound of dogs, and it was anything over 2 dogs, and there's many people within the rural community who have more than 2 dogs, and they're out walking them or whatever, and therefore they are then open to criminal convictions.
Clarify for the member, and I really am trying to be helpful and courteous here, Mr Speaker. Would the member accept, in good faith, that when I gave that answer in committee, I wasn't trying to be obstructive, I was trying to be factual. The dictionary definition, any Google search definition of a pack of 2 dogs is more than 2 dogs. It's not about my opinion or somebody else's opinion or what should be allowed or what shouldn't. Will he accept that I gave that answer in that context and for no other reason?
And maybe the member would accept that for many people within the rural areas, they could have 2 or 3 or 4 Springer Spaniel dogs that they take out with them. Much more than one, and they go out with them for a walk or whatever, and therefore they are open then for criminal conviction under this particular bill that's being brought forward.
Giving way. Just to be clear, when the bill isn't clear, but 23A, for the purposes of this part, a person participates in hunting a wild mammal using 1 or more dogs. It's 1 dog, not a pack. Thank you.
Thank you for that. There's also an issue, I suppose, due to the unclarity within the bill about PSNI officers and how they are expected to determine real time whether a dog's behaviour constitutes hunting under the bill's undefined terms. And I wonder what consultation has been done with the PSNI on the resource implication of enforcing this legislation. And here what we have before us today is a bill that's not balanced, and a bill that is, I will go as far as to say, discriminatory against the rural community and those who have a love for their dogs. Thank you.
Patsy Midlone.
And I thank the member for the introduction of the bill here today. I too would, like Ms Murphy, declare an interest insofar as I am a firearms certificate holder, holding it for the purpose of sporting purposes and some vermin control. I think in introducing the debate here today, we consider that animal welfare is paramount, and getting legislation right in that regard is also paramount. No one wants to see animals torn asunder by dogs. And I agree, and I'm sure most members here will agree with the spirit of the bill. I myself am from and live in a rural area. Many of my friends, neighbours, family, and indeed others, including myself, are involved in shooting sports. So I've received quite a bit of communication in this regard. More recently, and we have to go with the evidence that's in front of us, more recently I've read in some detail the advice given by the former Attorney General John Larkin KC, who has given a legal analysis which raises a number of concerns regarding what legally may constitute, for example, the pursuit of a wild animal and some other matters of concern about the bill. No, I've no doubt about it, those may be unintended consequences, but nevertheless they require further scrutiny. BASC, the British Association for Shooting and Conservation, have also taken legal advice and have concerns about the implications of searching for and pursuing and the scope of criminal liability, amongst others. Walking dogs, Ms Cameron referred to that earlier. They have raised that too, and again the issue of it being within the possible scope of criminal law. Now, this is a widespread concern, and I have to say widespread concern, among those who hold firearms for sporting purposes and vermin control, using dogs. And just so that people maybe that aren't aware of it, that can mean people out with, and certainly not with one dog. It's maybe a group of people who are out across the fields on their way to Lough Neagh, 4 or 5 of them, 5, 6 dogs with them. So therefore, whether that constitutes a pack or not, if in fact a rabbit or a hare goes across and 4 or 5 of them dart after it, that's another issue that have to be considered, just in clarification of what the bill and its unintended consequences might be. But just to take that a stage further, there are those who feel that those who using shooting sports as their main hobby could accidentally fall within the scope of the bill and jeopardise their holding a firearms certificate. Now, the only place that that will be tested, really tested, would be and could be in a court of law. So therefore, that must be clarified, And I'll just explain this. So say, for example, if a police officer determines that a person is breaking the law, in this instance, this law, as it currently stands at the moment, their firearms are lifted. Their firearms are taken. And just so that people understand this too, there goes something on their file that whenever it comes to reconsideration, if, for example, it's determined that in fact the person wasn't breaking the law, something goes in their file as to whether they may or may not be a fit person because they have come to the notice of police. So just bear that in mind. Yep.
Our justice system and the length of time that it takes a case to go to court, that could mean that someone is deprived of their firearms for up to 2 or 3 years.
I thank the member for that. We just have to work through the practical implications of this. Even if the case doesn't go to court, and I am sure, like yourself, have dealt with multiple cases where firearms have been scooped, and by the time it is determined that there isn't a case to answer, without going to court, that may take a year and a half, 2 years, where there may have been some sort of a perceived incident or an allegation been made without substance. And they get so. And I think maybe the other issue is that people will understand, those that are from the rural areas, that those firearms may have been inherited. They're very precious. And those who hold firearms are among the most law-abiding here in Northern Ireland. So there is so much detail which requires much more scrutiny and clarity within the microscope of a legislative committee. We've heard the evidence, we've heard the legal briefs that have come from the former Attorney General, and we just can't poo-poo that away. And also that taken and given by the BASC, that too cannot be ignored. So I would welcome that be allowed to come before a scrutiny committee, and the level of real detailed scrutiny that is required to drill down into these issues, to get clarity from them, if clarity be needed, legislative clarity or otherwise, so that they can be, and those people who have those concerns and have highlighted those concerns will be given the opportunity to come and present their evidence in full detail to the scrutiny committee. And in that regard, I support it going to committee stage.
Halfrey.
Mr. Speaker, and first of all, can I say before I commence, it's a great honour to bring a private member's bill to this place, and I congratulate everyone and anyone who does so because of the work that they have put in to getting a private member's bill to this floor. So I commend John Blair and his actions and his work with regards to this bill, and of course his previous work and his other bills in the same subject matter that he has brought in the other terms. It really does take a lot of hard work and research and scrutiny and consultation to get to this point, so I commend him on it. I suppose that's where I'm going to end, giving out compliments, because with regards to this bill, I just cannot agree, because I am so concerned with people who live in the countryside, their way of life, how they manage the countryside, how they manage wild animals in and around their territory, their environment, and how it impacts on their life and their livelihood and their livestock. But more than that, also their way of life, their traditions, and even what they eat, I believe will be affected by this bill. So let me explore this. The motivation for this bill might be sound, it might be clear. But let's be clear in this House, it is not about traditional fox hunting. It's not just about those people who wear grey or red coats, who blare trumpets and who ride horses to chase foxes with a pack of hounds. It's not just that. It doesn't say anything about that. It's not that. It's more than that. And so we really have to concern ourselves with what does the bill actually do and what does the bill actually say. And I do have concerns about the private member's party and even the Agriculture Minister, where only last week the Agriculture Minister, the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Minister said that he believed the majority of people in Northern Ireland do not consider that hunting of wild animals is part of rural way of life. But he also went on to say that he believed that hunting was cruelty to animals and it was wrong. Yes, I will, yes.
Would the member accept that those comments were made in the context of a discussion with specifics reference to the bill, which is what we're considering at the moment? You realise the complexity associated with the issues. We saw that in relation to what Mr Butler was setting out, and what we're doing here is scrutinising the bill in question.
Minister for his clarification. I hope that's a clarification that he doesn't mean or think that angling is cruel, that fishing is cruel, that dispatching an animal humanely is cruel. Because I don't know if the Minister has ever seen how a wild mammal dies naturally. Most foxes will die of disease, but it won't just be left alone to die. It will probably starve to death if it did. But it will be attacked and eaten by another wild animal. And not only that animal, but its young. So that's what happens when animals in the wild die natural.
Would the member give way?
Yes, I will, yeah.
I thank the member for illustrating that point, because I think it's sometimes lost. Would the member agree with me that man cannot abstract themselves from proper, effective countryside and biodiversity management? If they do, the consequences for animal welfare and the proclaimed claim of animal welfare goes out the window when it bears and hits against realities.
It does. And I think that I don't know anyone who hunts that doesn't care passionately about the wildlife in and around their own environments. I honestly don't. I have not met a hunter who would go out to harm necessarily any animal that they would go out hunting for. It's not what they're made of. It's not what they do. I will give way, of course.
You're portraying, thank you for giving way, Paul, you're portraying an attitude that is, this is the countryside as a whole, we all think this. I live in the countryside and I don't agree with you. Yep. And many other people do. But you're talking about people in the hunts don't go out to do this to harm anybody. Would you agree with me? And I have met farmers in my constituency who hunts go out and they terrorise the farmers in the countryside by trashing through their land, by ripping up fences, by going through, and there's a complete law unto themselves. So you're giving this little sad story about things, but you're not portraying two sides of the thing. We're talking about hunting with dogs, and you're talking about everything but that.
The member, he is quite right that there are many cases in my time in politics whereby I had agreed farmers who have actually had to stop the hunt, or the traditional hunt, going over their land because of the damage that it did to fences and even to the soil and the land and the grass and sometimes even crops. So I agree with the member, but that's not what this bill is about. That's not what this bill encapsulates.
Will the member give way on that point?
Yes, I will. Yeah.
Thank the member for giving way, and I'll try not to do one back at particular narratives. But would the member also acknowledge that for the vast majority of individuals that engage in lawful hunting activity, they do so with the consent of the landowner, quite often multiple, and where some fall foul of that, there is the ability for both the farmer or individual to take them before the courts for trespassing on ground in which they have no permission to do so.
Thank the member for his intervention. And we all move on and make progress, because we haven't got unlimited time here. People want to go home tonight. But does the member, the proposer in the bill, and his party, and the Minister for Agriculture, Rural Affairs and Environment, think that wild animals don't need to be managed in the countryside? Do they think that they don't need to be humanely dispatched in the countryside? And do they think that when people hunt for food, that they shouldn't, that it's not acceptable, that it's cruel? And even if they hunt to provide restaurants with food, is that cruel? Is that wrong? Should that be stopped? Because I think we're in danger here that this bill could well do that. And so the ministers might have some restaurateurs coming to his door if that help or hurts their supply chain to produce good quality food that we can all enjoy and all need for nourishment.
The member give us?
Yes, I will. Yeah.
And I appreciate the member for giving way. He knows more about rural issues than I, but I'm unaware of any supply chain or restaurant that sends out mammals to hunt animals, which is then caught, brought to a restaurant and used. Does the member have examples of those in his constituency?
Yes, I have. I have a number of restaurants that will use game, and game, of course, to educate the member from North Belfast, can be rabbit and can be venison, and that is game. And in all circumstances, in all circumstances, most of those hunters that shoot that game will use dogs. I will get.
I thank the member for giving way, but I think we're conflating two separate issues. The member didn't ask, was game on the menu? The member was basically asking, would it be on the menu, for instance, that the game that you're going to eat was hunted down by a dog, killed by a dog, not lifted by a dog after it was shot? But don't forget, we're not talking about dogs, and we're talking about dogs specifically sent out to kill the animal.
So I thank the member for that really important point. So how do you prove? How do you prove that that mammal was killed by the dog? Most dogs are trained really well. They are trained to retrieve and not damage the game or the prey. And that can be for birds also, not just mammals. So it is really important. But how do you prove it in this bill? You can't, because the only definition for hunting, the only interpretation of this bill with regards to hunting, is that hunting a wild mammal using one or more dogs. That is the interpretation of hunting. And how is it defined? It's defined by searching for or pursuing. Now, on that point of searching for and pursuing, you don't even have to catch. You don't even have to catch a mammal to be breaking the law.
Would the member give way? Would the member accept that that is actually one of the most fundamental misunderstandings of the bill by the chair of the Agriculture Committee? Because the game on the menu, in this instance, is not killed by the dog, but the dog is part of the pursuit and part of the search. And if it is, under this legislation, they're liable for prosecution for hunting a mammal.
And that is where my concerns come from this bill. If this bill was purely about the traditional hunt, the red coats, the horses, the trumpets, the sailing over fences, then surely it would be called the Hunting with Horses Bill. If it was to do with packs of hounds, surely it would be called the Hunting with Packs of Hounds. This is about hunting. This is about hunting in which shooting will be encapsulated. This is about hunting with one or more dog or dogs. That's what this is. So you go out with a gun dog, to retrieve your prey that you shoot, either for management in countryside, or for food, or for sport for that matter, and you are liable to be prosecuted under this law. And then what happens there? As Patsy McGlowan has ably said, you will be investigated, you could well be arrested for the crime, and your guns will be confiscated immediately. Immediately. And it could be years before you get that gun back. Now, is that not a chill factor in this bill? And I should point out that Mr. Blair brought a bill in the last term, and his definition in that case was any case where a wild animal is pursued by one or more persons, and one or more dogs are employed in this pursuit. So John has changed his position. The member has changed his position, no doubt about that. But I'm still not sure that this Assembly should pass this bill because of the deep flaws and clarification needed and required to make this bill, I think, safe for the rural community and the countryside and everyone who partakes in hunting. So we have looked at the interpretation of the part, hunting a wild mammal using one or more dogs, and it talks about the offence. It is an offence to hunt a wild mammal using one or more dogs, or organise or participate in a hunting of a wild mammal using one or more dogs. So I do think that clarifies the position that the chair of the committee raised about, well, would it be okay if 8 people organised to go out for a shoot and had 8 dogs with them? Well, I think I've proven that that's not the case for 2 reasons. One, hunting is hunting a wild mammal using one dog, and also then you cannot organise or participate in the hunting of a wild mammal using one or more dogs. So I think the answer to your question, where you can organise a shoot, I think you can't. And would the farmer or the shooter, the gunman, risk it if he thought his guns were going to be confiscated? And then I read on, it is an offence for the owner or occupier of land to knowingly cause or permit another person to hunt a wild mammal using one or more dogs on his land. Are you telling me that any landowner is going to allow any sort of shooting or hunting on their land if they think they're going to be prosecuted. They'll not be able to see what's happening. They won't see the dog going there, right and centre. Yes, I will go away again.
I think the member makes really, really good points, and that's the purpose of this scrutiny, is to ensure that there are no unintended consequences. But has the member any data from the previous legislation that was passed in either Scotland, Wales or England? Some of it is now 20 years old, where the mover of the bill has suggested that there's no evidence to uphold the argument being made.
So I hear this defence, and maybe that's just because it's bad law. Maybe that's just because the police do not enforce law. And we have occasions even in this place, in Northern Ireland, where the police do not want to publicise law, publicise offences, and they just don't bother with it because they've more to do or other aspects to do. So that's not really a defence for us passing bad law. And so I would worry about that. This, I think, is flawed. As I said, this seems to be the only definition in the bill that hunting a wild mammal includes searching for or pursuing. Searching for. A dog, by its very nature, will search for animals. And that, I believe, is where ordinary dog walkers fall foul of this legislation. And there is a real risk, I believe, and the members alluded to it in the concerns, that this could well lead to ordinary dog walkers, whether they live in the countryside, whether they live in the town, whether they live in North Belfast or South Belfast, wherever they live, they could be out walking their dog in a park, and they chase after a squirrel, a rabbit, a hare. I don't know if there's any hares in North Belfast, but there should be. And so this is a real concern that I have around hunting a dog, searching for or pursuing a wild mammal. It goes on then to talk about terrier work. It is an offence to organise or participate in terrier work. In this part, terrier work means inducing one or more dogs to enter a hole in the ground. How do you prove inducement? How do you prove that you induced that dog to go into that hole? It talks about enclosed spaces. What is an enclosed space? I don't know. I would say that nobody in this room knows what an enclosed space is. Is it a hole? Is it a barn? Is it a pile of stones? Is it a midden? Some of you might not know what a midden is. Is it a vehicle? Is it a field? Is it a hedgerow? Does anyone know in this regard what an enclosed space is? Because I don't know. Also, the penalties. A person guilty of an offence under Article 23b, that's actually hunting, and I think shooting, with a dog. 23c, that's trail hunting, and 23d is terrier work. And remember, 23b, yes I will, yes of course I will.
Can the member accept from me, Donna Hope in the right spirit, that my explanation at the start that hunting a wild mammal using one or more dogs is really quite self-explanatory. It's using the one or more dogs to hunt and catch, or catch and kill the wild mammal. That is completely different than using a gun to hunt the wild mammal. That is the difference, and that is why guns are not included, because the offence is, or the intended offence is, the hunting of the wild mammal using one or more dogs. I mean, this really is self-explanatory. The member's asking things to be included which are not included, which is quite frankly, and I say it respectfully, preposterous. But this, I'm explaining it to you. It explains it very clearly. Will you accept that?
The proposer of the bill is explaining it to me, but I'm reading his bill. And his bill says in this part, hunting a wild mammal includes searching for and pursuing. It's not about catching and eating or tearing apart. It's about searching for and pursuing. It's his own words in his bill.
I thank the member for giving way. And would he agree with me that there seems to be a fundamental misunderstanding from the actual member who's brought the bill? In an earlier comment, he made reference to the word pack being within the bill. No such word exists in the bill. Will the member also agree that it is the very broad definition terms in which he has outlined, particularly around the broad definition of hunting activity, which means that the very instances in which he has outlined will capture a far greater extent, whether that be dog walkers, whether that be those with a gun and a dog, whether that be those who have a couple of terriers or a couple of Springer Cocker Spaniels. It's so vast that they will naturally fall under the catchment of this bill, because it's either two things. It's either broad, because it doesn't know what exactly its intent is, or perhaps more sinister, it's designed in such a way to encapsulate those.
Yeah, I thank the member for his contribution. He makes really good intervention. He makes really good points. And I take the member as face value. Yes, I will. Yes.
This is going to be very brief. The member may have made, in the terms of that member, a very good intervention, but I'm going to say it was an inaccurate one, and I'll explain why. If he goes to page 4, section 23G, 2A onwards, he'll see a number of references to packs of dogs. So if we're going to question this, let's at least read the bill and let's at least be accurate. Packs of dogs are mentioned in the bill 3 or 4 times on 2 pages, from 23G onwards. Remember, the pack is very clearly there.
So, and I thank the member as member for his intervention and for that explanation. But that is all really irrelevant when he talks about hunting with one dog. Principal Deputy Speaker, when you can't hunt with one dog, it becomes irrelevant whether it's mentioned pack. And I don't see the word pack, by the way. I could be wrong, but I've read it, and I can't see the word pack. It talks about one or more dogs. Okay.
Yes, Deputy Speaker. Thank you. The bill sponsor, thank you.
I compliment the member for his passion. I absolutely do, because I like to see it in this chamber. And I like to see his intervention. I like to see the toing and froing, because that's what proper debate is, and that's why I would encourage this when we go through this. For one more time.
I thank the member, and for clarity of the record, I will say that the word pack is in at 35C. I will be honest in this debate. I just hope others will too.
Oh, there we go. And there the member has won a small victory there with regards to moving as well, with regards to that. And there's no doubt this bill is going to pass this stage. Sinn Féin have made many a U-turn this week. This is just one of them with regards to their position on this here. And of course, they'll answer for that themselves with their own constituents and their own policies as they go forward. There is a number of exemptions in this bill, and I'm grateful for the exemptions. But I would ask, why did he not go further? Why did the proposer of this bill not go further? Out of all of the exemptions in the Scottish bill, there's only 2 here in Northern Ireland. Why? Why has he left out licences for use of more than 2 dogs for the activity mentioned above? Simply because the bill deals with 1 dog or more. So he can't use that exemption. He can't use a licensing regime because he wants to ban hunting with a dog. It also talks about management of foxes below ground. There's no exemption in that here, as far as I can see. There is an exemption of a dog above ground. But my problem is this. How can anybody with a dog control a dog to the point where he keeps the dog above ground when it's chasing a mammal? A mammal will go underground. Its instincts will be to go underground, and the instinct of the dog will to be go underground also. And so that exemption doesn't really pass the sniff test, pardon the pun. But then you have, I know you appreciate that, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Section 6 then, a person is using a dog above ground to search for, stop or flush from cover a wild mammal with the intention of providing quarry for falconry, game shooting and deer stalking. Now, I've heard what the proposer of the bill said, that if it's not in the bill, it doesn't need to be covered by the bill. But he's including his bill into the Article 3, just after Article 23 of the Wildlife Northern Ireland Order 1985. Part 3 of that bill, which is straight before this amendment going in, deals with the protection of deer. So really, he should have, I believe, included provisions for deer stalking, where you will use a dog. When you go out to stalk deer, you will go out to shoot it, and you will dispatch it humanely. You will shoot it on the head so that you can get food from the carcass. But you will have a dog with a lead tied round your waist to direct you in the scent of that deer, because you could walk for miles. You could cover acres before you come across a deer. And so you use a dog to steer the deer stalk. And then you can use that dog to flush out that mammal, to get it to a point where you can dispatch it safely with a decent background, so you fire that weapon safely. You run the risk, when not using a dog, of not having a clear shot, not having flushed the animal out, the mammal out, and not being able to take a safe shot. So there's all sorts of ramifications, and there should have been exemptions for deer stalking in this, because it is common in Northern Ireland. So there should have been more exemptions put in this bill to cover this bill. But the exemptions that are in the bill: a person hunting a wild mammal is using a dog above ground. How can you keep a dog above ground? They can search for, stalk, flush from cover a wild mammal with the intention of killing it for one or more of the purposes set out in paragraph 2. What does paragraph 2 say? It says that these purposes are preventing serious damage to livestock. So I would really welcome if the proposer of the bill can tell me that if a fox goes in to a hen house and destroys 50% of the hens in that hen house, and will come back the very next night to take the rest, that farmer can use a gun to dispatch that fox and use his dog to flush that fox out. Yeah. Okay, you've answered it. I suppose I need further clarification over my concern. He talks about exemptions for the purposes of preserving human health. What does that mean? What does human health mean? I don't know. It's not defined in the bill. So where does a wild animal come into it when it's preserving human health? I just don't know. He does talk about preventing serious damage to the biological diversity of an area. Can I say to you that ground nesting birds are so vulnerable to mammals, both the bird and the eggs? And foxes and other mammals are the ones that will deprive that area of ground nesting birds, and they will do it in quick fashion. Will the member give way? Yes, I will. Yeah.
Thank the member, and this is again a really important point. In the bill's sponsor's opening comments, he tried to make it apparent to all that was listening that there is more risk to ground nesting birds from one or more dogs than that of the very quarry population in which he seeks to protect. It is clear from any evidence that ground nesting birds, and indeed other endangered species on ground, are most at risk to foxes and other predator species, not dogs.
Also add to that, I think that even in a built-up area, I think cats are more at risk of attacking a fox in a built-up area than a dog is. So there are issues here with regards to why they've picked on dogs, why the proposers picked on dogs. He also talks about the exemption for the purposes of preventing the spread of disease. Again, what does that mean? Is it disease of animals, or is it disease of spreading among humans? That's a very important point. And it's not clarified in the bill, and I hope that the proposer of the bill can. But then it goes on to say that these conditions, those conditions for these exemptions, are that the activity does not involve the use of one or more than two dogs, So in this case, he can use one dog, okay? But any dog used is under control. So even though the best trained dog You could have the best trained dog in the world, but that instinct will be to go underground if that mammal goes underground. So how does he define a dog being under control? How does he stop that one dog meeting up with other dogs on the same scent? And then does that mean that that hunter is liable for prosecution and at that point is causing an offence? These are all valid questions that need to be asked and ironed out before the hunting fraternity, whether that's on foot or anywhere else, has any sort of assurance around this bill. It also has an issue around training dogs to follow an animal-based scent. I would put it to the member, why would you go to the bother of training a dog around animal-based scents when you're forbidding the dog from being used? And what reasonable steps is he talking about that need to be taken to ensure that no wild mammal is pursued, injured or killed? If you are out in the wild, if you're out in the open countryside, how could you ever prevent your dog going after a wild mammal, pursuing it, or even injuring it or killing for that matter? And this is where the dog walker bit comes in, because a gun dog is trained to preserve its prey, not to damage it, to hold it at its mouth without damaging it. But a pet, a domestic dog, won't have that same training. So I think there are real issues in this bill. Principal Deputy Speaker, I've only outlined some of the concerns that are in this bill. I'm sorry it took so long, but I think that it's really important that these issues are ironed out at this point. It looks like this bill is going to pass to the next stage. I would say to the committee that you have a job of work to do in making sure that this bill is fit for purpose and making sure that it doesn't penalise the humble hunter with the gun. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I call Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I just want to start by congratulating my colleague John Blair. I'm really proud of him. He's been working on this for so long and he's so passionate about it. And when I was coming into Stormont this morning, I had my son with me for just for a little bit earlier on, and I pointed and I said, "There's John. He's got a really big day today." And I was explaining to him what the bill was about, and he was like, "Why would anyone want to do that?" And he was thrilled to have a chat with John afterwards about why it's so important. He deserves recognition for his tenacity and determination in developing this legislation. This bill is really important, and I'm conscious that I'm standing here as a South Belfast MLA, but I grew up in rural Zimbabwe where hunting was very normal. And it's something that I'm really passionate about. And I think hunting with dogs, it's cruel. It's unnecessary, and I believe it is incompatible with modern society. Foxes, deer, hares are all proven to have physiological and psychological damage when being chased by a hunt, regardless of whether it results in death. And I had a constituent who's watching this at the moment who emailed me saying they're really frustrated about this argument, kind of saying, well, you know, it's no worse than what happens in nature. And they made the very clear point, that doesn't mean that it justifies human-inflicted suffering. Of course nature is cruel, and of course that's part of it, but why do we add to it as well? And go ahead.
I thank the member for giving way, and I think it is an important point, but quite often man's intervention, and indeed that with the dog, is to prevent those very abject issues of cruelty that nature imposes upon animals, where an animal can run on for days, disease, and often have a very long, prolonged period of cruelty inflicted upon themselves.
I just don't agree with that. I mean, I heard your points, and of course there's suffering, and what happens in nature is kind of often horrific for us to witness. But this is humans kind of instigating it and going out and creating that suffering. And to be honest, when I hear those arguments, because for me this is fundamentally about animal cruelty, and when we get into this kind of like tangled conversation about it, it feels to me as though it's just a defense because it's otherwise inconvenient. Like we're justifying the deliberate killing of animals for pleasure and for sport. And for me, I find that very, very hard to get my head around. I think it is about what sort of society we want to live in. And it's something that so many of my constituents are so passionate about it. We've received so many emails in the last number of weeks from people who are genuinely very distressed by this. What is in the bill is the desire to prohibit the hunting of wild animals with dogs, trail hunting and terrier work in Northern Ireland. And credit to my colleague John for ad nauseum explaining that it's not if you have a gun, it's if you're trying to kill the animal with a dog. It's not that it will prevent animal cruelty in Northern Ireland. There will always be elements of it, but this is something that is playing its part in preventing this type of cruelty. But it will also, it's also about the disturbance of protected habitats, disruption of ecosystems and disease concerns. And my colleague David Honeyford talks about the impact on farms on a regular basis. Hunting is a source of entertainment, and as outlined by the British Pest Control Association, not a legitimate form of pest control. The bill is informed by the Hunting with Dogs Scotland Act from 2023 and slots into existing regulatory framework protecting wildlife as set out in the Wildlife Northern Ireland 1985. What this bill is not, and I think this is a really important point that we need to kind of focus on in this discussion, is that it's not about criminalising ordinary dog walking or any ordinary or legal countryside activity. A dog chasing an animal is not an offence, and this bill will not treat it as such. It focuses on the deliberate hunting behaviour by the owner or participant. It doesn't affect shooting, angling or drag hunting. It merely intends to close loopholes and provide stronger framework to enforce while preventing animal cruelty, preserving biodiversity and protecting landowners, families, crops and livestock. So I think the final point that I really want to make is that the public opinion is clear. Over 72% of those who said they lived in Northern Ireland agree with the proposals and said all hunting, searching, coursing, capturing or killing wild animals with dogs should be banned in Northern Ireland. And that staggering 80.45% said ending hunting wild animals with dogs is important to them. And that 70.35% said they fully supported the intentions of the proposed bill. And these results, they show the strength of the feeling on this matter. I just don't think I think it's morally wrong to kill for pleasure, and I don't think tradition is an excuse for cruelty. I agree with what John said. We are a nation of animal lovers, and so I'm very proud to support this bill, and I would urge everyone today to consider the importance of animal welfare and the public support for this legislation, and urge them to support the second stage of this bill today. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. I call down for Forsyth.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and as someone who's also initiated a private member's bill in this Assembly term, I understand and in no way underestimate the amount of work that has been undertaken by the bill's sponsor in bringing this legislation. And like my colleague Paul Frew, I congratulate Mr Blair on this. I love animals and of course care about animal welfare, but this bill is not just an animal welfare bill, it's about so much more than that. The consequences for those of us living in rural Northern Ireland will be huge and significant. And even though I can see that I'm in the minority in this Assembly, I will still take this opportunity to speak up for those who I represent. And I do not support the progression of this, although I can see that it's going to pass today. The bill's sponsor said in his remarks that this bill is tried and tested in other jurisdictions, but as outlined by my colleague Paul Frew, this bill does not directly replicate them, as it has been changed. I have also been consistent in expressing my concern on private members' bills brought to this Assembly without going through the full government departmental structures. If there's substantive change and a commitment through legislation, I believe it's best to be fully informed and brought forward with the allocated funding by the departments. I believe that this legislative proposal should come through these structures to ensure that it is fully scrutinised and applied appropriately. I have specific concerns on my reading of the explanatory memorandum section on the financial effects of the bill, which I believe are a bit contradictory and concerning. In paragraph 20 it says there's no direct financial consequences, yet paragraph 22 says that there will be implications on the public purse with the requirement of increased staffing costs to the PSNI, yet no costing provided. This is clearly a financial consequence. Then also, in the next paragraph, it discusses fines for enforcement, which as per the draft bill, cite fines in the region of £20,000, which again is a clear financial consequence. And at a time of extreme financial pressures on the budget and continuous raising of these, we need to be honest on what everything that we do means for our public finances. And I believe that we need to do this on looking at this bill. What is the true cost to PSNI? The Justice Minister from the sponsor's own party highlighted the budget pressures and cut to policing that would be required under the current financial constraints just the other day, and to pass this private member's bill would see it prioritise policing this over potentially other police services, and I have been consistent on this point. The Holiday Hunger private members bill would mean an additional £30 million a year costs, which must be found from the education budget, and education services would be cut to fund it. The ANC payment private members bill would cost an additional £11 million a year, which would need to be found within the DERA budget, taking money from other farming funding streams. I do not believe that the private members bills should be brought forward at this time to put burdens on the Assembly budget, which the Executive is then suffering to deliver other objectives through. At the very least, this should be costed, and I don't understand why there hasn't been a broad attempt to cost this at this stage, and without doing so, I don't feel that this stands up at this time. Pam Cameron made a point on unintended consequences, and I believe that the language in Article 23A2, that participation including reference to another activity, lacks a meaningful statutory limitation. It is incredibly vague on the line at which criminal liability exists. This is incredibly concerning for those of us who live and own animals in the countryside of Northern Ireland. This legislation is not specific, there's no defensive intent, and it is shocking to think that I or any other dog owner could be criminalised if out on my walk my dog pursues, as at section 23B4, a rabbit, squirrel or any other type of vermin. And I have little confidence in the defence around intention, as we have seen recently on thoughts where people have been prosecuted for their thoughts in terms of preying in public. I love animals and I oppose cruelty to them, but I have an ingrained respect and appreciation for the ways of rural life in Northern Ireland. There are severe issues in animal welfare through a variety of circumstances which are ignored and not policed. They're not covered in this bill, and are of actual torture of animals by humans in various circumstances. And there's a fundamental issue here with how animal issues are policed. The inconsistent approach of the police on the issues is a serious concern to me, and I agree with Robbie Butler's point that this needs to be more precise. I am concerned for the 400,000 dog owners across Northern Ireland and what this may mean for them. I have serious concerns on this bill, on how it's drafted, on its direct consequences, on its unintended consequences, its effect on rural life, the vilification of hunting, the vilification of dog owners, and the cost that it will have to the PSNI in delivering their services, especially in rural communities.
Thank you. Diana, I call Philip Brett.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I warmly welcome the opportunity to speak on this debate. And I think this debate has been an example of the best of this Assembly, that people get up and passionately argue for the matters and causes that matter to them and to their constituents. I speak on this debate as someone who has taken considerable interest in the issue of animal welfare and as a member of the all-party group on animal welfare here at the Assembly. And I also do so with a degree of personal reflection. The member for South Antrim and I do not sit on the same benches, nor do we always agree. But in our previous life in local government, we worked together on important animal welfare issues, and was delighted that the member for South Antrim and I were able to ensure the banning of circuses on council property that used wild animals. That was the right thing to do then, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I believe that engaging seriously with this bill is the right thing to do now. So let me be clear from the outset, I wholeheartedly support the principle of this bill. I support the principle because Northern Ireland can no longer be an outliner in the United Kingdom when it comes to the hunting of wild mammals with dogs. We should not be behind England, Wales or Scotland on a basic question of animal welfare. Hunting an animal for fun or defending that practice simply because it is tradition is not acceptable in a modern society. Traditions matter, rural life matters, countryside communities matter, but no tradition is beyond moral scrutiny. Where a practice involves cruelty, suffering, or the deliberate pursuit of wild animals for sport, this Assembly has a responsibility to say today that is wrong. That is the central issue at the heart of this bill. It is not whether we respect the countryside. Of course we do. It is not whether farmers have the right to protect livestock. Of course they do. It is not whether there are legitimate issues of pest control, conservation and land management. Of course there are. The central question is whether the deliberate hunting of wild mammals with dogs for entertainment should continue to be lawful here in Northern Ireland. My answer to that question is it should not be. I believe it is morally wrong, I believe it is out of step with public expectations, and I believe it is out of step with modern animal welfare standards, and I believe it is out of step of where Northern Ireland should be. For too long, animal welfare has been behind. The public expect better. They expect this Assembly to act when cruelty is identified. They expect us not to merely condemn cruelty in words, but to legislate where legislation is required. And that is why this bill matters. It matters because it asks us, are we prepared to draw a clear line? It asks us if we are willing to stand up for animal welfare and ensure Northern Ireland does not lag behind the rest of the United Kingdom. And it matters because it asks whether tradition should be allowed to excuse a practice that, in my view, the majority of the people of Northern Ireland now regard as outdated. However, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, supporting the principle of this bill does not mean the bill is perfect. It is not, and I want to be fair and clear about that. There are legitimate questions that need to be answered and legitimate concerns that need to be addressed. Mr Frew has very well articulated many of those, and we need to ensure that farmers can continue to protect livestock. We need to ensure that humane and necessary pest control can continue where it is required. We need to ensure that lawful shooting, working dogs and legitimate countryside activity are not caught up by unintended consequences. And we need to ensure that enforcement is practical, proportionate and resourced. Those are not minor matters, and they go to the workability of this legislation. They matter to farmers, to landowners, to dog owners, to rural communities, enforcement bodies and animal welfare organisations alike. But those concerns are exactly the reason why this bill should proceed to detailed scrutiny. These are not reasons to reject the principle of the bill, they are reasons to improve the bill. The second stage is about principle. The principle before us is whether Northern Ireland should continue to allow wild animals to be hunted with dogs for sport. On that question, I believe the answer is no. I also recognise that some people will see this debate as a clash between urban and rural life, but I do not believe that it should be looked at in that framing. Many people in rural communities care deeply about animal welfare. Many farmers have a profound respect for animals and the land, and many people who live and work in the countryside have practical understanding of management, conservation and responsible land stewardship. This debate should not come an anti-farmer versus anti-rural or anti-countryside debate. It should be about drawing a clear and moral legal line between necessary humane animal management and the pursuit of wild animals for sport. That is the distinction that I make with this bill. We can support farmers and still oppose cruelty. We can respect rural life and still say that hunting for entertainment is wrong. We can protect legitimate countryside activity and still support the principle of this bill. That's why I believe the bill needs further work. The exemptions must be made clear, the definitions must be made clear, the evidential threshold must be made clear, the guidance for enforcement bodies must be made clear. I also do believe that the proposer of this bill will work constructively with those who are genuinely interested in clarifying, improving and strengthening the legislation. That, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, is how good law is made. However, I must say, there is a clear difference between those who raise practical concerns in good faith and those who seek to sow confusion in order to prevent any change taking place at all. Legal opinions, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, can be commissioned for a wide variety of issues. They tend to give the answer to the question that the questioner was seeking to do and those who are paying for the legal advice. Genuine scrutiny should be welcomed, genuine concern should be listened to, but confusion should not, and I will not allow it to be used as a tactic to block progress on this issue. If members or stakeholders believe there are areas of this bill that needs clarified, then the right response is to engage with the committee process, propose amendments, and given Mr Frew's record to date on the issue of amendments, I have no doubt that there will be many coming forward. Test the drafting to improve the legislation. The wrong response is to exaggerate uncertainty, create fear, or pretend that any imperfection in this bill is a reason for opposing it. We should be clear. The need for further work is not an argument against the principle of the bill. It is an argument for us all doing our job properly. If the bill passes this stage, I would expect the committee to take evidence from welfare organisations, farmers, landowners, rural organisations, veterinary voices, enforcement bodies, and those with experience of how similar laws have operated in England, Scotland and Wales. We should learn from other jurisdictions, not simply copy and paste. Where loopholes have existed elsewhere, we should close them. Where enforcement has been difficult elsewhere, we should improve the drafting. Where legitimate rural activity needs protected, we should do so plainly on the face of this bill. I also want to address the argument that tradition should carry divisive or decisive weight in this discussion today, and I understand that traditions form a part of identity, culture and community, but this Assembly has a duty to address practices by the standards of today, not simply by the habits of the past. There is a difference between respecting rural heritage and defending cruelty. There is a difference between protecting legitimate countryside activity and allowing the deliberate pursuit of animals for entertainment. This bill, if properly amended and scrutinised, should be capable of making that distinction. Some will say that we have bigger priorities: health, education, the economy and frontline public services. Of course we do. Every member in this House deals with those issues every day, but caring about hospital waiting lists does not mean that we cannot also care about animal cruelty. Caring about the economy does not mean that we cannot also care about welfare standards. A society is judged not only how it treats people, but also whether it is prepared to prevent avoidable cruelty. And that is what it comes down to: avoidable cruelty. No one is saying that farmers should be left unable to protect livestock. No one is saying that genuine pest control should be impossible. No one is saying that rural communities and their traditions should be ignored. But what we are saying is that deliberate pursuit of wild mammals with dogs for entertainment should now end. We are saying that Northern Ireland should no longer stand apart from the rest of our United Kingdom on basic animal welfare issues. We are saying that tradition is not a sufficient defence for cruelty. We are saying that the proper way to deal with legitimate concerns is to improve the bill, not to block it from progressing. The question today is not whether every clause is perfect. The question is whether the principle is right, and I believe it is. I believe Northern Ireland should no longer be an outlier on these islands. I believe that hunting wild mammals with dogs for fun is morally wrong, and I believe that tradition alone is no longer a defence for cruelty. There needs to be a balanced approach, and my approach is to support the principle of this bill, to end cruelty and protect legitimate countryside activity, and ensure Northern Ireland no longer falls behind the rest of the United Kingdom. I will, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, be supporting the passage of the bill here today.
Thank you, Philip. I call Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to support this legislation. From the outset, I want to commend my colleague John Blair for his commitment and his determination in bringing this bill forward. And it's a testament to John's sincerity and his persistence that after the disappointment of last mandate, he has persevered with this issue. In my contributions today, I particularly want to give a voice to local campaigners in my constituency and across Northern Ireland, farmers, landowners and rural residents who are clear and determined in their support of this legislation. And these are people I relate to. I was asked by one if I was a country person myself, and the answer is yes. I grew up in the country and live today in a rural part of Lagan Valley. Growing up, our family farm had encounters with local hunts trespassing on our land, so I understand authentically these perspectives. And I feel it a privilege to give voice to these campaigners today. I want to acknowledge at this point the advocacy of the formidable Christine Bailey and her husband William, who represent the concerned residents of our Tana group, along with residents from Shanrod and Fedney. And I want to thank everyone involved with these campaigns who took time to write to me, to speak to me, and to share deeply personal experiences in support of this bill. And I want to make something absolutely clear. The people I spoke with were quick to voice they oppose hunting with dogs because they believe it is objectively cruel. And when something is cruel, you don't simply think it, you feel it. The very idea of an animal being pursued until exhausted, cornered, terrified, and ultimately torn apart by dogs is something many people instinctively recoil from. It cannot be justified as entertainment, it cannot be softened by euphemisms, and in 2026 it should not continue in Northern Ireland. Importantly, those I spoke with wanted me to challenge any narrative that this debate is somehow urban versus rural or an attack on countryside life. These are authentic rural voices. Farmers, landowners, families who live and work in the countryside every day. One farmer said to me just last night, "This is the first time in a long time someone has listened to us." They are clear that organisations such as the Countryside Alliance do not speak for all rural people. And the concerns they raise with me go beyond animal welfare alone. They spoke about trespass onto private land. One farmer described an incident when 5 reseeded fields were trampled over by a hunt that had no permission to be on the land. Others told of damage to hedgerows, land and fences, with gates left open, risking livestock escaping. All were clear. They do not want nor welcome huntsmen, horses or hounds on their land. Impact on livestock is a key concern for farmers. Impacts range from disturbing sheep during lambing season to one farmer telling me about 15 terrified heifers being cut to pieces, having run through barbed wire to escape hounds. The same farmer told of another cow sustaining a broken leg. One of the most upsetting scenarios relayed to me was that of a family pet being mauled to death. The incident happened 3 years ago, but the lady who recalled it to me was clearly reliving a deeply traumatic event for her and her family. She described a group of men on foot with about 20 dogs who descended on the area. She recalled how the family heard a commotion in the yard, only to be met with the sight of 2 large hounds who picked up the scent of their family cat, a rescue animal with limited mobility, and who was ultimately killed. It was, in the words of the pet owner, just bloodlust. They tried to have charges brought, but ultimately the law failed them. Another aspect of this incident, and one raised by others, is intimidation. Rural residents caught up in confrontations with groups out hunting report threats and verbal abuse, including incidents where women and children were subjected to threats and aggression connected to hunting activity. That is not countryside management. That is not respecting rural communities. It is a small number of people imposing their pastime on animals, landowners and local residents who did not ask for it or consent to it. And that is why this bill matters. And let me be clear about what this bill does and does not do. The bill contains exemptions for genuine pest control, livestock protection, disease prevention, biodiversity management, and the relief of animal suffering. Those are practical and necessary provisions. What this bill rightly targets is organised hunting with dogs, trail hunting using animal-based scents, participation in organised hunts, and terrier work. These practices belong to another age, and the law here should not maintain loopholes that permit cruelty. The bill removes the grey areas and makes clear that cruelty dressed up as tradition is still cruelty. I urge members to support this bill today and through every legislative stage, and resist attempts to weaken it through amendments. I want MLAs to stand with rural residents, farmers and landowners who no longer want these practices imposed on their land or their communities. Northern Ireland now has an opportunity to say clearly that this practice belongs in the past. I hope we take it. Go ahead before I finish.
Thank you. Would the member then accept that what she painted with the scenario of the cat being ripped apart, that she will have to amend the bill in order to get protections for pets, as far as I could see? I don't know that a cat would be a wild mammal. Maybe that we could get clarification on that, and maybe the member would be minded to amend the bill to protect pets.
I'm happy to respond. I think what we're doing here at second stage is the principles of the bill. You have raised a number of different concerns with the bill, and all of that will rightly be worked out at the next stage. It'll be worked out in consideration, we'll be worked out in committee, and I think everybody here who wants to see a good piece of legislation will be more than open to doing that. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Michelle. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm just going to speak briefly at this stage of the bill. This is the second stage of a bill, a version of which we debated in the previous mandate. I commend the bill sponsor, John Blair, who has been consistent, and it has to be said, I was going to say dogged, but that would, I think, qualify as an extremely inappropriate and cringeworthy pun. It wasn't intentional, but he has been diligent and very consistent on these issues and on this private members bill. I welcome that it's here today, and I commend him for bringing it forward. Lots of interesting comments have been made. This has been a genuinely interesting debate. It's something that provokes great passion, both because people are passionate about animal welfare and the idea of cruelty being inflicted on wild animals for sport, for entertainment, but also people are passionate about what they see as traditional pursuits, traditional practices, and indeed routine and sometimes necessary practices in the countryside. But let's be clear, what is being outlawed or intended to be outlawed in this bill, and the bill sponsor can intervene if this isn't correct, are not routine and necessary control of vermin or protection of biodiversity or the kinds of stewardship of the land that is necessary. This is about protecting something which inflicts immense cruelty on animals, using dogs to hunt, attack and kill wild animals. It's not about outlawing all forms of hunting. And with respect to some of the members today, particularly from one part of the House, who have sought to conflate what's in this bill with a kind of attack on all forms of land management and indeed all forms of hunting, that simply is not what is contained in this bill. Philip Brett put it very well. There isn't and does not have to be a distinction between the urban and rural. Indeed, were one to be posited, that would be utterly fraudulent. I know lots of people from, people talked about people, the many people from rural areas who are increasingly frustrated and indeed appalled by some of the excesses of hunting with dogs and the use of dogs for hunting purposes. I also know some urban people who are engaged in country pursuits, and there's nothing wrong with that. But this specific bill is a response to increased public pressure and public concern over the use of dogs to hunt out and inflict great pain on wild animals. It isn't a prohibition on all forms of species control or any attempt to, or hunting of all sorts. It isn't that. It couldn't be that. And if it was that, I don't think it would be in front of the Assembly. So it's important not to conflate those things. In relation, I will in 1 second, in relation to the urban-rural, I obviously represent an urban constituency, and I make no apology for representing an urban constituency. It's actually after the next election. Kate Nicholas gone. If anyone else is here from South Belfast, it's going to be a lot more rural after the next constituency, because we will become South Belfast and Mid Down. But I grew up in South Down. I grew up in the countryside well until my teenage years, and then we moved into town. But I grew up in the countryside. So this binary, particularly in this part of the world, on this island, is often a false one, because for most of us, you don't have to go back very far to get to people who live their lives either wholly or in part, either in agriculture on the land or in rural settings. I grew up among fields. I grew up near the East Down Hunt. The East Down Hunt would often trample through, and sometimes people were supportive of it, sometimes people were certainly not supportive of it, farming fields nearby. So it is a false dichotomy to say that this is an urban-rural point. And I would also say, when I stand up and talk about, as you may do yourself, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, public transport in Belfast or the state of Belfast City Centre, I would encourage all of my rural counterparts who represent rural to stand up and talk about it. There's no prohibition in talking about any issue that affects any part of the north, but I'll give way to Paul Farouk as he asked for intervention.
For his intervention, but the member maybe wasn't in when his colleague, Patsy McLowan, the member for Mid-Ulster, was raising serious concerns about hunting with guns and the fact that guns could be confiscated if they were charged or investigated on crimes in this bill. Does he not share his colleagues' concerns?
I think, and Patsy talked about his own interest in this area and the fact that he is someone who has been involved in country sports for a very long time and is passionate about it. And I said at the beginning, this isn't by definition about clamping down or preventing all country sports. Not at all. What Patsy was doing was setting out some specific questions which, by the mere fact of this bill going into committee stage, will be enabled to be scrutinised and interrogated. If there are specific questions, and Patsy mentioned a couple of them, where people who are, and others have mentioned them in this debate, for example, people who are going to, I think Anya Murphy mentioned them as well, people who hold firearms licences want specific questions to be answered. Those are legitimate questions which can be answered. I'm sure the bill sponsor would be more than happy to address them and deal with them through the course of scrutiny. That's what the legislative process is all about. Perhaps we become unfamiliar with that in this place because we spend so much of our time on non-binding motions. I have no difficulty saying I don't want to. I don't think we should be about compromising all forms of species control or all forms of hunting. I mean, Mr. Frew went so far as to mention fishing. I will in a second. But I do think, and I think this really clearly, that this is not just outdated. I don't think it's moral now to be using dogs to inflict great pain on animals in this way. And I can show you my inbox. There are very many people in this society from all backgrounds who agree with that, and that's why they're supporting the principles of this bill and want us to. But I'll give way to Mr. Buckley.
The member for giving way, and the member has made light of some of the contributions from members across this House who have had legitimate concerns relating to wider hunting activity contained in the provisions of this bill. Would he not accept that it would be negligent of us as a democratically elected assembly to not air those concerns and ensure that the unintended consequences by which his party colleague Patsy McGlone outlined are not materialised?
I don't know at what point you heard me say that anything should be made light of. I did not say that at all. I'd like you to go back to the Hansard and please tell me where I made light of it. I literally said those are questions to be interrogated. Any question raised which has a basis in fact or the everyday experience of people who are involved in country pursuits, particularly farmers, I think that is important, has to be interrogated, and I'm sure Mr. Butler isn't in the chamber just at present. I'm sure the ERA committee will do that. But as Philip Brett said, those do need to be substantive concerns. I'm sure there will be specific substantive questions need to be asked. There will also be attempts, as there are with any and all pieces of legislation, to find ways to hold up, stall, question, cast a shadow over even the idea of legislating in this area at all. And that is a perfectly legitimate, but I think fairly well-known strategy in terms of delaying legislation. Where there are specific substantive concerns that can be evidenced, they should be brought to the committee, they should be unpacked. If there are amendments, by all means, amendments can be brought forward, and those in turn can be interrogated and scrutinised. But the principles of this bill, reflecting where we are in 2026, reflecting, I think, the great and growing desire to protect animal welfare, do everything that we can to minimise and limit unnecessary suffering to animals. And this isn't about, I think some members opposite spoke as if we were trying to, there was a kind of desire to outlaw the laws of nature and animals taking one another's lives, which obviously happens every day, every minute of every day across this island. But this is about clamping down in a specific area of inflicting great and unnecessary pain on wild animals for the purposes of sport. I think there's a large and growing set of opinion around outlawing that, so that's why we're supporting the principles of the bill today. Specifically in relation to dog walking, I think it was helpful. I actually missed Mr. Blair's opening remarks, but I think he referenced the fact that in Scotland there hadn't been a single prosecution or no prosecutions of equivalent law. Well, I think that in that case is an important precedent. I'm sure people want to interrogate that and question the example in Scotland. There are similar debates happening south of the border as well. But I would just say this: we do have to apply a reasonableness test, just as the police and indeed the Public Prosecution Service apply a reasonableness test when it comes to how they police and how they prosecute these incidents. We should sometimes sit down and ask ourselves, in actual fact, how realistic is it that if, for example, a dog walker in the Ormeau Park was out with their, to pick an area at random, since people have talked about the urban-rural divide, someone out walking a dog in Ormo Park or Drumglass Park, and there happened to be a squirrel, sadly more likely to be a grey squirrel rather than a red one, and their dog attacked it. Would they be prosecuted with the police? Would the PSNI go after them? Would they be held in front of the court? Personally, on the basis of what's in this law, I simply don't think that would happen. I don't think the law provides for it, and I don't think it would meet anywhere near a reasonableness test for police and prosecutors. So I think we do have to be honest and live within the realms of reality. But I do think that those questions can be interrogated, and properly interrogated and scrutinised in the context of the committee, and that's what will happen, assuming this passes today. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. I call Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No one in the Chamber will be in any doubt as to the importance placed on this issue by the member whose name the bill bears. Many of us will recall the first iteration of this bill, which had its second reading in December of 2021, and whilst many of the key procedural issues which were the subject of concern then have now been addressed, the core contentions still remain. This is undoubtedly an emotive issue for many, and I have received significant correspondence relating to the bill thus far. I have always sympathised to a degree with the overall motivation and general intent of the member on this issue, whilst the concept of recreational hunting of mammals with dogs purely for human gratification is not something that I would be supportive of personally. I am unable to support the bill as I have fundamental concerns with its drafting and the burden which both its intended and unintended consequences would have. In considering the bill, I have found the opinion of John Larkin, KC, published by the Countryside Alliance, of particular use in crystallising the key areas of concern. Turning firstly to the broad and overtly ambiguous nature of much of the bill's drafting, my principal concern relates to the implications that the bill could potentially have in the real world, many of which may not be the intention of the bill, but appear to be facilitated in the bill's drafting nonetheless. Clauses 1 and 2 in particular create the risk that ordinary and unintended behaviour involving dogs could become criminalised. Clause 1 defines hunting expansively to include searching for and pursuing a wild mammal, while the offence of participating in hunting extends to another activity during which a dog hunts a wild mammal. Mr. Larkin, KC, argues this could capture activities such as dog walking, shooting, drag hunting, falconry or rescue operations, where a dog unexpectedly chases wildlife, regardless of intent, and I would be of a similar view. Whilst attempts have been made to provide clarity and assurance in the accompanying explanatory notes on some of these matters, it is the wording of the legislation that courts will interpret, not the content of any explanatory notes. In addition, I have concern that the bill would seriously undermine lawful wildlife management and rural land practices. The Clause 7 two-dog limit has been called into question, and the prohibited use of dogs below ground in Clause 3 would potentially criminalise established terrier work, which is essential to fox control. This would create uncertainty around common farming situations involving barns, drains, stone piles and bales. The intended prohibition on trail hunting provided for within the Clause 10 appears to be so widely drafted so as to include the prohibited use of dogs for vermin control. It is also worth noting that the bill omits the sort of exemptions found within existing Scottish legislation relating to game shooting, stalking and falconry. It appears that these elements could be encompassed within this bill's outworkings. The bill suffers from lack of definition, which should cause many in this House concern, particularly where such definition pertains to criminal offence. Farmers and landowners will require legal certainty should this bill be enacted, particularly in light of the potential for vexatious complaints against them. As it currently stands, I do not believe the bill provides that certainty. For instance, the bill's proposed exemptions as clauses 7 to 9 have been widely criticised as failing to provide meaningful protection in many ordinary farming and countryside situations. This House has a duty to the individual citizen to make abundantly clear what activity is to be criminalised and what is not. I fail to see that clarity in the key elements of this bill as presented at second stage. Enforcement flowing from the bill will not be void of its difficulties either, and I would say that I find the proposed penalties, particularly of up to 5 years imprisonment for participation in hunting or trial hunting, as wholly disproportionate and well in excess of penalties outlined in any existing wildlife legislation. Despite my sympathy regarding the principal motivation of the member, I am of the view that the bill as drafted would make for bad legislation. It's for that reason I am unable to support it at second reading. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Harry. I call Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Just for transparency, I have a firearms certificate licence for, amongst other things, vermin control. However, in the time that I've had said licence, I have just depleted the population, or the pest population of Fermanagh South Tyrone by 3 pigeons and 2 rabbits, and that's probably over an 8-year period. Not because I'm a particularly bad shot, but I just don't get a chance to use it very much. Much of this debate's been around the ethics, and I want to dwell on this for a second. Most of us are meat eaters in this chamber. I find it a very sobering process. My personal ethics demands that if I shoot something, I eat it. I'm not sure how many meat eaters in this chamber have ever prepared their own meat, but if you're sitting here on your phone or doom scrolling or something, I would really suggest that you consider that, because we buy our meat from Tesco's or Lidl, and it's in those little pre-packaged containers. If you shoot a pigeon, not only have you killed it with your own hand, but then taking all those feathers off and taking off some pigeon breasts and then putting it in a pan is quite a process. Perhaps there's some vegetarians who are watching this debate thinking, what on earth is that DUP MLA on about? But I've had plenty of vegetarians come to me in the past saying that this is really important to them in terms of knowing where our food comes from, and actually shooting your own food and then prepping your own food and cooking your own food will be the most ethical meat you will ever eat. I've been very conflicted on this issue. In the past, I've spoken at several rallies in support of greater protection for animals and very clearly against inhuman and cruel treatment that has been inflicted on them. In my view, foxes are incredibly beautiful animals. In fact, I would go so far as to say that foxes, in my view, are very majestic. However, as has been pointed out, they remain pests and they must be controlled. They have a God-given natural kill instinct. A friend of mine described a fox that had got into his hen house. He described it as a scene from the movie Saw. If you haven't seen that, I don't suggest you necessarily go out and watch that movie, but let me summarise it for you. There is a lot of blood, although I'm sure less feathers in Saul than there was in his hen house. Foxes do devastate livestock. I have agreed with much of the commentary that we've heard here today regarding ground nesting mammals and the propensity of foxes to eat the eggs and then limit the amount of birds that we have, especially rare birds. Foxes need controlled. They need shot to save other mammals. However, in my view, they do not need hunted down with dogs. I think I've only heard one other person speak about trail hunting. I think that was Anya Caruso Way right at the start, and I wasn't down for that. I came down later. I happen to support trail hunting, where the fox is not hunted or killed by dogs, but the animal is already dead, usually shot as part of pest control by a farmer, and then provided to hunt. And that dead fox is dragged for its scent. My issue with fox hunting is not people putting on red coats and going across fields in particular, if that's what they want to do. My issue is the kill, although as others have pointed out during this debate today, animals can die at their own at other animals' hands in quite nasty ways. This bill, if it passes through this stage today, which I expect it will, should receive high scrutiny at committee level. My colleagues, Paul Frew for North Antrim and Philip Brett behind me, highlighted a whole range of questions, and I believe that whilst the DAERA chair is not here, that the DAERA committee do take on board the comments of all in this chamber and the concerns as it is ironed out. But as other colleagues have mentioned today, this is about policy intent and principle at second stage. It is for third and fourth stage to iron out the details of what that bill entails and how to make it the best bill we can. And I would particularly encourage the proposer of the bill to look at how best we protect what has been described in the chamber today as rural lifestyle. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I have been lobbied considerably on both sides of this debate by constituents. However, my office staff have informed me that I have seemingly managed to do the impossible for an MLA, and that is annoy constituents who both support the bill and oppose the bill. That's quite a skill level for an MLA to somehow get on the wrong side of both groups on this, perhaps because of my slightly nuanced stance, but that has been my experience. I would reflect that nearly every time I enter this chamber, I have a pretty clear view about what I should do and how I should vote. I have not had that particular clarity on this particular issue and have spent the last week and particularly the weekend rolling this issue around in my head. I even have my 3 children give me some feedback on the issue at various times over the weekend. However, I am extremely grateful to my party for giving each of us a free vote, recognising it as a conscious issue, but also the fact that me and my colleagues, and has been evidenced today, have a range of views on this particular issue. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, today I will support the proposer's Hunting with Dogs bill. I would, however, ask him to take on board the views of those who perhaps don't support the bill, who perhaps haven't agreed with everything that has been proposed this afternoon, and to try our best to make this a bill, if it passes through this stage, something that is fit for purpose for the 21st century. Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Peter. I call Garth Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I do welcome the opportunity to contribute to this debate today, and having spent some time considering it, it raises many questions and scenarios that have caused considerable concern out in the countryside of Northern Ireland. This is an unwieldy bill, and it is far from clear what the implications of the bill would be, given the commentary and timely warnings of senior legal figures within Northern Ireland, such as the former Attorney-General John Larkin. I do commend organisations such as the Countryside Alliance and the BASC, of which I am a member of, for their attention to this bill and all its implications. I also recognise the high level of contact from rural dwellers who have raised their concerns likewise. There is a real and prevailing fear that this legislation would create the possibility of criminalising any dog owner who has no intention of seeing any animal killed, but through this bill and through no fault of their own could face prosecution. That would be disastrous. Let me be clear, I have no wish to see any animals suffer needlessly. I do not believe anyone in this House has such a wish. Indeed, everyone wants the very highest levels of animal welfare standards to be exercised regardless of the scenario. The control of vermin is no different. However, it is clear that there are many in this House who also understand the countryside and the fact that effective control of vermin is essential. That takes on many forms and formats and is done by many different methods, all with the sole purpose of protecting our important habitats and our agri-food industries from over-proliferation by various listed vermin species. Whilst within the bill there is some recognition of this fact through some minor exemptions, it is by its construction so complicated and convoluted that I would pity anyone seeking to ensure they would be on the right side of the law were the bill to receive royal assent in its current format. It also follows that it would be an absolute legal and resource-guzzling quagmire for the PSNI and indeed those within the justice system generally, who undoubtedly would be tasked to try and make sense of such a complicated bill in practice. Our PSNI officers and indeed our courts are overwhelmed and under-resourced, and clearly this bill as drafted would certainly only add to that workload most needlessly. When considering the bill as drafted, the fact that anyone out in the countryside with their dog could be criminalised, given that a dog has by all accounts an ability to act on its own instincts and accord, and despite the fact that a dog could chase or follow a scent, and that very act could end up criminalising a dog owner, is preposterous, yet highly possible with this proposed legislation in its current format. It therefore goes without saying that the bill on that point alone should be rejected. Whilst Mr Blair will say that this is not the intention of the bill, he will hopefully have also read the concerns of the former Attorney-General and will understand then my concerns for dog owners up and down the country who have been in contact with me, deeply concerned by the clear overreach of this proposed legislation. I am deeply concerned by the impact on landowners. The bill has the ability to criminalise not only the dog owner or those present, but also, and most worryingly, a landowner or occupier. And whilst the word knowingly is included as presumably meaning a clear intent, the wide-ranging implications are stark. It could very easily be argued, and most likely could be the case, that hunting could take place on lands whereby the owner did not know nor give consent for hunting with a dog, or that lands were accessed where no communication has taken place. Land could be accessed by a dog inadvertently, given that a dog has a mind of its own and often doesn't follow a command. Would these landowners be similarly held responsible? Who would decide if a person involved in the outlawed description of hunting with dogs argued that permission had been given when no permission had been given? What weight?
Member give way? Yeah, well. I thank the member for giving way on a very good point. So we do have the penalties here, which includes 12 months in prison and fines not exceeding 20,000, which is excessive. But does the member know that if the person or the occupier or the owner of land is guilty of an offence, whether they could be liable to a £20,000 fine? Because if that is the case, there's no landowner in this country is going to give consent for hunting on their land.
Absolutely, and I would agree with the member, and I feel that's where it opens up, or rather closes down, legitimate hunting with guns, because there is the risk that a dog or a number of dogs, or people, as I have seen many an occasion where there are more than one person out with a dog hunting a large expanse of territory that is owned by an individual landowner. So as I said, what weight is given to the word permit? How is permission to be tested, validated, and what weight is to be given to the test? I'm quite sure there are instances where hunting activity has accessed lands and owners are not content with it, and regardless of a request to leave, those involved don't leave. Who decides the remedy in such instances? When we look at the proposed sentencing regime under this example, it is absurd that someone who is involved in trail hunting, which involves no actual real living animal, can receive a justice outcome that is far greater in severity than someone who actually kills or otherwise takes a protected species under the Wildlife Act. That isn't an advancement in animal welfare, rather this is a backward step legislatively. There are many other elements of this bill that raise considerable concerns. However, I am hopeful, despite what I've heard, that the House understands that the outworkings of this bill, were it to be implemented, would create such confusion, fear, resource pressure and no doubt wrongful prosecutions that it should be rejected at this stage. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Our Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Gareth. I call Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. This is an important issue, and I welcome that my party has permitted a free vote on the matter. I wish to thank all those groups which have written to me, both for and against the bill, and all those individual constituents who have no doubt written to most of us, many sending standardised campaign emails either for or against the bill. This matter hinges on what we consider as nature, what is considered as acceptable forms of hunting and pest control, and what should be considered as unacceptable cruelty. Of great importance to me, and I've already made this intervention to the proposer of the bill, is the need to respect the right of farmers to protect their livestock, such as poultry and lambs, which are vulnerable to predators, such as foxes, and including the right to use a dog in that protection. To It's also important to respect the existence of traditional rural activities and country sports, including shooting, many of which we are told would not be prevented by the passing of this bill. But that needs to be tested. However, for those people who go into country areas and set terriers or other dogs into badger sets or into foxholes and rabbit holes for some sort of enjoyment, and I've spoken to people who take part in that activity and enjoy it, I consider that to be unacceptable cruelty to both the dogs and the wild animals. I will give way.
As a point of clarity, would the member accept that on the issue of badgers, that is an illegal activity, it has no place in society, and the police do robustly challenge it and should do so?
Well, I welcome what legislation exists, and if more is needed to prevent it, then I do support that. And I have spoken to people who would justify that activity and at election time, and I've told them, well, I don't agree with you, and I'm not seeking your vote if that's what it hinges on. So I do think that animal welfare matters, that gratuitous cruelty should be prevented, and I do accept the need to tighten legislation. I do share in concerns about potential consequences of this bill for dog owners, for farmers, for country sports enthusiasts, and for those engaging in legitimate pest control and in the necessary culls of species as is required at times, such as deer, minks, foxes and badgers, which includes the use of dogs. And I'm concerned about the scale of potential prison sentences proposed in this. However, the decision before us now is whether or not we consent to this bill progressing to committee stage and for wider consultation, for opportunity for amendment, for improvement and clarification, and I am content to support the bill progressing to that stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And today I rise as an unashamed MLA that represents a predominantly rural constituency. I speak as someone that has been involved in a rural way of life since my inception, since my father, since my grandfather, since my great-grandfathers. It is something we are extremely proud of. I also speak as a committed conservationist, someone that sees and values man and woman's participation in managing our countryside and all that is beautiful within it. I also speak as someone with a deep sense of responsibility to the people who depend on our land, our wildlife, and our rural traditions for their livelihood and indeed way of life. Principal Deputy Speaker, since I was a boy, I was reared beside dogs. My family have kept dogs all of their life. They are some of the most appreciative, kind and caring animals. In fact, man's best friend, as we've all rightly seen in times past. But my father taught me, as his father taught him, a deep sense of respect for the rural way of life and to manage the countryside. And that is why this bill's passage today is something that I cannot support. I have listened, in just a moment, I have listened how members have degraded and devalued members of the rural community that have participated in legitimate, lawful hunting activity with a genuine, deep sense of value to the land. And I have watched and listened today how people have demonstrably mischaracterised their activity, mischaracterised their intent, and it is my fear that if this bill passes, that it will do just that. On that, I will give way to the bill sponsor.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to the member giving way. I'm going to ask him to clarify something for me. Will he agree, before he proceeds, and I'm going to refer to this a little bit more later, about generalisations that have been filtering through today, will he agree, before he says anything more, that he does not represent every single view in the rural area, that the views in the rural area on this issue, on animal cruelty, on fox hunting, and on an entire range of issues differ? There's a diversity of opinion. He doesn't represent all of it, and I don't represent all of it either, and I think we should acknowledge that.
I thank the bill sponsors for his intervention. Members, of course, I don't speak for the entirety of the rural community. I don't speak for the entirety of my party. I don't speak for the entirety of the members in this House. But nor does Mr Blair. And it is Mr Blair that by today his actions brings forward a bill that will dictate the terms for all of those that participate in hunting. I am not bringing forward a bill to put blanket bans on hunting activity across Northern Ireland. That is what this bill will achieve. When I spoke on a different variation of this bill in 2021, I acknowledged that I did not think that Mr Blair nor the Alliance Party had malicious intent or a hidden agenda when it comes to hunting activity, beyond that of which he sought to ban publicly, which was fox hunting. But I have to say, Principal Deputy Speaker, from what I see today, and indeed the clause-by-clause analysis of my colleague Paul Frew from North Antrim, I'm afraid my words were misplaced. Because let me be absolutely clear from the outset. The bill is anti-rural in its design, it's anti-rural in its effect, and anti-rural in its understanding of how the countryside works. I will, yes.
Given way. The member mentioned that he's a sort of keen conservationist. I would remind the member that he is quite often one of the most vociferous voices against climate change legislation being rolled out and passed in the north. So how would he square that circle, being a conservationist but also dead against climate legislation also?
Can I just, sorry, Jonathan, I know this bill is on the general principles, but it's about hunting with dogs. It's not about anything else.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and whilst I will fundamentally disagree with the Alliance Party on this policy position, I think I find it a bit rich to receive interventions from an individual, that being the member for People Before Profit from West Belfast, who literally just entered this debate a few moments ago. Rather than sit and listen to the points being debated across this chamber, I will take no further intervention. The member will have his opportunity in due course. Getting back to my point, it is not a bill rooted in evidence, in animal welfare, or in practical wildlife management. It's a bill rooted in perception, prejudice, and pressure from activist groups who neither understand or represent rural Northern Ireland. Animal welfare has been cited by most members in their contributions as a key aspect and means in which they want to see advanced in Northern Ireland. I do not disagree with that fundamental point. My colleague for North Belfast gave a different perspective, and he outlined some of the issues in which we're grappling with in animal welfare, whether it's puppy farming or an animal cruelty register, or indeed other aspects of legitimate animal welfare policy. I will never be found wanting in advancing those arguments, because again, I go back to the basics. That's the principles that were instilled upon me, to represent and respect country ways of life, but also ensure that we have adequate animal welfare standards. Supporters of the bill claim that this bill is about animal welfare. But all evidence, scientific evidence, peer-reviewed evidence, does not support that claim. And I note whenever the bill sponsor opened today's debate, he could not point to any specific peer-reviewed research or scientific evidence that showed that bans elsewhere on these islands led to better animal welfare for the very quarry or mammal population that they seek to present. And there's a reason for that, members. You would think, some 20 plus years from a bill being introduced in Westminster or indeed Scotland, that there would be evidence aplenty of positive animal welfare impacts. But the truth is, there is none. There has been no spend whatsoever in the anti-hunting campaign group to actually peer review the very ban that they imposed and how it had a positive impact on wildlife. None. Millions of pounds have been spent in propaganda and spin about a population, a rural population, that so often is scorned upon by those who have no understanding of the countryside. Veterinary experts, wildlife managers, conservation practitioners have repeatedly stated that controlled hunting with dogs is a legitimate and humane wildlife management tool. I have listened how members have described we are a nation of animal lovers, and indeed we are. Indeed we are. But that duty also extends to productive, sensible and legal intervention when it comes to wildlife. And we often pit one against the other in this debate. There must be intervention to ensure a healthy, proportionate ecosystem when it comes to wildlife. If we do not intervene, if we do not use the appropriate measures to ensure that we effectively manage it, wildlife populations run out of control. But this bill ignores all of that. I will.
That's very important. Biodiversity is very important when there's no hierarchy of predator. So when there's animals and mammals out there that cannot be eaten or taken by other animals, then that means man must intervene. Man must intervene humanely and passionately in the dispatch of those animals.
I thank the member for his intervention, and that's what pained me most when I listened to an earlier contribution from the bill's sponsor, because he appeared to allude that dogs and their respective owners, whether that be those in pursuit of legitimate hunting activity with guns and dogs, and I think that most people that understand gun activity, it's often group activity, often with each individual with their own particular dog. In most cases it's a Labrador, in most cases it's a Springer Spaniel or a Cocker Spaniel. Quite often they have been portrayed today that they are the ones that are an impediment to ground nesting species. Members, be under no illusion. It is the predator fox population and others that are having a detrimental impact to ground nesting birds such as curlew and other bird species. It is not those that legitimately partake in hunting activity. But this bill ignores all of that. It ignores the peer-reviewed research. It ignores decades of practical evidence. It ignores the consequences of similar legislation, as I have noted, in England, Wales and Scotland, where bans have not improved animal welfare and have, in many cases, made it worse. If animal welfare were truly our priority today, we would be debating investment in enforcement. I will.
The member is so concerned about birds such as the curlew. Would the member also be supportive of nature-friendly farming?
Absolutely, and I have been on record as being an advocate for such as well, and I know many farmers that have put in place appropriate measures on their farmland and ground to ensure that ground nesting birds give the best chance of survival. But again, the member puts a very interesting point in this, because if it were not for man's intervention to control the wildlife and the situation in which it finds, we would simply not have some of those endangered species. But again, getting back to it, if it was enforced, it would be about enforcement. It would be about education. It would be about an evidence-based welfare management, not a blunt, ill-considered ban that criminalises traditional rural practices and does nothing to protect wildlife. Members, for those that don't know, in 1972, Stormont passed the Welfare of Animals Act for Northern Ireland. It was hailed as a landmark piece of legislation at the time, in which the law permitted hunting. They can coexist, but also allowed for legal action to be taken against a hunt or an individual if an accusation was made. And the accusation was very specific. This law permitted hunting, but also allowed for legal action against a hunter individual if an accusation of causing unnecessary suffering was made. Unfortunately, a subsequent law did not include a similar clause. That, I would argue, would have a significant impact on animal welfare in Northern Ireland, but also recognising legitimate hunting activity is required to ensure that we can manage an eco-population. Perhaps if the bill sponsor was serious about animal welfare, was serious about protecting rural ways of life, that this would have been a position that he could have put forward. I remember arguing this very point in 2021. The position of DAERA is now occupied by an alliance minister. We could have seen, by means of regulation, significant animal welfare protection that in effect squared the circle, which I actually think the majority of members would potentially agree with, which was the permitting of lawful hunting activity, but criminalised any attempt by anyone to cause undue suffering to animals. Now, people would say that is directly contradictory of any hunting activity. That's a fundamental misunderstanding of what is required to manage the countryside. One of the most alarming aspects of today's legislation is the extraordinary legal risk it creates for anybody who owns a dog. So it's not just about hunting. This is not just about organised country pursuits. This bill, as drafted, creates a pathway to prosecution for ordinary people whose dogs behave in natural, instinctive ways. Members, common sense needs to be applied. You cannot legislate against a dog's natural instinct, which is to scent, which is to hunt, which is to give chase. That happens day in, day out. You don't have to be a participant in an organised hunt for that to happen. But under this bill, you run the risk of being criminalised. That point has been made light by a number of members. But the strict liability included within the bill means that that is an absolute reality. I said you cannot legislate against a dog's natural instinct. And I've listened how members across the House are very keen for animal welfare, for biodiversity and protection of wildlife, and ensuring that it's been conducted in a way that meets animal welfare standards. But just like you can't legislate against a dog's natural instinct to hunt, to scent, to chase, which this bill's very title, Hunting with Dogs Bill, Just like you can't legislate on that, in my opinion, you can't also legislate against other animals. But I haven't heard that point put forward for those that are calling for a ban. Anti-hunting activists talk about the focus of hunting with dogs. In a recent RSPCA Centre study in 2018, it suggests that 79.4% of wildlife kills are not caused by dogs, are not caused by man, are not caused by the gun, but by domestic cats. Now, it would be a ludicrous position for me to advocate in this House today that we legislate to ban cats. It would be an absolute ridiculous position to take up. But I am pointing out the ludicrousy in the Alliance Party's position. Because on one hand they say that this is so necessary to ensure that wildlife can be humanely dispatched. But on the other hand, no, I won't, because I've watched how Mr Honeyford has sniggered and laughed entirely through this debate. He has a different opinion of mine, of which I respect, but disagree. But to snigger and laugh is certainly something that I have found insulting, and I know the vast majority of people that engage in legal hunting activity will also feel deeply inappropriate. I will.
Yes, and I thank the member for giving way. But can I say that if the members opposite who wanted to end traditional hunting with the red coats and the horses, they could have very easily formulated a bill that stated this bill was about hunting with horses, and that would have captured the traditional hunt that these members say they want to end. But they want to end more than that, and they want to end the gun hunter.
Sorry, Jonathan. Sorry. Okay. Now, I'm just asking you to return to the bill, which is hunting with dogs, not with cats. No, I'm not saying it to make a point. It's not about climate change. It's not about anything else. Just ask you to return to the bill, please. Thank you.
I hope you will respect that I have kept my remarks within the framework of the bill, such as its large and far-reaching impact on hunting. Its definition is so broad, it takes in many of these aspects that need to be fully fleshed out in today's debate. I've mentioned the statistic on cats' kills with natural wildlife. The same study indicated that 0.2% of wildlife kills were by dogs. So it goes to the fundamental heart of the debate. It's not my interpretation alone that this bill will have far-reaching consequences. It has been mentioned, it is one of the views of one of the most respected and highly qualified QCs in the country, our former Attorney General, John Larkin, KC. And the former Attorney General has provided detailed legal analysis of this bill. Principal Deputy Speaker, with all due respect to the bill sponsor, I think many people in Northern Ireland will put much greater weight on the response of such an eminent QC than that of Mr Blair, than a vaguely worded bill that could have such far-reaching consequences. To dismiss it outright, to say that it has been used as diversion, I think could not be further than the truth. His conclusions should give every member in this House.
Could I just make a wee point on this? So any member who's brought a private member's bill will know there's exhaustive processes and there are drafting and it's done properly. I don't want to get into and I'm not saying you're doing this, but I'm just asking you to be cautious. You know, comparing John Larkin to the expertise here isn't a comparison. So I would just ask you to just continue with that in mind. Thank you.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and here's my problem, and here's why I raise such advice. Because much weight has been given to this explanatory memorandum produced in conjunction with this bill. And it says that the intent of this bill is not to criminalise the average dog walker whose animal goes on the pursuit of whether anything from a squirrel through to a rabbit and indeed other mammals. But this blue bill is what matters. It is the content contained within this bill that will either criminalise a dog owner or not. So when an eminent QC brings forward legal opinion on such bill, I think it is worth taking time to pause and reflect. Because he warns that this bill, and it's been outlined by a number of my colleagues, is legally unsound, ambiguous in key definitions.
Thank you for taking my point of order, Principal Deputy Speaker. It is my understanding, as someone who's bringing forward a private member's bill, that John has followed every single part of the standing orders, the procedures outlined by the Speaker's office in support of the recommendations of the Bill's office. Every single stage. There are going to be members from all sides of this House bringing forward private members' bills over the next few months. I think it is so incredibly disingenuous and discourteous for so many of the DUP MLAs today to try to undermine the efforts that Mr Blair has put in bringing it forward today. I would ask that you would refer to the Speaker's office to allow the record to reflect that John has followed every single stage required of him in bringing forward this private member's bill. Thank you.
Okay, so it wasn't a point of order, but I understand your point. I decide if it's a point of order, not Jews two in the back. I'm chairing this, not Jews, okay? Now, I think everybody's been patient. We have allowed a lot of crossover, even I would say stretching. But what I won't have is your view of a QC as being eminent and the Bill's office here almost be compared to as less than. I'm not having that. So I'm just putting that on the record. Thank you.
Speaker, and I would contend that my entire contribution has been within the refines of this bill. In relation to Mrs Bradshaw's point of order, which wasn't a point of order, I would recommend that she does put herself on the speaking list to speak eloquently on this debate and put forward why she believes it is in the best interest of the people of Northern Ireland. But I will say this, I have significant sympathy with the Bill's office, because quite often they've been presented with very poor private members' bills, which don't meet the smell test, never mind any other test.
Principal Deputy Speaker, could you rule or refer to for ruling whether or not the member is misleading the House? The Bill's office was presented with nothing, poorly drafted. You know, Principal Deputy Speaker, like I know, and I suspect the member knows. This is not something handwritten by a member and handed to the Bill's office. This is drafted by expertise and professionalism in this building. And what he has just said is a slight on those people. Perhaps on me too, and I don't care about that, but a slight on those people. And he should withdraw that remark and do it now.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to refer that to the Speaker, okay? And I would just ask people to refrain. Because I know it's not your intention, Jonathan, but it does sound like the expertise here are less than compared to a QC. So I would ask you to refrain, and I would ask people as much as possible not to raise points of order that aren't points of order. Okay, that's it.
For the balanced way in which you've approached that, because I feel that I must be hitting a nerve. I make no slight on the professionalism of the people that work in the Bill's office in this House. But I will absolutely shine a light on those that attempt to bring by means of a bill poorly drafted legislation which could have detrimental impacts and unintentional consequences to the vast majority of rural householders in Northern Ireland. I will.
The members should expect, as all of us in this House should expect, clear definitions within the bill. If there are no clear definitions within any bill, then we are quite within our rights to ask the proposer of that bill why these things are not clearly defined. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I think that goes to one of the fundamental parts of this bill, because the member did raise in his own contribution the particular 23B subsection 4. In this part, hunting a wild mammal includes searching for and pursuing. That is the only definition. And that's what should send alarm bells ringing for many members. Because hunting is much more than searching and pursuing. I mean, dog walkers could be accused of searching and pursuing. John Larkin's quite clear in those particular parts. And I think it should be read into the record. The effect of the bill is to ban all hunting of wild animals, whether for recreation or food, if a dog is used. Even if the dog is never used to kill the hunted animal, while it will still be permitted to shoot birds using a dog, it will not be permitted to shoot deer or rabbits for recreational or for the purposes of eating them, or for a combination of both of these purposes. If this bill is enacted, shooting for the pot is, if a dog is used, rendered unlawful. We're told that's not the intention of this bill, but that is the interpretation of an eminent KC. He says, put simply, it seems to me that dog ownership would be made more burdensome, if not dangerous, if this bill was to be enacted. As in talks about the explanatory memorandum. As an aid to interpretation, the explanatory notes can be considered to have very little, if any, weight or value. That would be so even if there were not instances of explanatory notes giving an inaccurate account of the bill. And that's why it's important, because, members, as I've said, it's this very blue-papered bill and its content by which we will have to live by. It talks about potentially being in breach of fundamental legal principles, and, as I've said, capable of criminalising innocent behaviour by responsible dog owners. He highlights that the bill's definition, particularly the definition of hunting, is so broad that any dog that pursues a wild mammal, even unintentionally, could place its owner at risk of prosecution. He further notes that the bills would fail to provide legal certainty, a basic requirement for good lawmaking. When a former Attorney General says things like this, it's enough for us to take note and sit up. The bill introduces strict liability. It removes the requirement for intent and exposes an ordinary dog owner to persecution for natural canine behaviour. When two of the most senior legal minds in this island raise the same alarm, this Assembly should listen. I remember in a debate previous when Mr Allister, the then member of North Antrim, spoke on this particular bill, and he spoke specifically on the strict liability clause. That point was not disproved following that debate after its defeat at second stage. You would think, and members at the time tried to rubbish the claim of strict liability. Now we have John Larkin, KC, echoing that claim. You would think that they would attempt to address that very matter from then to now, but it hasn't been done so. The bill, as I've said, has placed this Assembly with a duty to legislate on hunting with dogs. The Assembly has a duty to legislate with precision, fairness and respect to the rule of law. The bill fails that test. Those who promote this bill often speak as though wildlife simply manages itself. It does not. Farmers, gamekeepers, conservation, volunteers and rural communities have been the backbone of wildlife management for generations. There's been many made comment to the need to protect farmers' ability to protect livestock. That is a fundamental for any bill. The bill sponsor talks about it being included within the bill. But for anybody that fundamentally understands the countryside, understand this. Quite often a farmer will acquire and use the services of local huntsmen to ensure that predator populations that are causing a risk to their flocks, that they would use their expertise in ensuring appropriate wildlife management. Yes.
For giving way, because he raises a very valid point. So you have a hen house that's been decimated by a fox, and you then go in pursuit of that fox, but that fox goes into someone else's land. You are then having to go and ask consent to go into that other farmer's land. That farmer knows this new bill, knows this penalty, and knows that there is an offence for an owner or occupier of land to knowingly cause or permit another person to hunt a wild animal or wild mammal using one or more dogs on that land. You can plead with that landowner all you want about your hen house being decimated, but they will not grant you permission to pursue that fox because they could be liable to a £20,000 fine.
Absolutely. It's an impediment to effective pest control. If any member in this House has ever seen the devastation caused by a fox in a controlled environment,
Jonathan,
in a hen house...
Jonathan,
yes, sir.
Can I just remind you, this isn't Wildlife Management Bill. This is a Hunting with Dogs Bill. Seriously.
Principal Deputy Speaker, contained within the Blue Bill is specifically the words around animal and wildlife management. I think it would be extremely wrong if I did not make reference to them in my contributions.
No, sorry, and you're right, but you have made references to it already. And you're in fear of repeating yourself. So that's all I'm saying.
Well, thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I will continue in line with the bills. Yes, well, we all should read the bill very carefully and understand its implications. If anyone has ever seen the impact that a fox can cause in a controlled environment, it is a scene of utter devastation. I have seen chicken farmers who have had their animals ravaged by that of a fox. This bill would also outline other mammals from being hunted with dogs. I point to the weasel family, minks and stoats. Principal Deputy Speaker, I don't often talk about it in this House, but I also am someone that has engaged in the pigeon fraternity. I have been a pigeon racer all of my life. My father and my grandfather, it's something that's been in the family tradition. And I have seen members across the House, perhaps from an urban environment, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, I have seen how a stoat can enter through some of the most smallest enclosed spaces and rip birds apart. Do you know what they do? They start with their head and take their head off their shoulders. And they don't kill it to eat it. They kill it for fun. And once they've killed that one, they go to the next one, and the next one, and the next one. I mean, under this legislation, using a simple terrier, a household terrier, to extravagate and remove that predator would be deemed an illegal activity. I will give way.
So, first of all, I know I have members of my family too who are keen pigeon racers, pigeon fanciers, and it's very important. But can I just say on this, what he's talking about would not be, well, no, but it isn't. It isn't, and this is like so. It's also clear to say people talked earlier on about vermin control and about pest management. The member is repeatedly conflating any form of pest management and of control of wildlife with this, which specifically outlaws hunting with dogs. Is that not true?
I think the member's fundamentally wrong. And I think that the broad definitions of this bill, and I won't go over them again for fear of repeating myself, but in this part, hunting a wild mammal includes searching for and pursuing. Understanding even how those of the shooting fraternity operate, where two or more are gathered with two or more dogs, they are liable for prosecution under this bill. The issue of strict liability comes into play, and we have all dealt in the past with fictitious attempts to criminalise neighbours. This bill runs the risk of setting one rural dweller against a next, one urban resident against a rural. It is simply not fit for purpose. The example I give about a stoat and weasel population is something that's becoming more and more live and recurring, actually. It's not something I witnessed in my first odd 20 years of life, but since then it has become a much more regular occurrence that it's been reported to me repeatedly by those that engage in pigeon racing, those that keep hens, those that keep ducks, that other predator populations which are not being effectively controlled, which this bill would put a scud on further control, essentially will raise the expectation. And ultimately, members, and I think this is something that we should talk about, we haven't talked about often enough, but another unintended consequence of this bill is where people will then move underground, per se, to much more sinister aspects and illegal aspects of hunting. It's not something that I want to see. I want to see something that meets animal welfare expectations, but something that's grounded in common sense and reality, to know that we can't remove ourselves from ensuring such populations are controlled. We could do that through the 1972 Welfare of Animals Act. We could introduce a code of practice. We could introduce a particular aspect in it relating to undue suffering. That would recognise the need to control predator populations in the rural environment, but also ensure that where anybody is engaged in unlawful, unnecessary, cruel and evil exploits towards animals, that they're dealt efficiently before the law. I've mentioned protecting ground nesting birds, safeguarding livestock. Again, I know many farmers that use the expertise of the hunting fraternity to manage such livestock. I take the point that has been raised about some hunts that have went over the ground of farmers where they're not welcome, and I also take the point that they have caused also in turn, and it is in a minority, distress to animals and to the land in which they have trespassed. I would say that the 1972 Welfare Act is a place in which we could have inserted stronger restraints around trespassing on land where a hunt is not welcome. But some in this House would try to present that that is in the majority. It is not. Same way the majority of people that partake in legal defined hunting are not people on horseback and hound. They're from a multiplicity of professions. That needs to be taken into account. Mr. Blair, in introducing the bill, also talked about the preventing the spread of disease. And in some bizarre planet, tried to suggest that it was the dog that risked the spread of disease by engaging in legitimate legal activity. That is so bizarre, Principal Deputy Speaker. It is so far removed from the realities of countryside life and rural management. The truth of the matter is that it is the very predator population that hunting tries to indeed ensure it's regulated and well managed, that if it's not, it is those wildlife quarry populations that cause and spread animal disease. It's a different debate, but let's think of the issue of TB, for example, at the moment. That is a wildlife problem. The same happens with other mammal species. I've had the unfortunate encounter of seeing a fox totally riddled with mange and other diseases. I mean, unable to feed its young. It is cruelty in every sense of the world, and it exists in nature. But as I've said and I've outlined earlier in this debate, it is not for man or woman to turn a blind eye, but it is to use effective wildlife management and pest control, and indeed management of the countryside, which ensures that we have a healthy balance in nature, whether it's from fox, rabbit, mink, stoat, whatever the quarry population. If it's not managed, it causes devastation. We've talked about the management of wildlife populations. This bill replaces community-based conservationism with a vacuum, one that inevitably will be filled with less humane, less targeted and less effective means of control. That's not progress, that's not welfare, that is not conservation. The bill is driven by activism, not evidence. We must also be honest about the motivations behind the legislation. This is not a bill shaped by farmers, vets, ecologists or rural communities. It's a bill shaped by a particular activist group whose long-term agenda is not limited to hunting with dogs. I note with interest the Sinn Féin position today, and in her contributions, Ms Murphy outlined how this bill falls well short of what Sinn Féin would expect any future legislation in relation to hunting to pertain. Many of her points that she raised within her contribution I could agree with, but I find it staggering that anybody could back this bill, particularly when it is so far flawed, particularly even the heading. Sinn Féin's position on this is one that I haven't quite got my head around yet, especially when I look to previous positions that have been held by their party and indeed some of their colleagues in the Dáil. Matt Carthy, TD, has been on record to say rural communities should not be demonised for practices that are part of their heritage. We need evidence-based policy, not legislation driven by perception. Claire Kernan, TD, we cannot support a ban that ignores the role that these activities place in rural areas. Legislation must be balanced and must respect rural communities. Brian Stack, there is a danger in criminalising ordinary rural people for activities that have been regulated for years. When I listened to Ms Murphy's points, I sensed that she agreed with every one of those statements. My contention would be that this bill is not amendable. I say that with regret. I would much rather have seen a bill brought forward or an amendment brought forward by the Minister whom Mr Blair's party occupied to ensure that we had appropriate legislation which ensured that we respected rural communities, to ensure that we made sure that their contribution was valued and that their activity was appreciated in rural life. Today's debate is about hunting with dogs. When those against dogs get their way, tomorrow it will be shooting. They sigh, but this is the inevitable consequences of legislation in which is trying to be pushed upon the House. After that comes angling. Then any form of countryside management that does not fit their ideological worldview.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. It would appear that Mr Buckley is extrapolating quite far from the truth of the bill here. Could you make a ruling on that, please?
The bill is entitled to hunting with dogs. We're not talking about shooting or angling, so I've just asked you to return to the bill.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Those comments that I made were the exact comments that I made in 2021. There were remarks that were not challenged by any chair. There were remarks that were received with the same level of sneering discontent from members of the Alliance Party, but they're factual. There is an attack on the rural way of life by the Alliance Party and activists that are associated with them. I do not include everybody in that description that absolutely values animal welfare. I am saying by means of this bill, there will be devastating consequences for how rural populations go about their business, how we manage wildlife, and how we ensure that the countryside has the protection that it deserves. This Assembly should not be a vehicle for that ideological agenda from the Alliance Party. Wouldn't any sensible person, if they were genuine about the aim to improve animal welfare, look to other parts of the UK that has already banned hunting with dogs to assess the effects? Wouldn't that be a reasonable first step? My question to the bill sponsor, and I think he has went out, to be fair to him, for a glass of water or a comfort break. I know for a fact that he has been given a copy of Charlie Priest-Smith's book, Rural Wrongs, Hunting and the Unintended Consequences of Bad Law. It's a book that I would recommend all members of this House read. This is the only study into the welfare effects of the Hunting Act 2004 and its equivalent in Scotland. I was pleased to be invited by that book sponsor to its launch at Westminster, and I will give way to any member of the Alliance Party, including the Minister, who has read that book.
Jonathan, I'm asking you to return to the bill. This isn't a book review. It isn't a book review. I'm asking you to return to the bill.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. In the course of any debate, a member is entitled to refer to any evidence, peer-reviewed or scientific, that supports the principles or otherwise of an intended bill. That is exactly what I'm doing.
Are you challenging? Are you challenging, Jonathan?
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm merely outlining why I have made reference to the book.
I hear you. Move on.
Okay. The book in itself demonstrated the impact on the rural way of life. It shows that the life of a fox, a brown hare, and a red deer of Exmoor. Again, I commented on this book at the last time this bill was discussed in 2021. Nobody took issue with it then. In fact, I would have expected members that were trying to advocate for welfare for animals who would have read the bill, and the bill did not meet the objectives. The book that I referenced, Principal Deputy Speaker, pointed to the impact on those Corey populations by the removal of legitimate hunting. No such member, to my knowledge, has read that book. It stated that these Corey populations, of which I have utmost respect for, has been made considerably worse in a variety of ways for a number of different reasons. Briefly, the status of these animals has been changed by the hunting bans in England and Scotland, and a community-based conservation process was replaced by either pest control or commercial gain. Principal Deputy Speaker, much has been mentioned about those that partake in shooting practices. What became apparent in Exmoor following the hunting ban was that the very Corey populations that the bill sought to outlaw featured some devastating impacts when it came to amateur marksmen that were shooting these animals these animals running on for days wounded. That is the consequence of bad law. That is the consequences of elected members following populist belief over scientific evidence. That is the consequence of us abstaining ourselves from appropriate wildlife management. I believe it is important that I put that on the record of the House today. It's the only research into the post-hunting ban period, and now no one, absolutely no one, can claim that a ban on hunting with dogs is categorically good for animal welfare. The Burns inquiry and Lord Bonamy inquiry in Scotland and Wales and England respectively pointed to this, pointed to the fact it was scientific-led evidence. It gathered evidence right across the board to assess the impacts of the particular bills. It could not point to any way in which animal welfare had been protected. Now, I know these findings will be disputed by anti-hunt groups, but it brings me to another question. Why has the Alliance Party not spent one single pound, or indeed the lobby in which they're representing today, to demonstrate the positive animal welfare impacts of a ban on hunting with dogs? I mean, the ban's been there since 2004. Surely it would be easy to pull together scientific evidence of legitimate protection of the very populations that it seeks to protect. Members, it doesn't exist. There has never been any evidence to substantiate the intent behind a complete outright ban on hunting with dogs. We're here to legislate, not on emotion, perception, or online claims. We're here to legislate based on evidence, principle, and real-world consequences of the decisions that we make collectively as a body. This bill does not improve animal welfare. It does not reflect rural realities. It does not provide legal certainty. It does not respect the rights of responsible dog owners. And it does not command the confidence of those who manage the countryside. It is bad law. It's being presented today that on the basis of the consultation, that therefore we are to expect that this is just a foregone conclusion with everybody in society. The consultation was responded by 0.25%, not even a percentage point, of the Northern Ireland population. It's not the basis by which anybody can claim they speak for the entirety of a Northern Ireland community, just like I would acknowledge that I do not speak for the entirety of the rural community. Mr. Blair also pointed, I will in a moment, Mr. Blair also pointed in his opening remarks about the cruel practice of hunt owners towards their hounds and their dogs. Mr. Blair, if you do have evidence of that in Northern Ireland, that is illegal and prosecutable before the law. And I would suggest, instead of smearing those with a genuine love for dogs, that you bring forward that information to the police and have them prosecuted before the law, and I'll be there every bit of the way with you, ensuring their prosecution. But the facts remain. Anybody that engages with anybody that has dogs for hunting purposes, from the Cocker Spaniel, Springer Spaniel, Labrador, Hound, Beagle, they love their animals. They love their dogs. They are treated with the most care and attention. From I was no height, I had a hound. They were treated with love, care, and affection, an integral part of my family home. If I knew anybody that would dare bring harm to them, I would have them before the court of law. But the suggestion today by some that such practices are widespread is nothing short of ridiculous. Principal Deputy Speaker, in drawing my remarks to a close, I want to thank everybody that has contributed to the debate. Whether I agree with you or not, I think it's fair to say that if this bill is to meet the tests that were outlined by the Sinn Féin member, Ms Murphy, there's significant amendment that will be required. For my point, I will vote against this bill because I do not agree with its intent. I do not agree with its broad legal definitions. I do not agree with the consequences that it would impose upon a rural way of life. And for those reasons, I will vote against.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. I now call Timothy Gosson.
Much, Principal Deputy Speaker. This bill is the latest assault on the countryside by the Alliance Party, either through its intended consequences or the multiple unintended consequences that have been explored this afternoon and now into this evening. This debate has now got to the stage. Is it a case for this Assembly? Is this Assembly prepared to pass vague and badly drafted legislation, which is criminal, of course? This is criminal legislation with serious consequences for rural life. I have to emphasise that. We've got to the point now. We've explored this in depth. Is this Assembly prepared to rubber stamp to the next stage this vague and badly drafted criminal legislation? Even this place should aspire to be better than that. The first thing that strikes me about this bill in front of us tonight, and anyone that reads it carefully, is that it's astonishingly broad in scope. The former Attorney General for Northern Ireland, John Larkin KC, has described it as confused and unnecessarily complex bill. Why? Well, let's begin with what it says here in the explanatory memorandum in relation to Clause 1. A person is not hunting if they are walking their dog and their dog happens to pick up a scent and chases after it. Fair enough. But let's look at Clause 2 of the blue paper that's in front of us, and that's the important one, which says that it's an offence to hunt a wild mammal using one or more dogs. And Clause 1 says the reference to participation includes a reference to participation in another activity. To me, that's as clear as mud. How can anyone argue that another activity doesn't include walking your dog? And I'm happy to give way to the bill sponsor if he wants to come in at any point. But another activity to me can mean anything to anybody. And that's why I say that this bill is vague and is badly written on that basis. I'm not blaming those in the bill office. They've done the job. You can only work with the tools you're given. But for goodness sake, that's not some crazy reading of the bill. It's what it says here on the blue papers in black and white. Happy to give way.
Deputy Speaker, this is the second time today I've been challenged on the same question by Mr Gaston. I thank him for giving way. I'm happy to clarify. If he reads that paragraph he's talking about to its end, he will see in another activity, and there's a bracket talking about scent, and then there are the words, another activity, in the course of which a dog hunts a wild mammal. In the course of which a dog hunts a wild mammal. It's the entire intent of the bill, and it's explained in a short sentence. I thank him for allowing me to intervene, and I hope that helps him.
I thank the bill sponsor for coming in and trying to set that out. But when I'm listening to the bill sponsor and what his intent is, and reading on the other hand what the former Attorney General says, what one am I to believe? So if I go into court, whose evidence am I going to depend on? Am I going to go back and Hansard and say, oh, but, the bill sponsor said it doesn't include walking with your dog? Or if I look, would I be taking the advice of the KC, who you said this morning on the radio that you have considered his report, but you obviously haven't taken that on board or done anything with it? Time and time again we've heard this afternoon, this evening, using this phrase, oh, but nobody in GB has been convicted. But that's not to say nobody will be convicted. If we have a KC, a former Attorney General, saying that this is how it opens the door, that doesn't mean that nobody could be convicted going forward. And we've already heard this evening about vexatious complaints. I have a big fear that people will use this bill as vexatious complaints, either in reporting somebody that is out walking their dog, that the dog gets away, or indeed somebody that owns a firearm, their neighbour that they don't like, that they will make a complaint under this bill, and it means the police will be out and lift their guns because it's allegedly committed an offence under the bill that we're talking about here today. So let's look, what does the bill say about hunting? How does it define that? And this is something that has been covered in good detail. And we turn to clause 2.4. And we are told that hunting includes searching and pursuing. And that is what Mr. Larkin, I believe, is dependent on, and why he includes a dog that is in the park, that gets off its lead, or the owner lets it go exercise, and pursues that mammal. It's quite clear in black and white what that can mean. So Mr. Larkin, he points to the example of an elderly person walking a dog through a park, and the dog pursues a wild mammal in the course of another activity. And under that we have, that's what's listed in this bill that we are debating, another activity. So I believe Mr. Blair when he tells us that's not his intention. Maybe so, but I think he needs to go back to the drawing board, because as I do say, and I do warn this House, when we have a former Attorney General pointing out the flaws in this bill and what this could mean for not a farmer, not somebody living in the countryside, but anybody that owns a dog going forward, I think that's advice that we need to heed. So if you want to make things criminal, you need to be clear about what the criminal conduct is. This bill before us certainly isn't. The offence captures activities far beyond traditional fox hunting, and that's why I say that it's broad in scope. So if we are to believe the bill sponsor and his intention behind this, why has he left the door so wide open that this could affect people using dogs in connection with shooting? He says, oh, no, that's not the intention. But that is what the bill allows to happen. So, in fact, I would argue that there's no question that those that go out to shoot and take a dog with them, that this will impact their hobby, this will impact their sport, and if this does pass the second stage, the committee stage, there's a great deal of work to do, but I believe this Assembly should think seriously about, because of how it's drafted and how broad it is, that this bill shouldn't get beyond the current stage that it's at. So if one sends a dog into a wooded area to flush out a bird while shooting, you are using it to search and pursue. The very word employed in this bill is repeatedly made in clauses 8, 9 and 10. We move on then to trail hunting that we have before us. The bill's wording in trail hunting in clause 3 is so sweeping that I am in receipt of correspondence from members of the rural community who argue that it could even affect farmers using dogs to locate vermin, such as rats living in sheds or living under sheds, but not living under the ground. This Assembly should not criminalise rural activity simply because some lobby groups dislike fox hunts and shooting as a sport, or indeed a method of dealing with threats to farm animals. There are some of us in this House who find Mr Blair's concern, and indeed that of the Alliance Party, who is going at great lengths to protect foxes, but they have no concern about the unborn in this country. So when it comes to him standing up to protect foxes,
Mr Gaston, keep it to the bill. Keep it to the bill. And you'll know I'll keep on telling you to keep it to the bill. So let's not play that game. Just keep it to the bill.
That's okay, Deputy Speaker. But it just you judge the person in the party bringing it forward on their other actions. But we will get back to the bill. So back to the bill, it appears to ignore the evidence gathered by the previous independent inquiries. The Burns inquiry, as outlined by Mr Buckley in England, and the Bonamy review in Scotland both examined these issues in detail. Lord Burns stated that the inquiry did not have sufficient evidence to conclude that hunting involves significantly worse welfare effects than other lawful methods of control. So this isn't a case of the proponents of this bill standing up to prevent suffering of animals while the rest of us are heartless on this issue. That's certainly not the case. The evidence is not nearly as clear-cut as Mr Blair would have us all believe. Whether one likes to admit it or not, foxes are often a menace to farmers. Foxes are classed as vermin to a sheep farmer that's trying to protect the lambs in the field. Foxes are classed as vermin to a poultry farmer who wants to ensure that they don't come and disturb the birds. So foxes have to be controlled. They have to be controlled. But the question is, how do we control them? There is evidence that alternatives such as shooting or snaring can produce poorer welfare outcomes than a quick kill by dogs. This is an uncomfortable fact for some campaigners and indeed some in this House, but it is a fact that deserves serious consideration. And again, I would observe that this bill is so broad in its reach that it could potentially criminalise an innocent dog walker, never mind someone who shoots with dogs. Then we come to the issue of the 2-dog limit. We read in some of it as 1 or more dogs, and then at other stages it talks about a 2-dog limit. Lord Bonamy rejected the idea that 2 dogs are sufficient for effective flushing on rough terrain and woodland. He actually made the point that a 2-dog limit could prolong pursuit and reduce effectiveness. This bill also raises significant concerns regarding terrier work. Members in this House may not like that activity, but legislation should be grounded in evidence, not sentiment. The Bonamy Review concluded that there was a strong case for permitting the use of terriers below ground to complete fox control effectively and prevent further livestock damage. Yet this bill adopts a far more restrictive approach. And once again, the drafting of this bill is unclear. The term enclosed spaces is not properly defined. Mr Frew set that out earlier on in his contribution. Mr Blair, does that include barns? Does it include drains? Does it include stone piles? Does it include farm buildings? Indeed, these are definitions that this House must interrogate. Happy to give way.
Again, Deputy Speaker, thank the member for giving way, and I hope he knows I'm trying to be helpful here. I think the term enclosed space is certainly a generic term, but it's an inclusive term. Does the member understand it could include all enclosed spaces? It could be a barn, it could be a cave, it could be a hole in the ground, it could be a shed. Whereas if you started to list every single possible enclosed space, you may well leave some out and create loopholes. So that is probably the exact term that you're looking for, because it's a catch-all option, and I hope the member can take that on board.
The catch-all option. Did you hear that, members? So it's to include everything. It's to include everything. So the bill sponsor has brought forward a bill. He's not 100% sure in the definition, but just to ensure that it catches all. It means all things to all people. Happy to give way on that point, Mr.
Thank the member for giving way. I think that is a considerable point that's just been raised. To catch all. That means all hunting activity. Would the member agree with me that was extremely worrying that here we are in its second step? It's interesting that Mr. Blair wants to interrupt me, but I'll finish my point in an intervention.
Gentlemen. Intervention was taken, and Mr. Blair, you know well enough, we'll give you the point of order after the intervention's been completed.
Deputy Speaker, would the member agree with me that, given that this is now the second iteration of a bill brought forward by the bill's sponsor, that the fact that he can't define these terms, the fact that he's talking about it could be, it might be, it may well be all-encompassing, is a considerable worry for anybody that engages in legitimate hunting activity and demonstrates why this bill is not workable.
Before you start, Mr. Gaston, Mr. Blair, your point of order.
Point of order is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is it in order for a member to deliberately misrepresent my words? I intervened, and I was grateful that Mr. Gaston took the intervention on a query regarding the definition or description of an enclosed space. I did so to be helpful. I stand over that. Mr. Buckley implied that I was referring to policy and activity, which I clearly wasn't, and it should at least be written into the record that that was a misrepresentation of what I said. Whether
Thank you, Mr. Blair, and you're fully aware, of course, that wasn't a point of order, but it is written into the record. Mr. Gaston, back to you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and not wanting to misrepresent the bill sponsor when we are talking about enclosed spaces and this catch-all, so we don't leave anything out. It is very telling, and it is about enclosed spaces. I get that, but this is a pattern. Earlier on, we were talking about hunting. How many dogs? We were talking about a pack of hunting dogs. Now we're talking about enclosed spaces. The more and more we probe, the more and more we get deeper into the detail of this bill that has been introduced, and now we're having a debate on it, the more and more we're seeing that there is a lack of clarity. And when it comes to this, when there is severe penalties included, there needs to be clarity. There should be no opportunity for wriggle room. There should be no, well, he thinks that and the other person thinks the other. We need to get to a point where there's absolute clarity, and I would rather there was an element of enclosed space left out than this broad brush to catch all, because that's what concerns me about the vagueness of this bill. 5 years in prison. 5 years in prison. £20,000, and yet at this stage it's catch-all, and that's what we're going with in this legislation. So returning to Mr. Larkin, and he does indeed raise concerns regarding the compatibility with Article 7 of the European Convention on Human Rights because of the lack of legal certainty in the offences created. When a former Attorney General raises serious concerns about legislative competence and European Convention on Human Rights compliance, this Assembly should not simply brush them aside. What we have read earlier on, and I want to return to this because I don't think it was fully expanded upon. So when there is a number of people out individually with their dogs hunting, if them dogs come together, indeed, if the shooters come together in 23I, that would mean that they would be breaking the law. So reasonable steps are taken to ensure that any dog involved in the activity does not join with others to form a pack of more than 2 dogs. That means anybody that currently goes out shooting at the minute, stag doos, lads' weekends, whatever, take dogs with them, go shooting. If that dog then enters in and runs off, follows its natural instinct, and we include the term in the bill for searching and pursuing, that means that they could be liable. My goodness, is that the place that we've got to? And the final points I want to make is on the wider rural impact of what the Alliance Party and Mr Blair are trying to do. For many people involved in these activities, this debate is not abstract politics. It concerns farming, pest control, rural employment and long-standing community traditions. This bill shows complete disregard for that, and in its genesis is a party which, either through this bill or the Minister of Justice or the DAERA Minister, has shown disinterest in rural life and shown that they are so disconnected from rural and countryside people that they simply disregard their concerns and set them aside. I believe this Assembly has to think seriously, based on the intervention of the former Attorney General, Mr John Larkin KC, the raft of queries that have come up here from members. I don't believe this bill is amendable once it gets to committee stage, and I trust, based on the grey areas and the catch-all mentality, that members this evening will vote against it.
Thank you, Mr Gaston. I call on Jerry Carroll. Jerry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to commend the member for bringing this bill to the House. Generally, it's hard work. I know it's not easy doing a private member's bill. Commend him for his work, and I also take this opportunity to hope my own private member's bill can make passage through the House as well. Also, as a side comment, I suspect if I said half of what was said about drafters, I would have been maybe kicked out of this place, but maybe we'll leave that for another day. And just also to say, Deputy Speaker, as somebody who is a dog walker, and occasionally my dog would chase after a squirrel up a tree, I'm not going to be criminalised. I have no fear that I'll be criminalised or be locked up or face a fine or face a court case because of this bill. I think that was just scaremongering, and I was going to use the term, scaremongering is what it was. So again, thank the member for bringing the bill forward. Me and our party obviously back this legislation without reservation. England, Scotland and Wales, as has been said earlier on, have taken a stand against this shameful practice of hunting with dogs. And just the member for Upper Ban, obviously, just because a member isn't in this chamber doesn't mean a member isn't listening to the debate upstairs. He knows that all too well, but refused to allow intervention in that regard. But I'll move on. So it should be regarded as a source of shame that the North is an outlier in this regard, as it is on many other things, and the Assembly has a chance to put this practice to an end. For a majority of people and organisations lobbying against this bill, hunting with dogs is not about pest control or land management. It's a blood sport, and one with deep roots in British aristocratic culture, where wild animals are chased to exhaustion and torn apart for the entertainment of a tiny, privileged minority. And dressing up in the language of countryside tradition doesn't change this fact, and it's nothing short of cruelty. And I will just emphasise the point. I think it is a bit rich, Deputy Speaker, for members to my right, who lambast every, even limited, form of climate change legislation that will protect and conserve the environment, but tries to use that language to endorse hunting, cruel hunting with animals. No thanks, you didn't return the favour to me, so I'll move on. So I'm content, Deputy Speaker, that there are sufficient exemptions in the bill. It's been stated in the bill for legitimate use of dogs, including to hunt pests, protect livestock, humane killing and certain management of wild mammals. That's clear in the bill. So again, a bit of misrepresentation took place today. And the fact is, an overwhelming majority of the public support this bill. A Lucia Talk poll found 76% of people
in the north want fox hunting banned, and those figures generally hold in rural areas as well as urban areas. And I think the members' own consultation, as we heard, drew over 12,000 responses, I think, which, you know, that was sniffed at, but it's more than most ministerial responses. It's more than most private members' bill responses. And I believe 80% of people in that said ending hunting with dogs is important to them. So members can raise different views, they're entitled to, but they should look at that and note those significant figures. The public have clearly spoken, and the Assembly should listen. And we also should recognise that there isn't a universal rural experience. It was touched upon by some other members. Farmers struggling in difficult economic conditions are not the natural allies of the hunt. Many have banned hunts from their land because of the biosecurity risks, the damaged fences and the disturbed livestock. And I've been contacted, I think other members may have been as well, by many rural farmers saying this and indicating this as well. And we also know that legal hunting with dogs does provide cover for illegal activity, including badger baiting, one of the most sadistic practices imaginable. And Scotland did strike this legislation in 2023, closing loopholes in the Hunting Act of 2004. And the bill in front of us today aims to do the same by recognising trail hunting as a smokescreen for illegal hunting. So no animals should be torn apart by dogs for sport. It is time, Deputy Speaker, to end this barbaric colonial practice. I urge members to support the bill. Thank you.
During I call on Claire Sugden. Claire.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the second stage of the Hunting with Dogs bill. I think this legislation is as important now as it was in the last mandate, when it sadly did not complete the passage through this Assembly. And I commend the member for continuing to pursue this issue, because this issue hasn't gone away. This issue is as relevant today as it was when we last debated it in this chamber. And I think it's also disappointing that despite it having been debated in the previous chamber, despite Mr Blair saying that he would continue to pursue it, nothing has changed. And this issue has been pursued in itself, which is why this Assembly does have to legislate. You know, I think this sport, this activity has been given many chances. It's been given examples across the UK to demonstrate that this is no longer acceptable. And Northern Ireland hadn't changed, but now we're forcing the change because it has to change. I suppose I get a bit confused that so many members of this House speak strongly and sincerely about animal welfare in other contexts, but they do seem less willing to apply the same principles when this issue came before the House this last mandate. So I look forward to seeing who supports this second stage, particularly those who advocate for it outside of this chamber, because at the end of the day, it's about action. I have listened carefully to arguments on both sides of this debate. I've also received, like many members, considerable amounts of correspondence from constituents, particularly from rural communities. I represent East Londonderry, which has a significant rural population, and they are concerned about the potential impact of this legislation. And I think it is important that we hear these concerns and we address them, and that's what this passage is all about. And certainly on principle, it's something that I support, and I have gone back to those who disagree with my support in that, and I've outlined why I think their concerns are misplaced. But that doesn't mean that we don't take them forward, that doesn't mean that we don't consider them, and that doesn't mean that if they need strengthened to reassure those concerns, then we do that as part of this process. But I think, having read the bill as introduced alongside the explanatory financial memorandum, which isn't abstract to the bill, it's important, it provides context, so that when people are interpreting this bill, when it eventually becomes law or it gets onto the statute, they do it in the context of what this Assembly intended. So I don't think it's something that we can just disassociate from the bill in itself. It's why it exists. I think we also have to remember that legislation sits within other legislative frameworks and contexts, and sometimes we can't remove that from the arguments that happens in this House. We can't just say that this bill is going to do this, this and this. There is precedent, there's standard. Judges, when they're making these decisions, will look to case law in terms of how they interpret legislation. So we can't just say this bill is going to do that. we can't, the interpretation of the particular wording and phrases, what does that mean? It means something because someone's already made a decision on it in another part of the framework and the law. So we can't just assume that, and I appreciate that members are trying to poke holes in this legislation, and absolutely that's our job to do that. But we do that at the point in which we consider it, the committee stage, the consideration stage, the further consideration stage. But I think it's important to remind members that all law sits within legal frameworks and other laws and precedent and case law, and that's how judges interpret. It's not just what one member thinks of it. And I do think it's also important to point out that we bring ideas as members to the Bill Office, and they transform it into legislation, into draft. So this isn't just something that we've all picked off Google. This is actually a really important process, and to undermine it undermines every one of us who have an opportunity to bring a private member's bill. Go ahead.
I appreciate the member giving way, which also agrees with me. Sometimes that can be a bit of a long process, especially for independent members or members of smaller parties, and that is indeed the process that people have to go through.
Absolutely, and I'm bringing my own private member's bill, and I'm currently in the process of drafting it, and it would be irresponsible of any of us not to consider that in that context, and not to consider it within the wider legislative frameworks. This debate should be grounded in the content of the bill before us, not assumptions about what it might become in the future, suggestions how it represents a wider attack on rural life, farming, lawful shooting activities, or countryside management more broadly. And look, I appreciate members, will look to that and they will say it's the thin end of a wedge. I don't know how many times in my 12 years I've heard that. But legislation in Northern Ireland doesn't happen quickly, and we're not very good at legislation compared with our counterparts in other parts of the UK and Ireland. So I don't ever think it's the thin end of a wedge. When has the Northern Ireland Assembly ever moved so fast on legislation? Look, one of the concerns that are repeatedly raised with me is that this bill is somehow a stepping stone towards wider restrictions on firearms, huntings and other countryside activities. But it's seeking to prohibit the organised hunting of wild mammals with dogs, nothing more and nothing less. It's not banning lawful shooting activities, it's not banning pest control, it's not banning firearms ownership, it's not banning farming practices, it's not banning ordinary dog ownership or the lawful use of working dogs. And importantly, if there are consequences that aspects of this legislation could unintentionally lead to, consequences beyond what is intended, then we strengthen the bill. We go through the various stages. The concerns that have been raised, strengthen it through the committee stage, strengthen it through consideration stage. We tighten the word and we address those concerns as it progresses. I don't think we need to reject this bill at second stage on the basis of principles, on assumptions that may or may not eventually become. Look, we all have a responsibility in this chamber to ensure that legislation is good law, clear law and proportionate law. But what I think is telling that even the bill itself recognises that there are circumstances where intervention may genuinely be necessary, and that's why there are exemptions in this bill. They exist around livestock protection, pest control, disease prevention and biodiversity management. So this is not legislation pretending all interaction with wildlife can or should cease. What it is saying is that where there is no genuine necessity, where activity is ultimately recreational, then the Assembly is entitled to ask whether the suffering involved remains justifiable. And ultimately, for me, that comes back to animal welfare. And I think we have to be honest about what this activity involves. The organised pursuit of wild mammals by dogs, often over considerable distances and ending in injury or death, causes suffering. And I do not believe that this suffering becomes acceptable because this activity has existed for a long time. And truthfully, I do not think it's a case of something becoming cruel because society suddenly changes its mind. The suffering involved has always existed. The difference is now is that we're in a position to decide whether we continue to permit it. And that's the principle at the heart of this bill. And I do think it's significant that Northern Ireland is now the only part of the United Kingdom without legislation in this area. England and Wales legislated more than 20 years ago, and Scotland has since strengthened their laws further. And I appreciate that there are debates around enforcement there and loopholes elsewhere, particularly trail hunting, and I expect some of those issues will, again, be further explored, and other members have talked to it in their contributions. But again, the principle remains important. These hunts happen across Northern Ireland, including in my own constituency, and people do see them happening. They see hounds moving across fields and roads. Landowners and farmers have raised concerns around disruption, livestock, distress and damage associated with hunts. Indeed, my only experience of this is having constituents talk to me about the negative impact of this activity. Many people also witness wild animals being pursued in a way that really isn't justified. So I appreciate others will see these activities differently. Some will see tradition, sport or countryside culture, but many others, what they see is an animal being pursued for recreation in a way that causes suffering. And I think that's an important distinction between necessity and recreation. There are circumstances where difficult decisions involving animals may unfortunately be necessary. Farmers may need to protect livestock, pest control may be required, disease prevention may be necessary, and the bill again recognises those realities. But again, that is very different from organised hunts involving the pursuit of wild mammals by dogs as a form of sport or entertainment. And I think increasingly many people struggle to understand why that continues to be lawful. I also reject the suggestion that the support for this bill is somehow incompatible with rural life or countryside communities. I live in the countryside. I'm an advocate for the farming community. I regularly meet with local farmers. I listen to their concerns. I try to come to a position for farmers so that they can get on with doing the job that's so important for Northern Ireland and indeed across the UK and the world. So rural communities, as others have said, are not one single viewpoint. And I think it's really wrong to present this debate as though everyone living or working in the countryside supports organised hunting with dogs, because it's simply not true. I think we also need to recognise that there are a new generation of farmers who don't accept this practice. Indeed, protecting animals and animal welfare is a significant part of what they do, and they want to advocate that. You know, I haven't met one farmer in my constituency who doesn't advocate for animal welfare and ensuring that we don't take our animals in vain when we're producing them. Yeah, go ahead.
Would you accept equally the point being that there are many farmers who, again, advocate animal welfare but also advocate hunting in legitimate ways?
Hunting in legitimate ways, but what we're trying to do here is make the barbaric sport of hunting with animals for recreation illegitimate. So at that point, if this Assembly accepts this legislation, then that will become illegitimate and then we have to move forward.
Given way again, I suppose my point of clarity was that there are many farmers in our countryside who advocate hunting, and they look through it through the premise that that is the most adequate ways of animal welfare management.
And I think that this current issue that we're trying to legislate for does a disservice to those individuals, because then they're characterised in a way that, you know, as I said, this law has existed in England and Wales for over 20 years. There's been changes made in Scotland in relation to this. We had the private members' bill brought through in the last mandate. You know, so it's not to say there hasn't been enough warning around the issues that exist with hunting animals with dogs, but nothing has changed. The issue still exists, and it's barbaric. And you know, I must say to the member and others who are advocating against this bill, I have not yet to meet anyone in person or read suggestions or comments who says they don't support this barbaric treatment of animals, and that's what we're trying to do here. Yeah, go ahead.
And again, I would reiterate the point that just because this law exists in England, Scotland and Wales since 2004 does not necessarily mean that we should import what could be potentially bad law. And of the two peer and in the two peer, sorry, Principal Deputy Speaker, if I could continue.
Members, he's speaking, he's making a point. You might like his point. That's not the point. Sorry, pardon that, such a double pun. As you probably thought, he doesn't like the point. But let him speak, he will be heard.
Deputy Speaker, and again, I actually thank the member that gave the giveaway, who's actually treated my point with courtesy and respect, rather than the sneering from the corner. But I'm finishing my point. There was two peer-reviewed research pieces done in both Scotland and England. It's been talked about the Burns Inquiry and the Lord Bonamy report. Both of them indicated that the law did not have a net beneficial impact on animal welfare, and I suppose that's a point
that I think has to go to the heart of this debate, that we actually get the desired outcome that the member wants to see, which is better animal welfare.
I appreciate that, and I think I've said already that what exists in other parts of the UK isn't perfect, and I appreciate that there are criticisms in relation to implementing that. That said, the core principle of what Mr Blair is trying to do for me is to remove that barbarity that exists within countrysides in Northern Ireland. And, you know, maybe we do more to ensure that we implement it better. But ultimately, it's the principle, it's the message that we're sending that this just isn't acceptable. And it's not acceptable simply because it's something that we have always done. And it's not acceptable because it's something that is tradition. You know, this Assembly consistently legislates around standards, behaviour and welfare as society has evolved. And I think that this is one of those issues, albeit it's a number of years too late. But I don't think it's unreasonable for us to conclude that some practices really should end, even if they have existed historically. And I also think it's notable that many people are still surprised to learn that this activity remains lawful in Northern Ireland at all. And look, there will be aspects of this bill which require amendment or tightening as it progresses. I do think there's learning from other parts of the UK in terms of what not to do. You know, and if anything, if Northern Ireland is late in legislating where other regions have, there's an opportunity and a benefit to that, so that we can strengthen, you know, the criticisms that exist there. But I think, again, at this stage, we are being asked whether the principle of this legislation deserves further scrutiny and development. And in my view, it does, because as I've said on a number of times through my contribution, the issue hasn't gone away. The activity still exists in Northern Ireland that, quite frankly, I'm horrified by. And I think most of us seeing the worst effects of what this activity does should be horrified by that. And if this Assembly can't, you know, legislate to remove that type of behaviour, then I really am unsure what the purpose of this place is. And that's not to say that we shouldn't listen to all those involved. That's not to say that we shouldn't correct some of the misinformation that is being put out there. That's not to say that we shouldn't improve the law and we shouldn't take each word and phrase as it is. But again, and I've said it a couple of times, we need to look at it in the context of the wider legal framework. We need to look at it in the terms of case law and what these things mean. Because that's how judges will essentially interpret it. And I think that's important. But by all means, let's move this bill to the next stage, get it into committee, get it brought forward at the consideration stage, where we will go through it clause by clause and ensure that we get this bill right and end a practice that I think most people in Northern Ireland would like to see end. Thank you.
Claire, and I call on the Minister. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This has been an extensive debate, so I will be brief. May I also say that in preparing for today, I look back to the debate in 2021, and there was one person who's not here who was part of that debate and personified the ability to have respectful debate and to disagree agreeably, and that was Christopher Stalford. And I remember Christopher today in terms of his ability to debate this issue, and someone that we remember. In relation to this issue, there has been sustained and deeply felt public concern in Northern Ireland about the hunting of wild mammals with dogs, and that concern is reflected in the bill before the Assembly today. This is not a new or emergent issue. There have been strong calls over many years for a ban on the hunting of wild mammals with dogs, which I believe is cruel, inhumane, and an outdated practice that no longer has a place in a modern, compassionate society. I want to pay particular tribute, especially to the USPCA and the League Against Cruel Sports, for their sustained and resolute commitment against animal cruelty and in favour of a ban in Northern Ireland. Let today be the moment when we move forward to the next stage of that campaign. As Minister, I am opposed to any form of animal cruelty and have made advancing and strengthening animal welfare a key priority for my department. Our laws must keep pace with modern standards, and where animal welfare concerns arise, This Assembly should be prepared to respond in a measured and effective way. We have acted before in related areas where the welfare case was clear. Hair coursing events have been illegal here since 2011, providing an important reminder that this House has previously been willing to take decisive action where the evidence and public interest supported it. On that issue, the people of Northern Ireland are very clear in terms of their support for a ban on the hunting of wild mammals with dogs. Polling by Lucid Talk in 2024 demonstrated that 76% would ban fox hunting, 82% would ban hare hunting, and 77% would ban rabbit hunting. This demonstrates a clear alignment between public opinion and the intent of this proposed legislation. The bill presents an opportunity not only to respond to public concern here at home, but also to bring our legislative framework more closely in line with the standards that already operate elsewhere across the rest of the United Kingdom. As I have said previously, animal welfare is one of my top priorities. My department, as the body responsible for overseeing the Welfare of Animals Act Northern Ireland 2011, would naturally support any measures that reduce or eliminate the potential for animal cruelty and to extending to protecting wild animals. This is fully consistent with my department's wider duty to promote and protect the welfare of animals across Northern Ireland. In addition to animal welfare considerations, there is also practical implications on the ground. Hunting with dogs can affect farmland and property, disturb livestock, risk disease spread and create wider concerns for rural communities. Reducing such incidents would be welcomed by rural communities and agricultural businesses alike. The bill proposes amendments to the Wildlife Northern Ireland Order 1985, which falls within my department's legislative competence. In particular, it would create new offences relating to hunting wild mammals with dogs, trail hunting and terrier work, with the aim of closing gaps in the current law and providing clearer protections. At present, the Wildlife Order is primarily enforced by the Police Service of Northern Ireland, with a more limited role for wildlife inspectors within my department. As we consider the regulation of the new offences, it will be important that responsibilities are clearly defined to ensure that those charged with enforcing it can do so with clarity and confidence, with costs, resourcing, training requirements, potential practical issues and any unintended consequences considered, with offences and penalties both proportionate and effective. That rightly will be for scrutiny at the committee, consideration and further consideration stages if this bill passes second reading, where today we debate the general principles of the bill. To strike it down at second stage and not give it a chance for scrutiny and development of further stages on the basis of technical issues and what I currently believe are unfounded fears around potential impacts upon ordinary dog walkers would, I believe, be profoundly wrong. Today, as I've said, is about the principles of the bill. It's about whether you agree with those principles or you don't. I want to commend John Blair for bringing it forward and for his tireless efforts over the years to see this legislation progressed. As Minister, I will engage constructively with the member who introduced the bill and the Justice Minister around the new offences and penalties that will be created, and other executive colleagues as it hopefully moves forward beyond today. Working together, I am confident that we can ensure the final legislation is robust, proportionate and effective, reflecting both public opinion and our shared commitment to improving animal welfare in Northern Ireland. That is the standard we are entitled to expect, and that's the standard I intend to uphold. It is wrong that Northern Ireland remains the only part of the United Kingdom without a comprehensive ban in this area, putting us in an unjustifiable and unforgivable position. The welfare issues raised by hunting wild mammals with dogs are serious and they cannot be ignored. It can lead to distress, injury and avoidable suffering for wild animals, and it also raises concerns for the dogs involved. This is intolerable, it's unacceptable, and needs the type of legislation that Mr Blair has set out to us today, and I will be supporting it at second stage, and I urge others to do likewise. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I now call on John Blair to conclude and wind on the debate. John.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to thank you for chairing this along with your Deputy Speaker colleague and the Speaker. I also want to take this opportunity to respond to the debate and thank all members for their contributions this afternoon and indeed this evening. This has been an important discussion. While some arguments aimed, as far as I'm concerned, to divert attention from the main issue of cruelty, it has also received much welcome support, and I'm very grateful for that also. Before addressing the points raised, I want to emphasise once more that Northern Ireland is the only part of the UK without a ban on hunting with dogs, and we need to write that into the record again. Other jurisdictions have had legislation in place for around 20 years, and Scotland strengthened their legislation further in 2023, and the government and GB is currently consulting on banning trail hunting due to the loopholes it creates. So this is an opportunity today to prevent Northern Ireland falling even further behind when it comes to animal welfare. I will now, Principal Deputy Speaker, reflect briefly, and I'll be as brief as I can, on members' comments, and I'll apologise in advance if I don't get all of them in or get to respond to all of them in the same amount of detail, but I'll try and be representative. Clarified a point very early on for Paul Frew in relation to reference to packs of dogs, and I hope he has since found that and been able to look at it. Robbie Butler spoke as committee chair and talked of committee consideration of the matter and early discussions, then as a member of the Ulster Unionist Party, and said that he would be content to support at this stage, but also stressed the importance of robust scrutiny and legal certainty. And I can tell him I'm more than content with my colleagues to continue to have conversations, either in his committee capacity or his party capacity, on those matters. Anya Murphy then spoke from Sinn Féin in support of the bill, and I'm very grateful. Stage 2 of the bill, I'm very grateful for that also. And she also spoke of the need to increase animal welfare standards across the island of Ireland. Tom Buchanan wasn't massively surprised, spoke in opposition to the bill. He cited a few general objections and also omitted something, I thought, which I'm going to refer to later. He seemed not to mention foxhounds at all, and I find that strange, and that's a recurrent theme with many of the people against the bill. He spoke of scientific evidence, the absence of scientific evidence in favour, but I have to say offered none in relation to the status quo, and that's another recurring theme, by the way, especially in regards to pest control. Patsy McGlone also spoke in the spirit of allowing the bill to go to second stage, and also talked about concerns raised with dog walkers and some further scrutiny. Paul Frew, in his speech, is grateful for exemptions. He spoke about licences and foxes below ground and falconry that they should be considered at second stage, but he also made it clear that he wasn't going to support any opportunity to try and amend or add to the bill. Kate Nicholl, I'm very grateful for Kate's contribution, and indeed that of her young son, and also for the lovely drawing he gave me earlier to give me some support. Kate spoke of constituency casework and the fact that so many people agree with the ban on hunting. Diane Forsyth, no longer here, and if members are no longer here, well, in fairness, they had every opportunity to be so. Was here, but I have to say, I hope I'm not being unfair in any of my commentary, but Diane spoke of financial implications and seeking clarification and reservations about private members' bill, but then openly said she had originally been bringing forward one of her own. So I do see a bit of inconsistency in that. We can't have somebody can do it or start to do it, but I or others can't. Philip Brett described today as an example of the best of Assembly debates and opportunities, and also I'm very grateful for this, supported the principles. He said it was morally wrong what the bill was aimed at, and we need to have modern standards. Michelle Guy, my Alliance colleague, spoke in detail of real lived experiences from some of her constituents, and I've spoken to them as well. And I want to put on record my thanks also to Christine Bailey and those who have campaigned with her for their support of this cause, but also their sterling work on behalf of animals and in relation to animal welfare on an ongoing basis and not just in relation to this single action that I'm taking. Matthew Toole spoke for the opposition. I want to thank him for supporting. He spoke of the immense cruelty involved in all of this. Harry Harvey said he was unable to support the bill. Peter Martin, Peter's not here, and I wish he was, because he spoke about annoying people on both sides of the divide. And I was going to say welcome to my world, because some of us have been doing that for 50 years. But I'm grateful for the support that he gave, and I will engage with Peter and other colleagues as we go forward. Gareth Wilson said it was a complicated bill, but didn't, and I have to say again, no suggestions of any amendments or changes. Brian Kingston talked of unacceptable cruelty, and I'm grateful for the support he was willing to give the bill to go to second stage. I'm going to turn to Johnny Buckley, and this is something I won't do very often in this chamber. Principal Deputy Speaker, in almost refusing to address what Johnny talked about today, but I'm going to give you my rationale. Johnny spoke today to me and my colleagues about those inflicting harm, because our views differ to his. It's not the first time things like this have happened. He then made the scathing comment, no understanding of the countryside. Close found well that many of us represent rural areas. And then made the comment, and I quote, if the bill's sponsor was serious. Well, Principal Deputy Speaker, I put it to you, and I hope the House and you understand, I won't be given a more substantive reply than this to somebody who speaks to me and my colleagues like that, and then accuses us of sneering. So I'm going to move on from that. None of the other comments will get a response because of the tone used. Timothy Gaston, I'll say, was courteous. He opened by describing it as vague and then quoted a KC who said it was complex, so not quite sure how that works out. He said that I'd considered a report. I think I said I would consider, and I would consider any report, by the way, from a KC. But I want to point out, I have no idea what that full report is, and I don't think members have either, because members seem not to have quoted beyond the same newspaper report that I read. So we need to be clear. This was a report written for a pro-hunt lobby group, requested by them and provided to them, with a snapshot in a newspaper, but we don't have a full report there to consider. I'm grateful for Jerry Carroll's response today and speech, where he expressed support and talked of scaremongering which happened in relation to dog walking and other things. Like Claire Sugden, who spoke after him, he has been supportive of animal welfare measures, and Claire has too, in relation to the all-party group, and I'm grateful for that and the contribution today and the support on these matters. Jerry also, like Claire before him, returned to the principles of the bill, and I don't think it's unfair to suggest that it might have been a while at one stage since we'd heard of the principles of the bill, and that, in closing, Principal Deputy Speaker, as you and other members know, is the entire point of the second stage debate, to debate the principles. We have done that. There are disagreements, most of them respectful, and I want to thank all members for contributing to the debate and say again, cruelty in the name of sport has no place in a modern society, and I therefore encourage members, all members, to join me and my colleagues in supporting the principles of this bill at second stage. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, John. So the question is that the second stage of the hunting with dogs bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order, members. Order, members. The question is that the second stage of the Hunting with Dogs Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Can't we have any noes? No. Do we have tellers? Do we have tellers? Order, members. Order. Gormagov. So tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Andrew McMurray and Danny Donnelly. Tellers for the noes are Jonathan Buckley and Paul Frew. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Doors. Order, members. Thank you. Clerk, could you please read the result?
75 members voted, 60 members voted aye, 15 members voted no. The motion is carried.
Motion is carried. Congratulations. So the bill will be ready to go through the process onto consideration stage. Members, would you mind taking your ease before we move on to the next item of business? Thank you. Sorry, that concludes the second stage of the Hunting with Dogs bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, item 9 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Sean Mulholland to raise the matter of access to early intervention and family support services in North Antrim. I call on Sean Mulholland, and you will have up to 15 minutes. Over to you, Sean.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I am really grateful for the opportunity to have an adjournment debate and for the opportunity to raise early access to intervention and family support services in North Antrim. This debate is around families trying to get help early before difficulty becomes crisis. But too often they're just finding this system that is fragmented, overstretched, and it's really difficult to navigate and find your way through the quagmire of different bureaucratic kind of processes. I do want to start by saying that North Antrim is not without services, and I want to pay tribute to those who work within them. We have dedicated staff working right through Ballymena, Mid and East Antrim and Causeway, Coast and Glens, Little Steps Sure Start, family support hubs, health visiting, school nursing, CEIS, CAMS and community and voluntary organisations. But the question for me is just whether families can access the right support quickly, locally and before crisis. I recently engaged with Action Before Children and have done from right throughout my time as an MLA, and they run services right across the Northern Trust, including Choice Family Support Service, Northern Family Support Hubs and Ballymena and Little Steps Sure Start, which I have visited, and their message was really clear. The model is good, the staff are committed, but the need is increasing and complexity is increasing. That demand is greater than supply. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I recognise that Sure Start is funded through education, not health, but it is highly relevant to this debate because Sure Start, health visitors, school nurses, GPs and family support services are where most health-related needs are first identified. So that approach might be speech and language delay, developmental concerns, parental mental health, emotional distress, poverty or wider family stress. So for me, the question that I'm asking, and I think the question for health, is what happens next? Families don't experience their child's needs as an education issue one day, a health issue the next, a social care issue the day after that. They experience one family, one child and one urgent need for help. Mr Deputy Speaker, I've heard from a constituent whose child's developmental concerns appeared very early and very suddenly. Her child regressed in speech at just 15 months, and it happened rapidly over the course of a week. She did everything right, contacted the GP immediately, tried to seek help as early as possible. The autism diagnosis did not come until her child was almost 3, and that gap matters. Parents are repeatedly told that early intervention is crucial, particularly before the age of 5 when so much of the brain development is taking place, but yet in practice many families are left with little or no support while they wait for that official diagnosis. Some services can't be accessed without the formal diagnosis, even when parents know exactly what they are seeing at home. Families who can afford it go privately, but many simply can't, and that builds unfairness into the system from the very, very start. And for that family, that initial family, early intervention didn't feel early. A child's development didn't pause when families navigate that referral process, the thresholds, the waiting lists, and most importantly, that window for support can be missed. So Action for Children also raised concerns with me about increasing special educational and additional needs. Those teams are adapting, but they require higher staff to child ratios because of safeguarding, and if commissioning and funding do not reflect that complexity, services are going to be asked to do so much more with the same resource. And what we are seeing across North Antrim, but across Northern Ireland, is that need is widespread and increasing, and eligibility can still be based on old geographical boundaries and historic patterns of deprivation. So new housing estates have been built, communities have changed, but children who need support may well be missed. And poverty is yet another major pressure. When I visited Trussell in Ballymena, it was clear that poverty is on our doorstep. Families are dealing with all sorts of housing pressures, fuel costs, childcare costs, cost of school day, but these pressures are not separate from a child's well-being. They absolutely shape it. I have constituents ring in my office with the same awful experiences far too often, and at first that issue may be that the electric is running low or the family need an emergency food parcel, but then the school raises concerns about behaviour or attendance, and then the child is presenting increasingly anxious, distressed, dysregulated, and then they're signposted, the family's signposted in so many different directions, but nothing feels clear. Support and services feel too far away, too hard to reach by public transport, and often they're just so difficult for a parent who is already in a pressurised situation to actually navigate. So referrals can be made to CAMS or for ADHD or autism assessment, but families now are being told that they could be waiting months and more likely even years for the help that they need. But while that family waits, life doesn't stand still. So poverty persists, it becomes parental stress becomes family conflict. That can then affect a child's emotional well-being, their behaviour, their development, and in some cases then you have police and justice intervention. So what began as a need for early help can then involve a case bringing in schools, health visitors, nurses, doctors, social workers, CAMS, crisis services, and in some case care proceedings. All of that putting more and more pressure on our social healthcare system. By that stage, the cost is far, far greater financially for the system and emotionally for the child and the family. So harm has become entrenched, relationships are fractured, and the opportunity for earlier, cheaper and more humane support has been missed. Mr Deputy Speaker, yes.
Would the member agree with me that where models of support are already showing positive outcomes, such as the Western Trust Family Response and the early diversion work elsewhere, the question should be how can we learn from those models and make the kind of practical relationship-based support available to families here in North Antrim?
Yeah, thank you very much, Danny. And I think that's pretty much the point we're talking about, is it's that postcode lottery. So some, and I will go into a wee bit more detail about some of the other projects and models that I've engaged with over the last few months. It also applies to harmful behaviours, and this is where my real kind of interest and input into this had been fed from. So I met with Marcella Leonard, an independent consultant social worker, who pointed to that widening gap in early intervention for children displaying harmful sexual behaviour, interpersonal violence, child-to-parent violence or technology facilitated harm. And too often the system there, particularly within the Northern Trust, was responding after escalation rather than therapeutically when those warning signs first appeared. And that's the reality. There's a bottleneck in the system, and early intervention is one of the ways to unblock it. Castle Tower School is a good example of how joint working between health, education, where speech and language therapy, occupational therapy can unlock that progress for children, because behaviour, communication, sensory regulation and emotional well-being are all connected. But that's one school. It's not a whole trust, it's not a whole constituency model, and families shouldn't have to rely on being in the right setting to benefit from joined up support. That's exactly why bringing this support together, whether it's through a family centre model or a strengthened early intervention pathway, it really matters so much right across North Antrim, particularly for a rural constituency where that access and transport is a big deal as well. So bringing services under one roof could be part of the answer in North Antrim, and I know that the Minister has spoken about this. Action for Children has spoken about it. They want to develop a family centre in Ballymena. At Ebrington in the Western Trust, its Western Early Intervention Support Services provide that short-term whole family support for children aged 0 to 18 facing challenges around school, behaviour, family difficulties, development or health. That's the kind of accessible relationship-based model that we should be ambitious for in North Antrim. And as I said, I've also seen some really promising work elsewhere in other trusts that show what early intervention can achieve when it's practical, when it's relationship-based and when it's delivered before escalation. So I visited the Western Trust up in Craigan, where the Family Response Service uses its funding from the Department for Health from the Western Trust. It supports families during the week and at weekends using youth practitioners and alongside family support workers and social workers to build trust with the young people and their families. It doesn't wait until a family reaches breaking point. It actually works earlier, and it works on that whole relationship holistic approach with the child, and it works with young people who are at risk of family breakdown, exploitation, antisocial behaviour and indeed paramilitary threat, because the outcome from that work was really, really powerful. Families were linked into the community services, and that included even connecting in with GPs, with health visitors. Families were then reporting increased confidence in professionals, both social work and indeed with the relationships with the social care system. Antisocial behaviour reduced and threats against families were lifted. I met a really articulate young man and his mother who'd taken part in that service, and they told me that it changed their entire world. Before that intervention, he was under threat from the paramilitaries, he was not engaging in school, his mental health was really, really poor. And after that sustained relationship-based support funded by the Department for Health, he was back in full-time education the day that I met him, and the threat against him from dissident paramilitaries had been lifted. That is an incredible achievement through a joined-up working approach under the same roof, using all resources that were available to the Department for Health. But again, that's a postcode lottery. That isn't happening across every trust. I've also seen a similar principle in the Southern Trust, where I went and visited and met early intervention work through the family support hubs, and youth justice created that route for children to get support before it escalates into formal justice intervention. And again, that was funded through the South Eastern Trust. That work has dealt with child-to-parent violence, school assaults, sexting, substance abuse and indeed mental health issues. But it focuses on family relationships, emotional well-being, community connection and support around the child. So my point here is simple. When we have these models of really good practice across other trust areas, when we intervene early, we can reduce risk, stabilise families and prevent those children being drawn much deeper into those crisis systems. So for me, those models shouldn't be exceptional. They shouldn't be on a postcode lottery, and they should be a standard that we can learn from for families in North Antrim. The Department's Together for Families model is a really positive opportunity for this. The proposed level 2.5 enhanced family support service would sit between that community early intervention help and the statutory social services, precisely where too many families have told us they fall through the gaps. And if it's delivered really well, it could strengthen those family support hubs. It could embolden and embed, those family support workers, provide that earlier multidisciplinary help. It was welcome to finally hear today the Finance Minister announcing the Together Families model being funded, both by this Assembly and also by lottery funding. But the original timeline was for it to be up and running by September. So this is obviously not going to be possible given the funding for it has only just been announced. So can the Minister, just in his response, give us a timeline about what the beginning of this process will look like, what the implementation of this model will look like. So finally, my ask to the Minister tonight is simple, I would hope. Will he ensure that early intervention family support in North Antrim is visible, accessible, properly resourced, with a clear pathway from that first concern right through to support, with a serious focus on poverty, given that his department is also part of the executive and part of the anti-poverty strategy, rural access and a commitment to learning from those models that I've mentioned, like the Western Trust Family Support Service, or Response Service, and the Southern Trust Diversion Pilot. So I know that this debate, Mr Deputy Speaker, is directed toward the Health Minister, but I just want to recognise this doesn't fall on the Health Minister alone. This lands, I believe, at everyone's doorstep, but I encourage the Minister to use the Children's Services Cooperation Act to find willing executive partners to pool resources and to invest in the early intervention that we know works. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Sian. And I call on John Burrows, and all speakers will have approximately 5 minutes. John.
Thank you. I thank my North Antrim colleague for bringing this important motion. I think there's nothing more important in our society, and it should be our #1 spending priority, is on children and young people. And when we talk about getting the Health Minister uses the phrase shift left, if we really want to get into a preventative model for the delivery of public services in Northern Ireland, early intervention, early years, family support, these are the critical things. And I think not only are they vital in order to do the right thing for our young people and our families, but actually, realpolitik here, this is our future workforce. These are our future carers, these are our future public servants, and there are grave challenges in our society at the moment with increasing numbers of children who are suffering from or have additional needs, delayed development, special education needs, that are missing key milestones, and really basic stuff. And you get teachers telling MLAs and others all the time about children coming in behind in milestones like being toilet trained. And these are serious issues. Now, one of the things I want to say at the very outset is this. What we need to do as a society is pick up things as early as possible. Let me give you one example. I was speaking recently to 2 excellent members of staff who work in the SALT team, speech and language therapists. And they're saying that by the time that language issues and speech issues are identified, it is years after they first could have been detected. And there's a pilot in England, which I only found out about today, and I can't remember the acronym for it, but they did a sample of a number of children, and they actually found they were identifying speech issues about 3 years earlier than normal. That allowed the intervention. That allowed those children to flourish. The very basics of literacy and numeracy flow from being able to communicate. So we need to shift everything way to the left. There is some excellent work going on in health gateway services, family support and intervention teams, the community and voluntary sector. But we need to do more and more, and there's a number of things I just want to address. The first is the investment in early years, to me, is absolutely critical. The support for parents in actually raising children and dealing with the challenges of today around screens and social media is actually something I think we need to be instilling at the very earliest stages. There are teachers who are reporting in an increased level children coming to school who are behind in milestones but are fluent in using an iPad, who whenever they go to take a screen off a child, the child dysregulates. And the parents, in their busyness or their pressures or issues that might be in homes like domestic violence, find it very difficult to deal with issues like taking a screen off a child. There's increasing levels of homeschooling, of emotionally and anxiety-based avoidance from school. And this causes me a huge concern for safeguarding because we don't have a proper understanding of the numbers and there is not proper risk assessment done of the risks that poses children. I'm afraid there's a lot of significant reports, that mostly commissioned in England, that say children who are homeschooled actually have a much higher risk of abuse and neglect. I saw this firsthand in the police. I used to break my heart. Whilst I'm firm in law and order, I do so with compassion because I know that there's a bit of a postcode lottery in life. If you grow up on one street, the chance of you becoming involved in interventions with the police are far higher than if you were born a couple of miles away, and you're much more likely to die younger and have a lesser quality of life. So there is a postcode lottery that we need to equal out opportunity, and that's where early intervention is key. But it also comes down to things under the Education Minister's portfolio, like the childcare. Whenever you look at the subsidies that are available for childcare, every time the subsidy goes up and parents are given more money, it's an inflationary impact on the childcare, because what actually happens is the local childcare providers put it up. So actually it doesn't benefit anybody. And you've parents who want to work, can't work, don't get the support, they come home frazzled and unable to support. So look, there's so many issues in this. Ballymoney, as I close, is a very good example. There's about 2 childcare providers in Ballymoney. Regional inequality is a big thing. So I welcome Ms Mulholland for bringing this. It is the critical thing that we help early and actually give people the best opportunity, and also look after our future workforce, who are eventually going to look after us.
Good, thank you very much. I call him Philip McGuigan. Philip.
I welcome the opportunity to speak on the issue, and I thank Shan, my constituency colleague, for bringing the debate to us today. Across North Antrim, families, practitioners and community organisations have been highlighting the growing difficulties in accessing early intervention and family support services. So, as members have already indicated, the early intervention is absolutely of critical importance. Can be a difference between a family coping and a family reaching crisis point. Can prevent relatively minor challenges in childhood from escalating into significant difficulties into adolescence and adulthood. And Shan and John have already indicated examples of such. Early intervention will strengthen resilience, reduce harm and support children to thrive. Importantly, it is also one of the most cost-effective investments that any health and social care system can make. Yet, families across North Antrim are increasingly reporting that support is becoming more difficult to access and more difficult to navigate. Waiting lists are growing longer, services are becoming more fragmented, and too many families are at risk of falling through the cracks. There are significant concerns regarding the availability and location of early years services across the constituency. North Antrim includes a large rural population where access is already constrained by distance, limited public transport, alongside areas of deprivation where families face multiple and overlapping challenges. In many rural parts of the constituency, including areas such as Ballycastle, Bushmills, Armoy and the Glens, families are often required to travel significant distances to access support services, frequently with limited or unreliable public transport options. So for parents of young children, particularly those already under pressure, that can become a barrier in itself. For early intervention to be effective, support must be accessible at the point when it is needed. Programmes such as the Sure Start have been highly effective in identifying needs at an early stage, and others have indicated that. However, these services are only available in certain parts of the constituency, creating what many families describe as a postcode lottery in access in early year support. I want to acknowledge the important work carried out by organisations such as Dalrada Rural Sure Start, local family support hubs, and the many community and voluntary organisations working across North Antrim. Their staff and volunteers are making a genuine difference every day, but many of those services continue to operate under significant pressure and uncertainty. And while I welcome the development of the new targeted outreach model for families living outside designated Sure Start areas, its long-term impact remains to be seen. So I want to also acknowledge the vital role played by GPs, health visitors, schools in identifying the early signs of additional support when it could be required. They are often the first to recognise when a child and family are beginning to struggle. I share both their frustration and the frustration of families when support for those early concerns lead to an uphill battle to access assessments and services. Parents across North Antrim repeatedly raise concerns about delays in accessing autism assessment, speech and language support, and child and adolescent mental health services. And these delays can have a profound impact not only on the child's development but also on family well-being and confidence. Community and voluntary organisations are also doing commendable work in bringing family support directly into local communities, but they cannot be expected to compensate for gaps in statutory provision. Families experiencing stress, isolation, financial hardship are finding that services are increasingly becoming overstretched, and children who require additional support are often left behind for prolonged periods, falling further behind in school, struggling with mental health, frequently without fully understanding why they feel the way they do or how to manage it. So the consequences of delayed intervention are entirely predictable. When early intervention is delayed, problems escalate and pressures intensify. And when services are fragmented, families, as we said, fall through the gaps. So we need early intervention. Every child deserves the opportunity to grow up safe, supported and able to reach their full potential. And every family deserves access to help before they reach crisis point. And that evidence is clear, as I said, early intervention can change lives. And it shouldn't depend on where a child happened to live, if they live in North Antrim or what part of North Antrim. It must be available consistently across North Antrim and across the north.
Thank you very much, Philip. And I call on Paul through. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I support Shan in her adjournment debate on a very important issue, a very exceptional issue. And I think the true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. Everyone knows that quote from Gandhi. But if you really consider how we are measured up as a society, I'm not sure we score very well. I think we score a lot better than some other nations and some other states throughout the globe. But in the Western civilized so-called world, I'm not sure we measure up. And I think it's because so many parents, so many children are faced with this wall when it comes to services that they desperately need. They might get help here, or they might get help there. But very rarely is it joined up, and very rarely is it intensive, extensive, and wide-ranging. And so even when a child gets support here in a medical field, or here in an educational setting, or even here in a Department of Communities world, everything else falls around them anyhow. And so even the support that they get, intensive as it may be in that setting, doesn't help them in any way because they've been so vulnerable in other ways and means. So I think we do need to get radical. I think in this aspect we need to get radical, especially when it comes to our young people, because we cannot leave them behind, and we certainly cannot give up on them. But sometimes it feels like that. When the system keeps saying no, then parents can think nothing other than we've given up on them. When the system keeps saying no, then the young person considers that they've been given up on. And that will lead to all sorts of other manifestations and issues. I have no doubt, and I fought hard. There was an instance in our constituency whereby Ballakeel Primary, Harryville Primary and Camp Hill Primary were getting intensive support, psychiatrists or a specialist person anyway. It's been a couple of months now and I can't remember, get it all in my head. But that was being funded by the Communities Department, which is really strange because it's in an educational setting. And it was going through psychiatric help and mental health help and awareness, not only for a child but for the parent. And yet health had no part to play. Maybe they don't even know, the trust didn't even know that that intensive support was going on. But everybody knew about it when it was under threat. And we were able to get that put back in place. I got the Communities Minister down to visit a school where we discussed this with the three principals. Now, to me, that's a great model of joined upness, but it's just three schools coming together. It's quite common, and it's quite common sense, and the three principals got their head together and funded for this, and they got support from the Communities Minister at the time. But why can we not then roll that out for everything involving young people, wrapping care around them, instead of waiting for years for diagnosis? Parents struggling to come to terms with behaviours of children, behaviours of adults, parents or children coming to terms with behaviours of parents. Some of our families are in deep crisis and they've absolutely no way of getting out of it because no one really knows how to help them. And if we help them on one hand, we let them down on the other. And that's not joined up government, and it's not what the executive was meant to be, and it's not good governance anywhere in this world or in any state. You'll forgive me, Mr. Deputy Speaker and Sean, for raising the issue of lockdown, because I don't care what anybody says. All of the issues, or most of the issues, that have impacted the most vulnerable in our society have been impacted further by lockdown. It is those children and families who suffered the most during lockdown and also suffer the most hangovers and after effects because of lockdown philosophy. Now, I'm not blaming anybody in this room, certainly not the Health Minister. But this Assembly has a blindness to this, because this Assembly allowed it to happen. And so this Assembly must come to grips with the role
Paul, could you draw your remarks to a close, please?
And come up with solutions to assist pupils and parents and children in how to fight and how to get well again. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Paul. And I call on Danny Donnelly. Danny. Oh, Minister.
How long?
10 minutes.
10, okay. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to everybody who contributed to the debate, and thanks also to the members who recognised family support isn't down to any single department, it's a multi-departmental challenge. And in terms of the Health Department, it's not an optional offering, it's a statutory requirement that's set out in the Children's Northern Ireland Order of 1995. Article 18 of the Order places a duty on the Trusts to both provide a range of social care services to children in need and their families, and the aim is to safeguard and promote the welfare of those children and support them to be raised within a family home. And on that basis, today's announcement of Together for Families is very, very welcome. A child in need is any child in Northern Ireland who's unlikely to have the opportunity of achieving or maintaining a reasonable standard of health or development, or whose health or development is likely to be significantly impaired without the provision of support services. Now, the concept of need is deliberately wide, and that's to reinforce the emphasis on preventative support and services for families. With the range of challenges facing children, young people and their families today, it's more important than ever that we respond effectively. We must ensure all children and young people are given the opportunity to develop their full potential. In assessing individual need within families, trusts assess the existing strengths and skills of family members, and they put a plan in place to help them overcome identified difficulties and further enhance those strengths. Sometimes the needs will be found to be intrinsic to the child. At other times, it may be that parenting skills and resources are depleted or underdeveloped and thus threaten the child's well-being. Some examples of supportive services provided under the Children's Order: practical support and advice, befriending schemes, childcare provision, play facilities, specialist services, counselling, parenting programmes, respite care, provision of accommodation for longer periods, financial support. In putting those packages together, trusts should take account of the excellent range of services provided by our colleagues across the community and voluntary sector, as well as the other government departments and their agencies. We recognise effective family support often requires that collaborative, multi-agency approach. I would like to give a sense of the range of interventions currently supporting children, young people and families in North Antrim. Specifically, within the Northern Trust, there are a number of teams providing services aimed at addressing the identified needs of children and young people for support and, where required, for safeguarding, protection and corporate parenting. So there's a Gateway social work service, which has already been discussed. The Trust maintains statutory family support and looked after children's team. They work alongside our justice system to support children and young people who come before the courts. The aim to ensure their welfare needs are represented and appropriate social care interventions are put in place alongside any legal proceedings. The Intensive Family Support Team works with children aged 10 to 18 in the Northern Trust area. A key part of the role involves supporting children who are at high risk of offending, working with parents to help prevent their children from becoming involved in crime, and helping them address emerging patterns of challenging or problematic behaviour. Then there is the Links team offering services to children who engage in harmful sexual behaviour, helping to make them make positive changes with an overarching trauma-informed approach. The project covers the whole of the Trust area. It's based at Antrim Family Centre, and it works with children, young people and their parents or carers where there are concerns that the child or young person has engaged in sexually harmful behaviour. The Children's Early Intervention Service provides support to young people experiencing mild to moderate emotional and behavioural difficulties. This is done through group interventions, addressing problems such as anxiety, low mood and emotional regulation, as well as individual work, including behavioural therapy and family support. It's all aimed at reducing the impact of problems and preventing their escalation. The Regional Integrated Support for Education, or RISE service, provides support to children within the Northern Trust area. RISE takes a holistic approach to social, emotional and behavioural needs in the school setting, with a team including behavioural therapists, clinical psychologists and other professionals. The service helps to address the behavioural difficulties at school that can be precursors to disengagement and offending. The Trust, of course, works in partnership with the Police Service of Northern Ireland, the Youth Justice Agency, schools, voluntary and community organisations and other statutory agencies to ensure there's a coordinated response to children who are displaying offending behaviours. Children who come to the attention of statutory services in this context are treated as children in need in line with the Children's Order. We have 5 family support hubs covering the Northern Trust area, each one made up of community, voluntary and community sector and statutory agencies. They all deliver early intervention services to those under 18 and their families. Action for Children's Choices Family Support Service works across the Northern Trust area. They provide one-to-one outreach support to young people aged 10 to 17 and their parents or caregivers. The service seeks to provide support around a range of issues, including mental health and emotional well-being, managing behaviours presenting at home, in school and in the community. Then there's Bernardo's Early Intervention Family Support Service. It works across the Northern Trust, providing one-to-one outreach support to children between 8 and 13 years of age and their parents. The service seeks to provide support in respect of a range of issues presenting at home, in school and in the community. The Northern Early Intervention Support Service, led by the Public Health Agency, covers Ballymena, and it works with families with a child aged up to 17 on an outreach basis, providing practical support with a wide range of presenting challenges. Homestart Causeway provides practical and emotional support to families across the Causeway, Coast and Glens area. Trained volunteers and staff provide weekly home visiting support and group support to families with at least one child under 5. A range of other organisations provide support in the area with more specific referral criteria, including the DAISY Service, Young Carers Service, Autism NA, Triangle Housing, Sure Starts, the Child Bereavement Service, Women's Aid and Safe Families. If across government departments and sectors we can continue to improve our multi-agency response, there's strong evidence to demonstrate supporting families early leads to substantial economic savings as well as improved outcomes. In terms of the work being taken forward by my department to improve collaborative support, I want to mention 2 particular areas of focus. Firstly, there's the neighbourhood model of health and well-being. That will see community pharmacies, GPs, GP federations, voluntary and community organisations, the trusts, independent providers, other statutory bodies and local government working together in formal partnership to provide integrated care. It places local communities at the heart of how services are planned and delivered. It focuses on designing care pathways that meet more needs earlier before people reach a crisis point or need care in hospital. It's about shift left, it's about prevention, it's about early intervention, getting health and social care as close to your front door as possible. The model is built around 17 integrated neighbourhood teams acting as provider alliances. Secondly, moving child social care services away from the skew towards child protection activities and towards greater support, including very practical support for families at an earlier stage. That was, of course, a key message coming from Professor Ray Jones during his independent review of children's social care services in Northern Ireland. And finally, I want to mention the Together for Families model announced today. It's a new transformational model of supporting children and families developed under the reform programme. It marks a decisive shift towards earlier intervention, stronger family support and more joined-up working. I welcome the confirmation today of the funding. It's been successful in securing 30 million from the Transformation Fund, and that has been matched by 30 million from the National Lottery Community Fund, an unprecedented intervention for them in Northern Ireland. In terms of inconsistencies or postcode lotteries, members will know I am looking right across the board for consistent regional services. Now, Together for Families, work is already underway. They are identifying new practices. I want best practices to be rolled out to become common practice right across Northern Ireland. So work is already underway, and now that the funds have been confirmed, we will firm up the structures to support it. And finally, with the single key worker or a lead practitioner under Together for Families, we will see more consistency and we'll see a lead operator coordinating across a range of government departments and agencies to deliver better outcomes.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister, and thank you very much indeed, Sean, for bringing this adjournment debate to the floor. The Assembly is adjourned. The Assembly is adjourned. Safe home, everybody. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Assembly Chamber.